Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. I'm joined today by Jack Sinclair, winner of the World Series of Poker main event Europe back in 2018, alongside final tabling the Las Vegas version the year before. How you doing, Jack?
Hey, thanks a lot. What a great intro. I thought you were just going to say one-time bracelet winner.
No, yours is far, far more prestigious. But we're here today for the Party Poker Millions online event. It's a PKO edition. So every single one of these is a knockout edition. And this one is event number 45, Jack. It's $162 buy-in, 75 of which goes to a prize pool, 75 of which is going to the bounties. So we're going to see the leaderboard here shortly. And here we go. As I previously mentioned, event number 45, 162 with a $200,000 guarantee, which was blown out of the water. Total prize pool was $228,000. And first place is going to be about $14,288, plus those bounties, which are going to be very significant, rounding out to probably about $25,000 to $30,000 for first place. And our chip leader right now is Jacob Miguel. We're going to see shortly exactly those top spots. And here we go. Chip counts, first place, Jacob Miguel, 29,750, or I apologize, 29 million. Still have to get used to that. Last time we had a billion chips in play and we kept miscounting it. Paul Hofer, second place with just shy of 24 million. Patrick Fallenbach, 21.5. Jan Bednar in fourth place with 19. And you see that top pack there is relatively close together in that 19 to 15 million club following that. And it's going to be a great event. We have 228 players remaining, and we expect to play down to a winner in about 8 to 9 hours. The payouts. The top two spots are very close in theory, $14,200. But those bounties are very significant in the difference, about $5,000 to $10,000 difference between them. Third place, $9,300 plus those bounties. Fourth, $6,000. And if you're just to make the final table, you're taking home about $1,400 alongside the bounties. And those bounties are really going to come into play. We won't see the exact number until the final table, but they are significant. And we're stepping straight into the action at 50,000, 100,000 blinds. Oof.
Ooh, what a nice info dump.
Well, it doesn't look like we have any of those chip leaders at this table we're watching, Jack, but it looks like we're going to be graced with a little action straight off the bat with the ace-king suited in play.
Certainly plenty of big stacks on this table. At 100k big blind. Noticed a lot of these two-day tournaments start very, very deep second day.
And we both did some commentary for this a week ago on Sunday. We didn't overlap on our time frame, but I think we both saw a lot of blood that happens in the PKOs as compared to a normal kind of plain Jane vanilla no limit hold'em tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Guys playing a lot more aggressive, much more gambly, shall we say, for the extra bounty.
I was seeing some shove all ins and then smooth calls with like a deuce 5 offsuit, a 3-5 offsuit, just to try to get those bounties.
Okay, so check down and then the block bet here. I imagine it's going to get paid off.
Seems pretty reasonable call there.
Yeah, I like how both of them played it. I think I'd normally 3-bet the ace king because of the late positions, but it's fine.
I like the ability to watch from our position, kind of look out from overhead and see the blood coming, because you can kind of predict what's going to happen a little bit. I think we got king nine spades here. It's going to be a clear open in the cutoff. Ace king is most likely going to 3-bet, and it kind of depends on what Brino wants to do with that 38, 39 big blind stack as to how the hand unfolds from there.
Yeah, Breno sort of sounds vaguely like a Brazilian name to me, so could see a cold 4-bet here.
I like it. A little stereotyping. I'm in.
You gotta take any information you can get in poker.
So I imagine we'll see a 3-bet here from the small blind, and then it just depends on the size as to if Brino is going to. Would you suggest 4-bet jam would be the case with 38 big blinds?
Against this size, I mean, you can make it. You can 4-bet fold here. I mean, ace 10 off is going to be completely destroyed by anything that gets it in. The other thing about if you 4-bet here to like you can go super small because you're in position on the 3-better, and even if you make it like 1.3, like it's still a massive bet to call for the in position player because he's only put in 2 big blinds. So I don't see any reason to go all in there over making it small. Probably with the you probably play the whole range like that. I guess something like there's a few hands that want to just jam 10s and jacks specifically because they never want to get flatted and have to play an awkward spot post flop. So yeah, I think I would split. Some jams, some small 4-bets. I feel like ace 10 off definitely going to be in the small sizing.
Well, that's why you're the one that keeps making the main event final tables and capitalizing on it, and I'm stuck in the mixed game streets away from this world.
I mean, no, I think it's probably close to 100% fold actually, but I'm just saying if I'm gonna 4-bet that one, it's gonna be small size.
Yeah, I tend to agree on the sizing that was chosen, where he went to 8 big blinds there. It seems like folding at ace 10 is going to be the standard play unless you have some information on that particular opponent of just how aggressive they are.
Yeah, I think I'd be more worried by. I mean, 8 seems kind of normal size to me. I'd be more worried if it was like if he makes it 10, then he probably has ace king. If he makes it 6, then it's very scary to me because that's such a small 3-bet from the small blind that I'm more scared of the smaller ones. Yeah, exactly.
We have some potential here for some interesting turn cards, as you have the queen 10 alongside the 10-7 having flop top pair, the 8-9 of diamonds raising under a gun, picking up inside straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and turns a gutter against the top 2 pair of Brino, who leads for a pretty large sizing here, about 60% pot.
It's an old-fashioned something for everyone flop. Split sizing seems okay. I guess in position's going to have a lot of ace king, ace jack, king jack type hands that can't fold the turn. So, and also quite a lot of queen x, even though you have one. So yeah, I kind of like the large sizing. The block is interesting. Not sure about that. I think we want to target a king there and just go big because of the same reason.
What kings would you say are in his range there? King jack and ace king potentially?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, but it's ace king is a big part of the range. King
sense.
Jack not so much. I guess it gets bet a lot, but it's still a reasonable check back. I mean, as it is, he had 8-9, which I think is a good check back, but not such a common one for people to find.
Welcome on in, everyone out there. I see the chat going wild. I see a couple familiar names. Pappy Van Winkle, how you doing? Slots, Bedino, Clever, 991, Cassius, and so many more. Thanks for joining me and Jack Sinclair on this beautiful Sunday, wherever you are. Where are you currently located right now, Jack?
I'm in Tbilisi, Georgia, so the other side of the world, pretty much. I assume you're in America.
I am currently in Las Vegas, comfortably.
Right. So what's it there? It's like 11 a.m. or something?
It is 1 p.m.
Oh, okay. It's actually later than I would have thought. Yeah, it's currently midnight here.
Ooh.
So almost the exact yin-yang time zone.
Absolutely. And you're talking the Georgia that most Americans aren't familiar with as a country versus a state.
Correct. Not the southern state.
Yeah. Is that where you live, or are you just currently visiting out there?
I just moved here like a week ago or so.
Oh, very nice.
I've been here alone in the past, but never really lived here. It's never been the main base.
Right.
But when I was traveling a lot, I stayed here for a few months at a time, here and there. So quite used to it by this point, and it's just been getting better. You know, every time I come back, I like it more. And then eventually, I was just like, oh, why don't I move my stuff here?
Yeah, there's something about when you visit a place often enough and you're familiar with it, you're comfortable with it, then you just, after a while, say, well, all right, I'm there half the year. I might as well make it a full-time gig.
Yeah, exactly. And so how long have you lived in Vegas?
So we just moved back here about a month and a half ago now. I was in Texas for a year, but before that I was in Vegas for 3 years. So it's kind of been this back and forth affair as well, kind of the same as you. We see a lot of suited queens out there in the mix on this hand. And after sevens from Alf raises, we somehow find another queen on that flop for top pair for Christos, mid pair for Montos, and a second pair to the board from Alf, who's the original raiser. Yeah, even during that year I was in Texas, it was I think I was in Vegas for 6 months of it. So I was definitely spending the majority of my time flying back and forth, and just decided it's time to call it quits and move here.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing live poker and you live in America, you're probably going to spend half the year in Vegas, whether you want to or not. So it probably makes sense to at least have a place there, even if you don't want to live there full time, right?
Yeah, and sadly we sold our place the first go around. Third sizing here with top pair from Christos. So unless Alf thinks he's getting floated on the flop, he's going to have a hard time continuing. Does find the fold. We had to sell the place the first go around because we didn't know what the market was going to do, and lo and behold, the entire Las Vegas market shot up and skyrocketed, which is kind of hard to predict.
Of course. Well, that's how it works, you know. It goes up because you sold. That's how markets work.
Right. Well, it's the same in poker. Anytime someone has jacks and they don't 3-bet, they think that ace and the king comes on the flop because they didn't drive out their customers.
Yeah, well, fact check true.
Direct correlation. So are you coming back up?
I just hit.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I just hit 5K channel points here. Finally.
Oh, very nice.
That's a $5 ticket straight to the bank.
Cash it in.
No. I'm holding. I'm a hodler. I'm waiting for the. I'm just going to spend it all on highlighting messages in chat.
I think, let's see, I currently have 2K in points, but sadly in America we can't access party poker yet. Maybe one day I'll be back in, so we'll see if maybe I can send them out to someone.
just hold on to them. They'll be worth a lot in the future. If you sell them now, then they'll just go up in value afterwards.
That's, again, correlated effect. Mackle out there complimenting the hoodie. Much appreciated. Just got in shortly, right before the World Series to help represent the D-Gods team. So,
strange bet here. Check back and then bomb in position on the 8 turn. I don't know what the intended effect is there. If he thinks that the other guy is not going to fold ace 10 or something, or he has a lot of flush draw checks on the turn or something. Or he's trying to bluff like 4s off, but that seems pretty unnecessary.
It's one of those interesting ones of maybe he's trying to go for some value against, say, a straight draw or a flush draw that has a ton of outs, so he's going to go with a large bet on turn with a hand that may get called that he's still ahead of.
Yeah, I mean, if the guy calls a flush draw and folds 4s, then it's an amazing bet, but much more likely is he's going to fold both. Or actually, probably quite hard to fold 4s because it's the trip 8 turn, so he probably has to fold flush draws versus that size, given that there's trips on the board, and I mean, imposition's already repping a full house, so there's no point. Like, you can't check call a flush draw there. And 4s, I don't know. I mean, they might fold, but it just seems like too much money to put in the pot to make an underpair fold, when you could check back and do the same thing on the river.
Right.
But much more likely the hand just goes check down and you win versus something like king high or worse ace high.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A spicy little flop here, as Christo is a pre-flop raiser and is going to clearly continue for at least one street here with the range advantage. So it'll be interesting to see if he fires multiple bullets, if Naquil just flat calls, which he does. So this is a spot you can just kind of check call down and allow your opponent to bluff off.
Yeah, I think the general trend is to bet twice and give up in position on this board. He's doing the second one. I like the speed of the call from Nyquil. Pretty fast check call in the turn, kind of trying to rep a 7. I don't like if he goes in the time bank there, it's a bit too obvious. But I think this run out, I don't think. Oh, okay. Oof. All right. Respect from Professor X.
I don't think there's anything here but a call, which is what he finds on the river. Massive little pot here. 55, or I apologize, blinds went up a little bit ago. Just shy of 50 big blinds going to Nyquil with the trip aces. Do you think that's a component of Christos not having any hearts in his hands, kind of unblocking the flush draws, and just deciding this is the time that he's going to kind of go for the 3-barrel bluff?
Yeah, I mean, his hand isn't terrible for a bluff. But I mean, the queen is useless, except for the fact that it's not a flush card. The 10 is kind of useful because ace 10 probably plays that way from out of position. So I guess it's an okay hand. I just think the only problem there is the run out is so bad. But yeah, I think he didn't bet so big on the river. Although I guess it's kind of okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if he jams river, it's kind of hard to even call with an ace. But like even ace jack, I would hate life if he shoved river,
right,
as an overbet, just because people don't really bluff like that on that kind of run out. So, like obviously ace jack is an easy call in theory, and I don't expect people to fold it. But but certainly like some worse aces and like something like eights, I feel like you can get some of these hands to fold if you bet really big. But it might not be worth it. If you think he's folding a 7 every time for this size, then I think it's probably the right choice. And the hand is fine. So yeah, I think it's all fine.
Yeah, I would imagine a hand such as 9-10 of diamonds or something like that, where it unblocks the heart draws alongside blocking those ace-9 and ace-10s would be the absolute gin for a bluff in that nature. As you said, the queen was fairly useless. But we're seeing a battle of the ace-jacks here with the one with the aggression and position taken down in Montes. I want to say Montes' final table, the one that I did commentary for last week, or maybe he just made a deep run on it, perhaps. I do recognize Montes U as a name in the streets.
New one for me. I'm gonna take a wild guess. I think that's a Lithuanian name. Sounds kind of like Matas.
Just be prepared for me to butcher all the names across the board, unless it's something along with the names of Jack.
Yeah, I noticed a conspicuous no readout of the player in 5th place chips as you were doing the chip countdowns. I saw a very interesting Russian-looking name at which point you said.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just, we took it 1st through 4th place and then just really needed to focus on the build-up behind that. I don't know what you're talking about, Jack.
Yeah. No one cares about who's in 5th place. It's
exactly. I know I've been watching some of the Triton poker event and good friends with Henry and Ali Najad as well. And watching them read out the names sometimes, I'm sitting there, I think that's the hardest part of the job, is you never know who's going to make the final table, and you never know where they're going to be from or what their names are, and it's kind of impressive to watch.
I'll let you in on a secret. Nicknames. You got to come up with nicknames for everyone. Just figure out something, that makes sense, and just call them that religiously.
I noticed that with Professor X. Christos over there.
Yeah. Christos not that hard to figure out, but it's always good to practice. Yeah, NyQuil, Professor X. But none of these names are hard because we can't see any of the second names except for Deschanel. But that's quite easy.
See, I will lean more into the Dachshund effect and talk about the dog we got up there. We did have a Bruno last week, and people want me to start singing the song that we don't talk about Bruno, but I decided to keep lots of followers, lots of people out there in the Twitch streets and not sing.
What's the song?
So you're gonna have to look it up. I'm not doing it. You're not fooling me that easy.
What's it called? But what? I don't even understand the meme. What?
Oh, it's We Don't Talk About Bruno. It's off of the latest Disney hit movie.
Okay. I'm not that plugged into the Disney meta.
I think it was literally the #1 song in America for weeks on end. I only know it because I have 2 young nieces, so that's great. Bluff is saying it's from Encanto.
I'll have to check it out. Encanto. Okay, interesting.
We'll raise here from NyQuil, not sleeping on it with the King 5 of Hearts, but going to run into the Dachshund with Ace Queen off on the button. I'm digging it. I'm digging this nickname things. We're getting there, guys.
F. Dechanet. Let's go.
So when I was, I always do a little research on anyone I haven't commentated with before. And because I couldn't quite remember what year you've had all your great success. And one of the things that said about you was your very first cash was actually in a Party Poker Millions event back in, I believe, 2015.
17, actually. Yeah, or still a very long time ago, but yeah, it was 2017 was my first live cash.
We'll get back to you in a second as NyQuil is turning trip fives. I think with that sizing, he's going to just take this one down on the turn.
Yeah, it's not that unreasonable call from ace queen on the turn. I mean, out of position still going to have like a ton of straight draws and flush draws, and ace queen no spade just seems like a pretty strong continue on the turn. I mean, the queen's not great, but I think it's perfectly reasonable. You'd much rather have ace queen than ace jack here, I think. Although, I mean, I think he's going to open jack nine suited there, but actually thinking about it, it's the exact same. Queen and jack are equivalent because queen jack, queen nine, and jack nine. Oh, so anyway, but it is better, because it's higher. So you beat the random ace jack or something, and your pair out is better.
Well, did find the call on the turn and the proper fold on the river. So, but getting back to you, how does it feel to come from your very first live cash, being in the Party Poker Millions online, well, not online, live event, and now, 5 years later, you've made the main event final table, you won the main event Europe, and now you're doing the commentary for Party Poker. I mean, it's kind of a very nice wrap on that poker journey, and there's still more to come, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been a crazy 5 years. I mean, this isn't the last thing I'll ever do in poker, I think. But yeah, maybe the last thing will be Millions Nottingham again. I played it since then, 2 years later or something. It was very strange. Well, not very strange, but I did have that sort of feeling of seeing it with new eyes kind of thing. The exact same room, same tournament. But when I first played there, I didn't know anyone. I was scared of all the regs. These guys are so good. They can smell that I'm new. They're obviously bluffing every time they bet. But if I call, they'll have it. That sort of stuff. There's this sort of it all seems so big. It's like how you remember when being a kid, and Christmas tree is 11 feet tall, but it's actually, and then you walk in as an adult and it's up to your neck. So now Nottingham seems a little small to me, the casino, and I know everyone there now. So yeah, it's interesting for sure to go back to these things in such a to have them change so much in my mind in such a short period of time.
Yeah, it was larger than life at that point, and now you walk back in and everyone knows who you are. You're kind of the one that made it from that collective. Interesting little hand developing here. NyQuil 6s under a gun. We have some pocket aces out there, and then the magical, wonderful ace-5 suited. That is that end-all, be-all for the solvers of a bluff candidate.
Yeah, can we please see a cold 4-bet, Breno? Come on.
We're all rooting for it. Let there be blood.
So my new thing when I play online is I almost always flat aces. In most situations, it just not like I have a hard rule, but it just I always find a reason to flat aces basically when I play online. There's always someone short behind, or the opener has, or for, whatever reason, I just always end up flatting them. This, however, is one situation where I mostly 3-bet, I think, because if we got the guy opening under the gun and you're deep, I think it makes a lot more sense to 3-bet here. But I think if he flatted, he might have gotten the squeeze from Breno.
Well, it's interesting because as soon, what a flop here. Top set, kind of an innocuous 6-5-3, and he has the ace of diamonds just for protection against any sort of flush draws that NyQuil may have.
Yeah, this looks like a great flop for pocket aces. He probably could pick a bigger sizing here, I think, on the flop, just because you want to maximize money going in now against 7s and 8s, which can never fold. But I'm sure his size is fine. I mean, fast check raise, fast jam from NyQuil. It's going to put Deschanel to sleep here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to find a fold. Does not. So now he needs the one remaining ace on the river. It's either ace of spades or, as you said, knights out for Deschanel. It's not the ace of spades, it's 8 of spades, and that's all she wrote. NyQuil taking in a almost 10 million chip pot, chipping up to 16 million, and is by far and away the clear chip leader at this table. As we say goodbye to Deschanel.
Plus, he gets the bounty.
Absolutely, and we don't quite know what those bounties are right now. We'll find out at the final table how much every player is worth. But you kind of get a sense once players start getting short, just how much the others around them start competing for those bounties, how much every single player is really worth. But
yeah,
my home casino was in Oklahoma. I grew up in the Dallas area. Shove here real fast from Ace Jack. I imagine we'll see Ace Jack call that shove, and it'll be once again the battles of the Ace Jack. Slight advantage,
bit large of a shove,
Mm-hmm.
I would say. He's like got almost 17 big blinds or so. I think I would just only play him in raise in this spot, but it's surely fine. Can't be a big mistake. Queen.
Pretty pain-free flop there, as I already know it's going to be chopped up. Do you think that's just part of it being a PKO, that someone's going to be shoving a little bit larger 15 big blinds because they know that someone will call them slightly wider, and it kind of gets into this meta game with the bounties in play?
Yeah, that definitely could be a case. There's a lot of moving parts to it. Like, if you min raise, they should also rejam a lot lighter and defend a lot lighter as well. So, it sort of increases the value of both with your top, with Ace Jack. So, I'm not 100% sure. I think it could make jamming better depending on how people respond versus it. If they just call a lot wider from the big blind, but when you min raise, they kind of play normal, then yeah, it might make a lot more sense to just open shove.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So Bruno Del here.
At that point, you probably can just have like a complete trash min raise range that just plays raise fold all the time, because they don't play as aggressive as they should versus it.
That makes a lot of sense. Bruno was, in fact, at the final table I commented on last time, and he's seen once again with another very healthy stack, just shy of 100 big blinds. So, be interested to see if he makes it all the way down. And Bruno was, in fact, from Brazil.
Bruno, also very Brazilian name. I'm going to be calling him Del Boy, though.
Del Boy it is. You got Da Vinci, you got Del Boy, Martin de Compass.
Oh, yeah, nice. Very good.
I'm taking a lot away from this commentary with you. I'm learning. That's why I'm here. For those of y'all that are joining us in the chat, welcome on in. My name is Nathan Gamble alongside Jack Sinclair. And this is the Party Poker Millions online event. $200,000 guarantee, $160 buy-in, and the prize will top that by a little bit, $228,000. Every single player here has a bounty on their head, and first place is going to be roughly 25 to 30,000. Kind of depends on the bounties there at the end, but we do have one of the final days of the events coming up. I believe it's tonight, day 1C of the main event. Let me check the schedule real fast. I don't think we have too many day ones left. But if y'all would like a chance, there's satellites running all the time on Party Poker. So it's a $1,000 main event with a $1 million guarantee. So if you're looking to be on this stream from the other side of the felt, be sure to play a satellite, jump on in, and we'll even make a name for you. Get your own custom Del Boy.
Get a nickname. I'm guessing you don't know what Del Boy is from, right? Because it's very British.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's an old English show called Only Fools and Horses. Del Boy was main character. That is quite the flop for Ace Jack. Oh wow.
Oh. Well then, Patrick fail right now, going for the lead on this, and obviously Huang doing nothing but calling, flopping the joint. Get all in on the turn. Spot, let's go.
This spot, you call a jam.
I mean, you might as well just jam it in there. It's only, 3 big blinds more for Patrick. Obviously, it makes a call. And unless an 1-out ace comes on the river, we're going to be seeing a very healthy pot shot. There we go. Jack's full of aces. Beautiful flop and beautiful action there for V Huang, as Patrick takes a very healthy hit to his stack. That was some pretty unconventional leading, shall we say, Jack?
Yeah. Unconventional is the diplomatic way to say it. Very, very peculiar.
We try to be slightly diplomatic here. We're going to call a spade, but we're also going to allow people the leeway to play their game. Some players get a little bit more creative than others. So we started the stream together with 228 players remaining, and we're down to 180 right now. So 48 have seen an exit, only one of which we've seen, but I'm sure we'll be seeing many more exits before this stream is done as we play down to a winner. And that's going to take us about 8 or 9 hours tonight in total, judging off of these last few streams that we've done.
You're going to be here for the whole 9 hours?
I'm here for the long haul. I got the practice in from the Galifon Challenge, and now I'm apparently the go-to guy for long streams. Beautiful turn here for Martin West, picking up top pair after his check through on the flop. 6 ace has a couple blockers for a straight, but shouldn't be out there too much in the undergun range anyway. Checks it on over. I expect Martin to just check this back on that 4 hearts river. Does so and collects a decent sized pot. So what was the show you were talking about right before we had that interesting ace jack flop?
Only Fools and Horses. You should look it up. It's I mean, I'm not sure how well it will translate to American in 2022. It's very old and very British. But if you're into that, then it could be worth a watch. But it's just it's an old comedy show. It's
all right. So it aired from 1981 to 1991. Is that original? Oh, that was the original. And then you had Christmas specials that aired until 2003. So
yeah, I wouldn't watch those.
Okay. So are we talking pure absolute British humor, which leaves most Americans baffled?
Yes.
Beautiful.
To be honest, I've not watched this in such a long time. I have no idea if any of it would be funny to me now. It's like it's one of those classics. It's like Monty Python, but not quite as weird as that, I think.
I grew up on Monty Python, so I do appreciate that type of British humor.
Oh, okay. Well, you might like it then.
Just looking at the pictures of it, it kind of looks more of a the Three Stooges style.
Right. Yeah. It's schemes, like trying to get rich, sort of. But it's East End Cockney geezer.
One of the guys looks in one of the pictures here just like Puggy Pearson. Old school Vegas gambler.
I need to look that up now.
I just did a real fast Google search on Only Fools and Horses, and it's the 8th picture in. A kamikaze, welcome on in, greeting us as you are here for the shove by Douglas F. after Patrick raises on the button. That is a very, very substantial shove there from Douglas at almost 30 big blinds, just shy of, and gets the call from Patrick, who flops top pair, turns 3 queens, and that is all she wrote. Good game, Douglas.
Douglas
that's
Fur.
Another very
damn it! It was such a good, such a good nickname then.
Well, how about this back to back? We are going to see a battle of Ace Queen suited by the looks of things between Julio and Patrick. Leonardo in there with the Ducks. See, I remember back in the day, this was just always a raise, and I feel like in more modern times it seems to be typically a fold from those early positions with the Ducks.
I think here especially, I think this is a fold just because it's a PKO and you don't cover anyone. So 50 big blinds from early position, I don't think deuces are gonna show a profit unless you can win a bounty on top of it. Just not got enough fold equity on the raise, and deuces play pretty poorly post flop, especially out of position when you're early position. It's just should be a fold.
And we see Patrick folding his ace queen suited after a raise from under a gun, a flat call from under a gun +1, and then a 3-bet from Julio. And that's by far and away the best circumstances for Julio, as he avoids a chop and just ends up picking it up pre-flop.
Yeah, that's a pretty big fold for Patrick with ace queen suited. I don't mind it. I mean, I think the squeeze range is going to be pretty tight. I guess the first 2 players are much looser. Well, at least Bruno was very loose in that spot, and deuces we both think were pretty loose. So probably want to continue ace queen suited there. I think you can even cold call, although it's not very fashionable. But but I would fold ace queen off there every time, and yeah, it's not too bad of a fold. I'm quite surprised to see it after what we saw from Patrick so far.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I had in the back of my head, was watching how he proceeded earlier with the ace jack flop, and then to see him muck that ace queen suited was not what I was expecting. And we see another 3-bet here, but very different positionals, as John flatting from raising from the hijack, Torsten raising from the button, and Martin just folding the tens in the big blind. Again, not expected.
Wow. Yeah, this seems way too tight to me. Folding tens there versus a button 3-bet from tough schluck. I love the 3-bet with queen 8 suited. I think it's a great hand in this position.
Do you think there's enough stack depth here for John to come in for a check raise with those backdoor draws?
I mean, there's always enough. You can always find it. The combo looks nice at first glance. I think that you want to choose a little better though, just because the board is so bad for you. King 8-5 rainbow. It's like as bad as they come pretty much. So I think you want to have a bit more, either like direct equity or better blockers like queen jack of hearts there. I think is going to be preferred, and I think the board is bad enough that we can wait for a more premium check raising candidate. Plus we are pretty short and cover, and it's a bounty. Well, actually, sorry, we cover, so actually that's fine. But even so, I think you have to be a bit more selective there.
So we were talking a second ago about Leonardo opening the deuces, which we felt was incorrect, and Bruno making a loose call with the 10-7 suited, and Patrick eventually folding his ace queen suited. Now we see Bruno here with king 6 suited under the gun, raising it up. So I'm getting this feeling, just already watching these players, that Bruno is a little bit on the looser side than most other players at the table so far.
Certainly seems that way. Yeah, he's trying to get in the mix. This open definitely should be okay. I think maybe slightly. I mean, it is loose, obviously under the gun, but he covers the big blind by a decent amount. If he thinks the big blind's a weaker player and he has an edge on the rest of the table, I think you can make it work. I think it's much better than opening deuces. Having king 6, it's just much more playable.
I remember back when I was learning the game, and let's just say the casino I grew up at didn't have the strongest players, and there's just some very easy tells from a few throughout the tournaments. And so there'd be a time or two that the big blind would just kind of give away that they hated their hand, and I'd be under a gun and I wouldn't even bother looking at my hand. I'd just raise it and hope no one had anything, because I knew that the big blind was up for grabs. Obviously different online, but there are those situations where someone just doesn't defend wide enough.
For sure, yeah. It's the most important factor for opening, is how the big blind's going to play. Yeah, live it's extra great. Like if online, sometimes the big blind's sitting out, but then everyone can adjust to it. And when you play live, if you notice, it's quite common that no one else has. So it's like they're sitting out, but only you can see it. And then it makes sense to just open everything.
Spicy flop here, Bruno with top pair, and John having opened that king 7 of clubs, having both the second nut flush draw alongside some backdoor straight draws, one overcard. Going to go with about a third sizing here, 40%. Is met with the flat call from Bruno, and John picks up an additional straight draw. So now we have one overcard, one flush draw, and one gut shot straight draw. Expect a large sizing here. Was not expecting that large. Overbet of 1.5 pot.
I like this a lot, actually. Yeah, I mean, he gets the 9 to fold, which is okay. That's probably too much of an overfold by Bruno there, but yeah, it certainly seems nice on that turn, because the main issue with betting King 7 on the turn is getting check raised would be pretty much a disaster. If you bet, you can't bet small on this turn. It's double flush draw, loads of straight draws. It's just there's not going to be any small bets. So if we're betting big, we want to like really dissuade the check raise, or at least, let's say, make their check raise threshold for value so high that we can bet fold. So we overbet. I mean, if they shove in whatever it is, 60, 70 blinds over that, then we can be pretty confident that they have a set and we can just fold. But also, they just never check shove there, pretty much. So that's the key factor.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm used to seeing those 1.5 to 2x pots, kind of on a higher board texture, on the turn, where there's a plethora of draws available, and it polarizes the range to either that top set, mid set type of hand, or those massive draws where it's a straight draw, flush draw, and just kind of wasn't expecting to see it on that lower board with the 9-5-4-3, where Bruno can have those made straights and John doesn't quite have as many.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, in theory, it might be different. I'm thinking in a more practical sense. Certainly the big blind has a lot more nuts there, and out of in position, it's kind of playing no nuts except for like sets. Was the wheel possible, or I don't think so.
Yes, right? It's a 9-5-4-3, 9 of spades, 5-4 clubs, 3 of spades turn.
Yeah, so in position still has some ace deuce in there, but yeah, you're right. I mean, out of position certainly has the nut advantage on the turn. It could be better to just bet large-ish, but I think it's probably fine to have an overbet there as in position. You still probably want to overbet some overpairs.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense when you kind of explained it how you did, taking away that check raise from Bruno as a weapon, and when they do check raise, it's going to be essentially turning their hand face up into a made straight or a set type of scenario, and you can comfortably fold. So definitely made a lot of sense with that.
Yeah, as I'm thinking about it, I wonder if we maybe want to bet call. Just you might induce a worse combo draw to check shove. And if you bet and then fold and they have a worse combo draw, then it's a complete catastrophe. So that might sort of erase everything I said and just make it you want to go back to a 80% pot bet and then call a smaller check raise.
It brings me into when Doug Polk won I believe it was 100K at the World Series, and Martin Jacobson had bet turn with top pair and a flush draw, and Doug just jammed on him with a combo draw and got it through. Sometimes you will get people to jam on you with those combo draws that you completely dominate. But
yeah, for sure.
That being said, we're going to look at some more domination after we come back from break on this event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions online event with myself, Nathan Gamble, alongside World Series of Poker Europe main event winner Jack Sinclair. So we'll see everyone shortly.
Ciao for now.
I was playing cash the other day, just head on down, and Jump in. Cash games have been insane. Back out with the jacks in the hijack. 18 bigs and a dream.
18 bigs, a dream, and a couple of hooks. Not a bad spot at all.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh boy. There may be trouble ahead for Artur Martirosyan. Bacalao gonna have some raise folds off of 18 big blinds. And ace 10. Kind of a nice hand unblocking those raise folds.
Ooh.
King, queen, king, jack.
Gets away, Henry.
Will Anton get away? Chan most likely to defend, although some reverse implied odds. Going to be up against stronger jack X, stronger diamonds.
So short though, Henry. I guess
Yeah.
the price is just too good to turn down. And well, set once more. Anton this time. Quickly checks it over. Makalu a little upset, Henry. See the ace-high board. Okay, how's the impetus? Up against the small and the big. Does decide to continue? Now we see some 4 Hollywood. Oh, he's going for the raise.
No slow playing.
Some of that. 1.4 he says.
It's a huge raise. Well, jacks going into the muck, I guess. Fortunately for the Frenchman, it's an ace high board rather than a 8-5 deuce.
I love that unsteal in the chat saying wasn't Artur grinding online earlier. Wouldn't surprise me. You know, just make it to day 3 of this 2K with $250,000 up top, and well, doesn't start till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Got to fill the morning somehow. Why not play a little bit of cash online? Taking his time over this. Maybe Henry, you know, thinking, well, what's he check raising me with ace 8-5? He got big ace, so we had to band out pre-flop. As he waited towards the flush draws, of course, Makalu's holding the jack of hearts, kind of a bad card you'd think to have if you want your opponent to be in there check raising with flush draws. Does eventually give it up. I think probably always was Henry, but this stage of a tournament, you're gonna make sure you take a little moment. With the yeah, I'm just looking at him. Obviously, we're getting some requests about Johan Gilbert, but it looks like he is actually the tournament chip leader out on the other table with 15 million in chips. It looks like he may have busted someone. Yeah, looks like he's wow, yeah, he doubled up, Henry. It looks like a bizarre. Okay. He doubled up for 4 mil. Limp called it off with ace 10 against queen 9. Fell behind on the 9 high flop, but turned an ace and riveted 10 for good measure to get the double up. Looks like he.
Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Nathan Gamble, joined with Jack Sinclair for the Party Poker Millions Online PKO event number 45. How you doing, Jack?
Good to be back with a 2-time bracelet winner, such as yourself.
Oh, Well, cheers, Mr. One-Time Bracelet winner of the main event. How's it feel to final table the main event for both locations? Was there one that came with a little bit more prestige?
Well, obviously the one I won was more prestigious in my opinion. You know, I mean, I kind of threw the first one. Felt too beneath me. But no, well, I mean, obviously the one in Vegas, there's a lot more fanfare. There's you know, you have to do all these interviews and there's bright lights and an audience. The one I won in Rosvadov, I didn't even have a rail, so it was just me. By the time we got heads up, there was 2 people in the rail, and they were both on his team. So that was it. I won it, and they brought champagne out. Well, it wasn't actually champagne; it was martini sparkling wine. They brought over the martini sparkling wine with 4 flutes, and I was like, "Well, do you guys want some? Because I don't have any. I don't have any friends here. Everyone's gone home. Like they all went home yesterday. Today, there's no more tournaments. So I drank with Henry for a bit, and I tried to get my friend Emrakes, Czech rag, to come drink, but he was too busy playing like 1-2 PLO.
Oh, real fast. We'll get back to the glory and riches that you were bestowed with those flutes. Interesting little flop here is Frank has top pair, flush draw, and then we're going to be met with a all-in at some point from Nikolai here with the 2 aces. Just jams in on the flop. Vlad is going to be no more, and we're going to see a very healthy $12 million pot between Frank and Nikolai. And they're fairly even in equity, probably about a 47-53 flip. Frank
Something
with
like that,
the
yeah.
works of it.
So Wirtz came with the lead.
He came with the lead, bricks on the turn, but finds the 9 of clubs on the river, rivering the top 2 pair and taking down a 11.5 million chip pot. Good game, Nikolai. Not much more you can do than get in with the aces ahead. Yeah, so did you share your flute of champagne at the main event, your final table with the dealer? Or did you just go in double fisting, one before you won and one after?
In Vegas, did you say? No.
In Europe.
In Europe, no. They brought this martini crap, and I said, bring some real champagne, and also only 2 glasses because I don't have any friends here. No, I drank them some martini with Henry afterwards, and in fact, if you watch the final hand, there's no one in the commentary booth for like the start of it because it was right after a break, because he was out celebrating with me. He was like, "Oh, wait a second, I got to run in and commentate on the last hand." So,
that's awesome.
And you can see him like after you can just like see him on the rail. So that was good, and then partied a bit afterwards with some more people after the 1-2 game had died down. But in Vegas, I just made the final table, and I had friends flying out for it, and we were partying for a week afterwards.
Just for making
yeah, exactly. Just for getting lousy 8th.
I will guarantee you that if you could tell anyone they take 8th on the main event when they start, they'd be happy with it. But once you get so close, it no longer feels the same.
Yeah, I mean, I was still pretty happy with it, to be fair, given like how far above expectations it was from my second live trip. So.
I remember there was a lot of commentary around your run of what player you were. I don't remember the particular hand you busted on, but I feel it was kind of painful, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not really. That would have Yeah, I think it's probably someone else you're thinking of. I was I don't know, notorious, I guess, during that run for just bluffing nonstop every hand, and eventually just like massively punted most of my stack right before the final table, which was that was pretty painful, but not like I was unlucky. I just massively donked off like 60 big blinds or something, on with 10 left. But the actual final table, it's just normal bad luck. Nothing too crazy happened. Just ran into aces. I mean, I guess maybe that should be painful. I don't know.
I feel like if you're going to kind of punt and really go for it on the final 10, where everyone's feeling the pressure of making the final 9 and making that main event final table, like that's a good time to do it. Just trying to go all out and really collect some chips, because it seems people are far more timid at that stage.
Yeah, that was my whole strategy from like 30 players down, basically, or even probably earlier than that. It was just just make everyone uncomfortable all the time, and it was working okay. There was some fun hands in there for sure, but that last hand was pretty epically bad. Did not choose a good target as well. Like someone that was quite notorious for being a station. I hadn't played with him at all, and I didn't have a rail again. So I did have a rail 27 left or something, but then they decided to go out and get drunk. So when it got down to 10, we regrouped as one table, and I had no idea who this guy was, but he knew that I was going crazy and he was a bit of a station, and then I tried to bluff him with just complete garbage against.
Was it John Hesp, or is it
no I actually played a lot with John Hesp. No, it was the winner, Blumstein.
Okay.
Blumstein? I don't know. Nice hand here from the ace deuce verts. Not normal to see someone barrel off there on the river, especially not with the nut flush draw. Seemed like kind of a terrible combo, but found the ace 9.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, because it seems that Nicholas can have some lower flush draws in there that you're still winning against with the ace. So he kind of found the one combo that was willing to fold, and that did beat him. So a little bit unorthodox, but ends up working out for the first hand.
Yeah, ace deuce especially seems like not a great candidate, because if you have like ace 8 or whatever, I'm assuming there wasn't an 8 on the board, then you block like 8-10 flush draw or whatever. But the deuce sort of unblocks all these kind of combos. So it seems like a really good one to check back on the river. But yeah, he found the ace 9.
And
so yeah,
Nicholas is finding a jam here with the 9-10 offsuit, and you have to wonder how much his bounty is, as Paul Hofer is in there, the 3-7, making the call and giving the double up to Nicholas on that Kings N9 run out. So this is one of those interesting things about PKO, is you'd never see that call traditionally, but you have to take into account how much every player is worth, as Nicholas finds a double to 4 million, which is roundabout to 20 big blinds now.
Yeah, it should be quite high, the bounty, I think, to call with a hand that bad. I mean, he's jamming 10 big blinds, so it's kind of a loose range. Well, it is a loose range. But even so, I think you're going to need... He's probably going to have at least 3 or 4 bounties to make that a call.
Yeah, I really appreciate getting to watch this without knowing the bounties. As you get to kind of figure it out as you go and say, okay, he has to be worth roundabouts, as you just said, 3 to 4, and what about this guy? And it really changes the dynamics pretty much all the way through until the final table, and then it's it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it also saves us having to try and figure out what the ranges actually should be based on the bounties.
Yeah.
Because that is very difficult, and would probably embarrass myself a lot.
Now we get to just hypothesize of. So we have deuces here real fast, but we have a larger stack from the Gee Man, as he has roughly 90 big blinds under the gun. So we were talking about deuces earlier, but that was off of a much shorter stack. So deuces become more playable. And if you look around the table, Jack, I mean, we have some very, very, very deep stacks here, with three of them being that 1 to 150 range.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, deuces obviously play a lot better the deeper you are, so I think this should be a fine open. It would be nice if you covered the big blind, but I think it's fine. One thing about deep stacks is that I think people routinely under 3-bet very deep and just start to put a lot of hands into the flat range that they're just like uncomfortable playing a big pot with. When really like 100 big steep, it makes sense to just like, 3-bet a lot of hands for value, and not really worry about getting 4-bet because it's not going to happen very often, or worry about like playing some massive pot. It's just about getting value for your hands. So I think you can open a bit more liberally.
Yeah, that makes sense. Deuces once again showing up with the verse, but all the other deuces are dead. I don't really expect there to be a whole lot of action on this hand per se. I gotta be honest, I'm looking at that hand now that you're talking about of the punt. I mean, honestly, Scott has to be just very stationy there. Seems like a very reasonable line against his particular holding, where he doesn't beat anything really on the river, except maybe occasional queen jack suited that goes for it.
Yeah, or the complete random jack 4 off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem was I did a sort of like I can't see you so you can't see me thing. I covered my eyes. I had no read on him, but obviously he had someone tell him, don't fold versus this guy. So I was like, nice, he doesn't know I'm blasting off everywhere, so I can just do it again. And like as soon as I bet river, he just said, you have a reputation. And I was like, fuck.
Well, shit.
Yeah, so at that point it was all over.
As you slowly pray for the next 2 minutes while he makes up his mind. I was talking with a friend the other day. I don't want to say who it was, but he was talking about a read that he had on Helmuth, actually, and it just comes from there being so much footage of him out there and how he incorporated it. And he said, I did this and this based off of it, and there's footage of it, of this hand, and you go and you watch it, it's exactly what he said. And he's just like, I knew as soon as he did this, he was bluffing. And it's one of those things when there's a lot of footage on people, someone has watched it, and it may come up down the road that really pertains to playing against that particular opponent. It could be a really big game changer.
Yeah, I think if you're careful and systematic about it, then that's definitely something that you can pick up on some useful stuff. I think you also have to be careful not to overgeneralize from small things. Like if you see someone play in a certain style in one tournament, or even a couple of hands from different tournaments, you can think, that guy he plays like this, and then you try and put that into practice. And quite often players, they just had whatever reason for playing that way on that day. Like people who watch my main event run from 2017 probably massively gonna over adjust versus how I play now.
Well, don't give that away, guys. Everyone keep calling Jack down all the way. Bluffs like a maniac. Jack
this could be the double bluff.
Truth.
Yeah, but the nice thing was when I won the one in Europe, I and if you watch the replay of that, I just play super tight the whole tournament and just win, like playing sort of boring poker. I mean, it was some nice hands in there, obviously, but I wasn't really going crazy or anything. I just felt that in that particular situation, it made sense to play, tight strategy. And there was I think, if someone just watched that, they might be like, oh, right, well, he's one of those guys, and they're not going to expect the Jack 4 squeeze.
But real fast, let's look at this one as Vlad led on the flop with an open ender and Guy turning the 3-7s. This may be just enough for Vlad to shut down on the river, as he has showdown equity against those spade draws, potentially say an 8-9 in there. But obviously we know Mr. Guy is not checking back, going for 66% of the pot by looks of things. And unless Vlad makes a hero call there, does find the fold.
I think Vlad has kind of an interesting check shove combo, possibly on the river. I would never call that. Well, I don't want to say never. I mean, I guess there's actually a decent argument to call, like, as you say, there's just a lot of draws for imposition to have there. Actually, the more I say it, I'm starting to think call might be a nice option there.
I feel like we would turn more of a 4-5 or 6-5 into a shove, as it blocks the boats and the straight. The deuce is a very irrelevant card.
True.
For blocking anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it's super unlucky for Vlad. I can't remember the last time I donked one of those boards from the big blind and didn't get a great run out. Just always seems to work out well when you do that. But
well, that's how you win.
Vanished. Yeah, I don't know. Well, no, some spots, they always work out terribly, right? Like if you flop a straight, for example, it's just never going to end well. But when you flop that nice low board from the big blind and you have like a little bit of equity, it's just always coming a one-liner in some way, and you're always going to get a fold on the river or make the hand. Just seems to always work out great.
I've definitely noticed that in recent times, because being an American, we don't have access to the same poker platforms as all of you Euros. So watching this coverage, watching the online millions here, I've noticed there's more donk leads on kind of these smaller flops from the blinds, which makes sense from a range perspective, but it's relatively new and hasn't happened before. I've also noticed some like queen small card offsuit are being turned more into kind of 3-bet pre-flop bluffs from the big blind. So it's interesting to note just how much poker has changed in that perspective of what's happening and what solvers are most likely telling some well-studied opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm annoyed about it because I was donking from the big blind back in 2017, 5 years ago, and the Germans were making fun of me, and I was like, yeah, I'm just splashing about being weird, and and then I blame Pads. He put it in his course, like a whole thing on donking the big blind, and he just like explained, no one's calling enough versus this, and you just like donk everything on these boards. I'm like, just don't tell these guys, like none of them are doing this, and they're all over folding to it still. But now the cat's out of the bag.
that's kind of the whole meta game of all this back and forth evolution, and watching it unfold is really fascinating. Even though I don't play Hold'em, I watch most of the events. I read all the articles, watch videos, just because I think it's a very fun and nuanced world that is continuing to evolve. So it's interesting to see it from kind of an outside perspective and still being able to recognize those little nuances.
Yeah, for sure. The game has changed a lot, even in the last couple of years. Okay. One trend I'm seeing in today's game, today's hands that we've seen, is a lot of bit too much c-betting, especially multi-way and out of position. I mean, this is obviously in position. Like, obviously, you see ace 10 deuce, you think like, oh, I just bet everything, but I think we can build like quite a decent amount of checkbacks on this board this deep. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think you have to range bet this one.
Paul just taking it down. Well, I noticed Frank also sized up there pre-flop. Went with, I want to say just over 3 big blinds pre-flop, and then went with a large sizing on the flop as well. I'm wondering if that's a component of the stack sizes, as he started with over 100 big blinds and Paul was in there with a 125, 150. It's kind of interesting to see that dynamic with the stack sizes and how he approaches it.
Yeah, it could be.
We have 131 players left, so we started less than 2 hours ago. Let me check real fast. Roughly hour and a half ago, and we've lost almost 100 players at this point. We started 228 on day 2. We're playing down to the final table tonight, and from that final table, we're going to crown our winner for $14,200 and I believe $88 alongside the bounties, which will be roughly a total between the two of about $25,000 to $30,000 for first place. So great little payout for a $160 buy-in.
Yeah, I can do a lot with an extra $30,000.
Yeah. Are you part of the paying taxes collective of poker players, or is that not a thing where you're currently located in Georgia?
I haven't been ever before, but actually moving here, I will end up paying some tax.
So in
it's pretty.
England, you don't?
Yeah, in England, it's just completely tax-free.
Oof.
It's considered gambling, and gambling is not taxed in the UK. So you don't even have to tell them about it. You just win. It's completely void. I'm unemployed in the UK.
That sounds beautiful.
Well, actually, the politically correct term that they've adopted is not currently working. They don't like. There's no option to say unemployed. It's not currently working. I guess not to offend anyone.
Well, we wouldn't want to offend you, as you're not currently working.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Well. But yeah, no. In Georgia, I will pay some tax while I'm here. But it's good. It's a reasonable amount. I know America, it's what, like half or something?
No, not that high. Let's say we won the main event. It'd probably be about 25%, I want to say.
Oh, really? As low as that?
Yeah, it's tiered based off of how much you make per year. So roughly that 20% bracket. That's a very speculative call there from Frank with, I mean, the nut wheel in all the mix games. The absolute worst hand possible, and chooses not to bet it on the river. Paul gives up and is going to be very happy here to take this 11 million chip pot against the absolute bottom of Frank's range.
Yeah, very fortunate run out for Paul.
I think Paul has to be near the chip lead if he's not the chip leader of this tournament right now, sitting with roughly 150 big blinds. And this table's still just stacked top to bottom. Vlad with 25 million, Mr. Gee over there 21 million. Frank, after that speculative call, down to only 18 million. So very healthy.
A lot of big stacks. Erdgaras. That Turkish? Something?
Which one?
Erdgaras. Seems Turkish to me.
All right. I'll go with it. See 08 Grinder out there in the chat. He's going to be joining me later in the booth. For all of you who have seen him on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, another great commentator that actually helped me get into this business, and he'll be joining us for the back 6 hours, I want to say, as we play down to the final table and the winner tonight. If Frank's calling with the deuce 4 in other situations, I don't see him folding the sixes for a long time to come without a lot of pressure coming from the ace king.
The big c-bet is interesting from ace king here. I'm not sure I love it. I think on this board, the small blind has kind of a lot of hands that just auto fold to any size, you know, sort of Jack 10 type hands. And then a lot of hands that will never fold to any size, like sixes plus basically, or fives plus. So I don't really see the point of big betting ace king here. Like, it makes sense to check back or just bet small. I guess there could be some balance reason. Could make sense to bet big if you want to bet your, you know, kings and aces big, and then you can bet ace king and just have like clean overcards to all the check calls. So I guess that could be the
makes
reason.
a lot of sense.
And then you
that
can bet
small blind
with
range,
your
as you said,
deeper
is
bluffs.
going to have a lot of that 10 jack, king jack suited type of range alongside those small pairs, which those small pairs are connecting a lot on that board texture. So seems large is not the way to go. Nice fold there off of 19 big blinds from Marco. Ace jack would have been drawing extremely thin against the ace king. Would you say Edgar is getting a little bit short into that 44 big blind territory to be going with 9-10 suited under the gun, or is it still just the right amount to be opening those type of hands?
Yeah, I think this hand's still going to be an open 9-10 suited, very, very good hand. And covering the big blind is always something to consider. Yeah, I think it's just good enough. I would always raise this. I guess you could fold 8-9 suited here. I guess you would mostly fold 8-9 suited here.
So right on the cusp there.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the fun part of tournaments, is
This
just the changing stack depths and what hands are appropriate to raise, and based off of your stack size.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the 6-8 call is pretty ambitious on the flop. Like, I don't think Paul's going to just like randomly stab much on the flop. And under the gun can still have a lot of decent hands to check. So I think calling bottom pair with like pretty bad backdoor redraw, it's not going to be the way forward. And yeah, the mods were so disgusted they flipped the table.
Flipping it over to Moss with the ace king in the big blind. I know for a fact Mary Budimov was at the final table. Last coverage that I did is a what was it? I believe she is a doctor from Canada, and she had won a previous tournament. So out there making final tables in the Party Poker Millions online, and looks like she's going to try to make another one tonight.
Yeah, she's a sicko. I played with her a load. I don't know how. Every time I play a party poker tournament, I'm playing against Budimov. Legend in the online streets.
That sounds like the most British name out there from an American perspective.
Budimov.
Budimov.
That does not sound British to me.
Oh. It sounds like some type of weird Cockney word that y'all would create.
Oh, Budimov. Yeah.
It depends on how you say it, you know?
Yeah. But looking at it, it doesn't look British to me at all. I wouldn't know where it come from. I mean, Canada actually sounds about right to me.
Yeah. French-Canadian, a little merging of the worlds. It doesn't look British, but when you say it the right way, I could see it. So, I'd say that's the only name I recognize at this table. And looking at future dynamics here, we have Benjamin Vincent there with just over 10 big blinds, and 12 big blinds, and Pierre Dargas sitting on 20 big blinds. So there's potential for some collisions to occur where one of them wants to get all in, and then if they have a large enough bounty for the table to start kind of going haywire off of that dynamic.
For sure, everyone should definitely be paying close attention to Benjamin's stack. He's the one they're going to be hunting.
And it is an interesting dynamic. Hunting is a really good word for it, Jack. Like, you really do, when you get into these situations, feel like it's the whole table versus you, and you're not wrong. I imagine Benjamin is going to be shoving the 12 big blinds, and unless he has a very, very large bounty, I don't see a call coming from anyone.
Yeah, he would need a very large bounty here to make any of these hands a call.
Because if we were in later position, Adriano could easily make this call, but he still has 6 players to act behind, so it turns into a very clear fold. I just feel everyone wanting to make the call and just kind of sigh folding slowly, bit by bit. And this is just a function of, if it was, say, a live event, everyone would fold quickly. We would have been on to the next hand a long time ago. However, this is just a function of, it is online. People are playing multiple tables, so it's not like they're trying to stall out or take their time on a clear fold. It's just kind of clicking buttons all around and saying, oh, okay, get back to this table. So I'm sure what's happening. At what point do you go from concentrating on this table, the larger event, and kind of shut down all the other cash games that you're playing? Like, how deep do you have to get before you stop multi-tabling?
Cash games. I mean,
no cash games for you.
Like I'll play some PLO cash, but I only do that when I'm down to very few tournament tables. I don't really play online these days, but when I did, I would play only tournaments, and when I got down to 4 less tournaments, then I could flick in a PLO table maybe.
Okay.
But in general, there's no cash going on.
Not on the Sundays?
Especially not on Sunday. Sunday, there's far too many tournaments to play.
So if you're not playing online right now too much, is there a large live scene in Georgia, or are you just doing other endeavors than playing poker right now?
Yeah, the latter. At the moment, I'm just I just moved here, and so I'm sorting all that sort of stuff out.
Of course.
Don't have my setup, and not entirely sure what the future holds for me in terms of playing online. There's a lot of live stops coming back globally, so want to attend more of those. So I'll probably see you in Vegas. I mean, I will see you in Vegas in June, and then from then on, not entirely sure how much online or live or other stuff I'll be doing, but yeah, right now it's sort of like a state of flux, so I'm waiting. Well, not waiting, but focusing on other things.
Real fast, let's focus on Alexander turning his king jack off into a bluff. Well, not offsuit, but no diamonds held in it, as Tomas is making a nice call there, blocking the aces, and has a 6 of diamonds for the flush. Yeah, if I wasn't at the World Series this year, I would definitely be checking out the Millions Europe in Barcelona. It's coming up starting June 2nd to June 12th. And for me personally, Barcelona is one of my favorite cities out there in the world to travel to. So it'd be a really nice excuse to kind of go out there, travel, see it once again, and play a little poker. But yeah, it's hard with the World Series being at the same time frame. But if any of y'all are in Europe and don't want to make all the way or can't make the trip over here, it's a great stop to go and check out.
I've always had a good time in Barcelona, but I think I'm the only person in the world that doesn't actually like the city.
Really?
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Oh,
I
love it out there.
Unpopular opinion, I know, but not my kind of city.
Well,
but I've got nothing but good memories.
Well, we're gonna see if Ritus here has good memories after his hand, as he's jamming all in on the button with pocket jacks. Wynn had opened the ace queen suited, with Mary calling that king jack of spades. Really only danger here was the ace queen calling. As we know, Mary will fold that king jack, so Ritus going to be left with some good memories about the jacks after all. I just like it. I think the food is very good. I like going down to the waterfront, and there's a library down there. It's a library, and you can go up to the 10th floor, the very top floor, and it overlooks the harbor, and they have it set up as a bar. So you can have drinks overlooking the harbor, and it's just a rooftop bar. It's one of the most magical places to me out there. So I have nothing but really, really good memories of Barcelona.
Fair enough. I've definitely never been there. Maybe that would swing it. You're right about the food. There's actually this sandwich they do out like right by the casino at the Coconut Club. Man, I dream about that sandwich sometimes.
All right, so I'll swap you rooftop bar locations. You swap me with sandwich shops, and next time both of our experience will be better.
Yeah, if we could combine those somehow, then wow, what a day that would be.
Game, set, match. looks like we lost some more. We're down to 114 players. So started at exactly double that, 228. So we've been sitting here now for the last almost 2 hours and shrank the field in half as we play on down to the final one.
If you halve the field every 2 hours, then you'll be finished by the time the universe ends, roughly.
Now I'm just going to sit here and stare off into space.
That's a maths joke. That's a maths joke for you.
Since you can never, ever eliminate everyone.
Exactly. You'll just end up with a fraction of a player.
Well, my brain is hurting now, so you're going to have to carry the show from now on until we go break and I can recover. We do have some short stacks now. We talked about Benjamin and Peter earlier. Alexander is in there with 20 big blinds as well. So we have a 10 big blind stack, a 15 big blind stack, and a 20 big blind stack to keep an eye on. But it's kind of interesting for me because I've always loved going to Barcelona. I've been twice now, and I've only ever stayed in a hostel. I've never stayed anywhere remotely nice, and
wow,
it's just been a hostile experience, but it's been such an amazing time every time. Amazing experience also is picking up aces when you're a 15 big blind stack. So do you expect to see, do you expect the jam here or the small, 2.2 raise trying to get some action?
Definitely would expect a raise, not a jam here. The thing is, I mean, he has
strong.
That's true, but if you're going to raise anything, it's probably going to start with aces, right? And then you can work around that. But also, it would be quite a big jam from this position in a normal circumstance. Plus, the other thing is, we don't know. He's still got almost 5 start stacks. So if he hasn't eliminated a lot of other players, like, his bounty factor might be really small and just not a consideration. So if he open shoves here, he might not be getting it called any wider than normal. So with that in mind, I think it makes sense just to min raise. I mean, he's over 15 big blinds deep and early position. Like, there's some argument. Like in vanilla, you probably don't have any shoves. So this may not be any need to include any if you don't have a big bounty factor. That's fair.
That's absolutely important piece of the puzzle that we don't have access to is how much he's worth. Is it worth the original? Has he gotten to this stage and not knocked anyone out? Or is he sitting there with 10 knockout bounties out there? So definitely a piece of the puzzle for that jam or unjam. I like it.
Yeah, if he had 10 unjam, yeah. If he had 10 times the start bounty, then you would probably just open shove and hope that someone's paying enough attention to realize they have to call extremely wide, because then they have to extend their range by a huge amount. I think it's something close to 10% more hands. Or it's not exact. That's not actually how it works. It's something like 10% less equity needed to call, something like that, which is a lot more hands. Probably more than 10%. But he's got 5 start stacks roughly. If he just had the start bounty, then the equity needed to call drops by less than 1%, probably. And then they assume that he's playing tight because it's PKO. So they might even, the call off range might even be tighter than normal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Crazy as that sounds.
It looks like we will see an all-in and a minimum of a call here with an ace-king from Benjamin, and the pocket tens from Adriano can go either way with a flat call here or a little bit of a raise, depending on how they wish to play it. But they're already this big stack at the table, 100 big blinds deep, likes to call. And it doesn't look like we'll pick up any more stragglers in this pot. So it'll be the ace-king offsuit versus the pocket tens. One king is dead. We already know that. A little bit of hidden information as we watch on high. Naked flop there for Bin as Adriano holds, making 10s and 8s by the river, chipping up to 34 million. And Benjamin Vincent is another player knocked out. Ace-king offsuit not able to catch up. And Adriano is building a very healthy stack as we get into the end stages of this tournament. Want to give everyone out there in chat a shout out. I see many of y'all. Delta, Axe for Grind, how you doing? I remember you from the Mixed Game Festival last year. Hope you're doing good. Talon Tovs, welcome on in. Appreciate everyone joining us for event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions online event. It's a $162 buy-in, 75 of which goes to the prize pool, and 75 of which is up for grabs in a bounty for every player. So we will see those bounties at the final table. But for now, we just have to realize that every player has one hanging over their head, and it's going to change the dynamics a little bit from a plain Jane vanilla no limit hold'em tournament. And I'm Nathan Gamble, joined by Mr. Jack Sinclair, the Georgian London resident. So, never having visited Georgia before, never really putting it in my wheelhouse of places to go, what is it that attracted you to that location? Is it a nice spot for weather? Is it a nice spot for poker, for partying, what attracted you to being out there?
It's a great living city here. It's also a great city to visit for a short time. Just, it's got everything you'd want, really. The weather is good. It's not incredible by any stretch, very temperate, but that's kind of my preferred temperature to live. Not a big fan of those like super hot places. But so yeah, the weather's good for the most part. Yeah, just great food, great people. It's beautiful, and I don't know. I like the atmosphere and the attitude of the people here. I like how they see the world. Feel like I'm with my people here.
Nice. I'll have to maybe put down a place to visit that I never had before. Real fast, Thomas is visiting the 3-bet streets with his Queen Jack suited against a raise under the gun by Adriano with pocket fours. Definitely a stack depth to make this call, which he does. And favorable flop here for Tomas, flopping top pair. Yeah, it's one of those fun parts about being an American is we're not very well versed in geography, so it's always fun to hear about other places in the world outside of our little bubble. And nice pickup there for Tomas, as we are going into another break for event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions online event. And we have roughly 100 players left as we play down to the final table here in a few hours, and from there into the winner and the podium finishes. My name is Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, alongside Jack Sinclair, winner of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And we will be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
is, Henry. The man that I feel I've said his name more than anyone. Maybe him and Rock Costisa are the names I've said the most over the last year and a half.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Including, you know, my brother's name, my mum's name, the dog's name. You know, it's all. It's been Artur and Rock. Here they go. Artur limping in with Queen 6 of Diamonds. Henry from the hijack. Spicy. Limping in off 15. Watch and learn, kids.
The thing is, James, if I did that, everyone would be screaming at their screens, and what is this fish doing? But when Artur does it, everyone runs to their computer, checks the solvers, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you meant to do that every now and then.
Well, courtesy of the limp, we see through a poll, but everyone has a little bit. Artur, a top pair, is going to bet when check to Chan. Overcard, gut shot, but with 1.5 million chips. Well, there we go. It is going to stick around, and let's start off with the bottom end open ender, Henry. But 300k, this may seem very attractive. Wow.
Yeah, you know, turn a 10 and you don't really know where you're at.
Right.
Especially against the short stacks, the SPR are going to be so low. Wow.
That's not a bad turn card for Chan. The nuts. Comes out bearing tiny. Really quick as well, Henry.
Artur's dug himself a hole. Can he find the ladder to climb on out of it? Not yet. He's going to stick around for at least one. Fortunately for him, doesn't improve.
Yeah, look at that, just a mini left. 25k chips, the only ones left in Chan's stack. There we go, Chan goes for half a milli. Henry just desperate to get paid here. And I mean,
if he's up against a 10, it's going in anyway, right? So he's just trying to get some value from two pair.
Right. And I suppose the kind of range of hands Artur limps with here, we'd expect to have two pair if they've got something, right? You're not, I guess we're not expecting to see Queen 6 of Diamonds, but Chan might expect to see some of those connected cards in the middle that have stuck around on the turn, so this does make a lot of sense in that sense. And I guess that's why Artur probably folds this one, Henry.
Here's a tank. I mean, what do you think Artur's thought process is here, though, right? He's tanking.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what bluffs we could bet up against here. I can't. King 9?
Wow.
Something, wow.
Does call it off.
Oh, huge turnaround for Chan, a near double up. Starting the hand so short. Artur leaving himself well below 10 bigs.
Reminds me of that scene from The Matrix where he's like, see, he is human.
Welcome on back in, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, accompanied by Jack Sinclair, winner of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And we are here for event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions Online PKO special. When we left, there's roughly 100 players remaining as we play down to a winner tonight. and that winner will be taking home $14,000 alongside every single bounty that they collect. And we're at a new table now, Jack, and there is one very familiar name out there to me. Let's see if you agree.
Philip.
Yep, Philip's the man.
That's it. There's always going to be Philip.
We got Philip, but we also have Michael Gaffey, who is I believe, 4-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Holding a very commanding 100 big blind stack.
4 times. That's more than you and me combined.
Well, now, damn. He's well, this is why he just goes for it. I mean, he's sitting here with pocket fives. He's sitting here on 100 big blinds, and he jams it all in, which is, kind of acceptable to most people in a lot of different scenarios. But he is having 2 players with significant stacks behind him, with Keeney in there with 31 million. Michael Gaffey does not care. He is here for the win.
Yeah, I think with the big bounty power here, this can make sense for sure. You want to force out the 100 big blind stack behind.
And Edgar is in there with the Queen 9 offsuit. 2 overs that are unable to connect as Mr. Gaffey takes home some more bounties and a handful of chips to add to his overwhelming chip lead at 38 million. I think that's a very good point, Jack, of just how many bounties that player was worth kind of dictates the action. And I do have it pulled up. He has won 4 World Series of Poker bracelets, and a hidden mob of almost $3.8 million, originally hailing from Brussels, Belgium. Not sure where he is playing out of today, but if he makes the final table today, we'll see at what flag he is flying as of right now.
Yeah, I actually know Michael fairly well. I think he's a very, very good player. Hard worker too.
Well, your other fan favorite, Philip, is out there with a flush draw and a gut shot to the Broadway. So I know you mentioned Philip as soon as we came back, so I imagined you two have been flatmates for quite some time.
I believe it's a different Phil, but yeah, I mean, there could be any number of Philip H's out there. I mean, we all know if you're called Phil, you have to play poker. So
not only do you have to play poker, but you have to be good at it to boot.
Yes, of course.
Is there any more prolific name in all of poker? I mean, you have Ivy, Helmuth, Galifond. You've had some that have fallen off during the WPT days, such as I can see his face. I'm blanking on his particular name, but there's been 5 or 6 prolific Phils in the poker industry, and I don't think any other name comes remotely close.
And now Philip H.
Philip H, of course.
To fill the hole. To fill the hole. You forgot my mentor, Philip Grusum.
Of course. Is he still out there in the online streets taking it down on the daily, or it's a name I haven't heard in quite some time, to be honest.
No, he is retired now.
Okay.
He's got a baby now, and this is wife and baby and a little dog living in Mexico. Looks great.
Seems like a pretty good life.
Yeah, no time for poker anymore.
It's one of those interesting things. There's been a lot of poker players, as we'll get back to that shortly, as we see a jam here from the button with ace jack of diamonds. About 23 big blinds, trying to pick up the 2.4 in the middle. And we're just going to see how frisky Mr. Michael Gaffey wants to be. Decides to fold the ace 10, I feel rather appropriately. And Yannick here with the pocket threes has to call off half his stack. I don't imagine we'll see that call. But yeah, I think there's a lot of poker players that have come and gone that made a lot of money in poker very quickly, highly successful, and people wonder where they are now. And the reality of it is they don't need to play poker. They took that money, they invested in something else, and now they may play once in a while for fun, but on the whole, they kind of parlayed it into just living and enjoying life.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the, and fair play to them.
Absolutely.
To me, it's a little strange. Like I don't really want to stop playing poker, even if I had the financial ability not to. But things can change. Maybe I change my mind if I made as much as these guys.
If you'd won the real main event as opposed to the side main.
Hey, they're both real. Very prestigious.
Absolutely.
How prestige doesn't pay the bills.
How is the bracelet for the main event in Europe? Is it as big and flashy? I don't know if I've ever seen the European version.
It is not as big. It is definitely not as big. No, it's basically a regular one with some diamonds in it. So it's a little iced out, but it's modest in comparison to that belt they wheel out at Vegas. I mean, everything's modest compared to that.
Yeah, it's funny because I've met more than a couple people that think that is what every bracelet looks like, and definitely not the case. We do not get super studded, gem encrusted belts for regular bracelets.
I mean, I think the melt value of it is probably higher than some bracelet events first prizes. I think it's worth like $50,000 or something.
That sounds about right. And the sad thing is the vast majority of them simply put it into a safety deposit box or something of that nature because they don't want it floating around their house and someone to find out and then try to rob them of it. Interesting hand here that has some potential as we see an open with the ace king off, a flat from the queen jack of spades, and William has either a flat or a shove pending. Does opt for the shove with the pocket sevens, and we will see a race situation from the ace king offsuit. I imagine the queen jack will find a fold.
Yeah, I think everyone pretty much only has one option in this hand. Can't see another way to play these hands.
The only way is potentially if William just had all of the knockout bounties there for Philip to go after, but we see a flip developing ace king versus pocket sevens. The flop providing no real opportunity, turn giving William a flush draw and reducing Pacini's outs with a whiff on the river. William taking home a nice 16 million chip pot to run up to roundabouts 45 big blinds, and a nice little pickup there. So with the move that you just went through, do you know where your bracelet is now? Did you keep in some sort of storage or deposit, or is it in a cardboard box in the kitchen?
No, it's out there actually. It's I keep it in my suitcase. Well, I don't always keep it in my suitcase. I put it in my suitcase when I was moving. I didn't really want to put it in the boxes for the movers, and I just felt kind of low security. But then I also didn't want to like go out of my way to do it. I mean, just stick it in the suitcase. It's normally fine.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take it in hand luggage. That seemed like overkill.
I would probably take it with me on the plane versus taking it in a check bag.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable. But I had a very heavy book in my hand luggage, so I had to jettison the bracelet.
Del Topico wondering why not just wear it? Well, I mean, what's safer than just putting it on your wrist and wearing it around?
Well, unfortunately, it's sized for the XXL gambler, so unless I took a link out of it, it's gonna just fall off for the most part. It's way too wide for my puny wrist.
I tried wearing one of my bracelets one time, and the clasp is just so hard to actually get on. I don't think I ever successfully put it on. I was like, all right, well, that was nice.
Yeah, you have to like be a real ninja with your hands. You're like getting it kind of fiddling for ages. You have to get someone else to do it, basically.
That's the only real way. Grinder saying that you keep it in your bag so it rings whenever you hit a metal detector, and you just have to be like, sorry gents, it's just my world championship bracelet. That's fair play. You see a 2.5x raise here from Gathy on the button, being met by a 3-bet from Yannick in the small blind, and Gathy will make the call to a rather innocuous king at 7-3 rainbow board. There's no fear from Mr. Gathy.
Not afraid to take it to the streets. And quite a loose peel on the flop, I think. Seems... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like backdoor hands are always going to be a better float here. But it's not too bad. Ace of spades could be useful. And I mean, yeah, could I mean, it should be good fairly often on the flop, but it's still a pretty bad flop for us. So for in position, so I think I would fold the flop.
Well, the ace of spades is certainly useful on the river, as Gathy goes for a full value alongside the bounty from Yannick. Yannick will make the appropriate fold. Yeah, that definitely seems like a very loose float on the flop. With just backdoor Broadway draw. Looks like we'll have a battle of the pocket fives on this hand. Yeah, I was thinking about as soon as I asked you, because as I said, we moved to Vegas about a month and a half ago ourselves. And I don't think I actually know where my bracelets are right now.
So hard to keep track of all of them. You got, for me it's easy. I only have one.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to win a couple more just so I know where I have some bracelets this summer. No, it's funny. I've been playing poker for over 20 years now, since I was 12, and it's definitely part of who I am, and my parents know this very much. And when I won my first bracelet, my mom called and she was like, "Congratulations on winning WPT." I'm just like, all right, that sums it up. If your name's not Phil Hellmuth or Negreanu or Ivy, then this is real life.
Well, it's nice that she noticed and made the effort.
the effort was there.
Okay, 5s v 5s.
I imagine we see this either going with the chop or ending up in Gathy's stack, just from a perspective of position. But he does check it back on flop and is met with a lead here on turn from Pacini.
Quite surprised by the lead on the turn. I'm not sure it really achieves that much, except for just making imposition fold like... Actually, I can't think of any hand that imposition can fold here. That checks back flop 10-8 somehow. No, but that even calls. So I can't think of a single hand for imposition to fold on the turn. So I guess we're value betting against ace high, which is okay. Yeah, actually, I mean, just value betting against draws and everything. It all seems fine. I think I would bet a bit smaller with 5s, but yeah, seems fine.
Ooh, this one has a fun outlook on the horizon. Pocket 3 should be a fold here on this 20-ish big blind stack. We'll see if Philip follows through with that, but looking ahead at William with the aces, Gathy with that ace 4 suited, and then small blind Cal having the pocket 10s. So definitely some real opportunity here to see some violence. Gathy's one that's going to take these suited ace wheel cards and really go to work with them more than most players.
For sure. I think you have some players, although it's rarer now, who will 3-bet any suited ace at a very high frequency, especially the wheel aces. But they make a lot of sense as flats as well. Doesn't make sense to just constantly be 3-betting them. It's really nice to have suited ace for flatting when people can overcall worse suited hands behind, and you can overflush them, which is worth a lot.
Absolutely.
So I like the
and
flat.
It makes sense to jam here with pocket 10s or small blinds, but he'll be sad to see it meeting up with the pocket aces, as 1-10 is already dead, flops not much, and turns a gut shot straight draw, but whiffs on the river. We have another victim as William stacks up a 21 million chip pot with those pocket aces, and we're down to 82 players right now. So great fold from Gathy, great pickup from Will, and sad to see yet another worthy contender fall by wayside. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So what you were saying, Jack, of those suited wheel ace, they're really good to get in there and do some 3-betting and to balance out your range, but you also want other players behind you to have the ability to make a smaller flush that you're able to dominate and really get some stacks from.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, suited aces just work for everything pretty much all the time. You know, they're just great hands. So it makes sense to have them in the 3-bet and the flat range.
Absolutely. Frank going with a very large 3.5x sizing. We are in 2022. This sizing was kind of more traditional back in the early days of poker, but it may make sense if he's targeting specifically Philip in the big blind. He's trying to put more of his stack in there and potentially get a bounty from Philip H.
Yeah, the 3.5x has had a bit of a renaissance recently. I think partially due to Dominic Niche, who was famous or infamous for using a limp or 3.5x strategy. And he's the only person or the only pro who does that. And I think there are some instances, like bigger bets pre-flop in general, or bigger raises in general have become more of a thing recently. I think it's quite understudied though overall. I think that, you know, there's some spots where it makes sense theoretically, but whether actually that translates into the real games or not is another question. I'll use them sometimes.
If all of your opponents are sitting here making a 2.2x raise, and then you say, okay, I'm going to study making it 3.5x, and those players aren't studied on it, how do you think it kind of changes the dynamics? Does it really put it into your favor where you're completely outside the norm and they don't quite know how to respond to you?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's the idea, that you just take people out of their comfort zone early in the hand and go into spots that you know, but they don't. It's kind of a double-edged sword, though, in my opinion, because all the time you spend studying these limped or 3.5x pots, you're not studying regular pots, which you're still going to have to play. You know, you can't change the size other people open, so you still have to play against the smaller raise all day long. And yes, you'll put them in awkward spots, but also, like, you're never going to be so studied that these spots aren't also going to be awkward for you. You know, when you played your whole career min raising, and now you're like, well, okay, I'm going to study 3.5x for a little bit, and then I'm going to take everyone into these awkward spots. Well, I mean, you might know more than them, but you know, you probably don't know it as extensively as maybe you should. The other thing is, like, you have to make pretty big assumptions about how people play pre-flop, which you're not going to know because there's not enough data on it, right? I mean, there's essentially no data on it. So if you're playing with pre-flop ranges that are at best a guess, then what you study post-flop can be, like, heavily affected by that. And so you end up thinking you're playing the spot better than your opponent, but actually you're playing against a completely different range. So yeah, I don't know. It can be good. I think, you know, start small. Maybe try playing some, you know, the occasion, like a limp on the button strategy, and seeing how that works out. Seeing how people adjust and stuff. So before like deciding you're going to switch to these massive sizes. And
interesting check raise there from Frank. I feel like I allow Mike to just kind of blast off against your particular ace queen holding.
I'm not sure about that one. I think it's fine, just good enough to check raise. Versus under the gun, deep covered, it's maybe makes sense to check call, but I think you don't want to never check raise, and ace queen should be strong enough, and also likes a little bit of protection there because of the nature of the board. I think we're okay with folding Michael off some under pairs because they never put more money in unless they hit something.
That's definitely a fair point, where it's one of those, if he has that under pair, then he can get 2 free looks at it, and the only thing it can do is be detrimental to you. So that makes some sense. Philip calling the under the gun raise here with pocket eights on a sub 20 big blind stack, roundabouts of 17.5. I imagine Gathy is going to join them to the flop, which favors Yannick with top pair, but doesn't really give anything else to see this play out. I know I've watched and commentated on the Galfon Challenge extensively, and I've been looking through his course online, and he talks a lot about you always need to be able to have some raises on different board textures, one of which being ace high after getting 3-bet from a player. And it's something a lot of players don't incorporate, is having enough raises and check raises on board textures that do favor the in position opponent. And it really provides a lot of balance that most players don't incorporate into their game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of difficult things to find in No Limit Hold'em and PLO, I guess, as well, where stuff that just looks good for your opponent or looks bad for you, you just simplify to always playing passive. But that's pretty rarely the case, that you just completely roll over on certain boards. I mean, it is sometimes, and I think it's not the worst adjustment. If you don't know, then defaulting to one action, you know, either playing passive on boards that are bad, or always playing aggressive on boards that are good, even when there's a lot more subtleties. You know, it's okay. You start with a rough idea and hopefully refine your strategies over time. But certainly, yeah, that's one of those things that's really going to separate the best guys is knowing the exceptions to the rules.
Makes sense. This table right now, we've kind of weeded out most of the short stacks, except for Philip H. But as we've talked about with Mr. Phil, he's one of the best in the world, and he's not going to roll over easily. So we can expect to see Phil just really put his chips to work shortly and make a nice comeback for the final table run, as any good Phil would do. Fun little flop here, as William has not only the top pair, but the nut flush draw to go with it. And from my perspective, that seems to be an excessively large bet. Obviously, you're more than happy if Yannick jams on you, but does take it down because Yannick folds the bottom pair correctly.
Yeah, it's a good board for betting big, but his exact hand didn't make a lot of sense. Could still be fine. But button versus big blind, 25 big steep, I think you should be able to split between large and small bet there. And given that, like ace 4 of spades seems like a clear small bet. Like you're absolutely fine with getting check raised any size, so don't mind inducing it a bit more. You want to get called by a 6. You want to get called by a lot of worse hands, and that you make fold with the big bet, particularly a 6. And like even it's kind of hard to call with a king there. If you just have a naked king with like a bad kicker, it's kind of a unappealing check call even then. So okay, even if they always call a king, you get rid of all the 6s, and yeah, I don't know. It seems like too big for this hand.
Maybe they're hoping that their opponent has a smaller flush draw, and they're giving him an opportunity to just jam all in with that sizing. It's kind of hard to say from that, but Kathy just seems to be slowly picking up chips at this table. I do see a comment out there from 10X saying that their internet's dead and they can't log in right now as there are 40 players left at a tournament. Sadly, 10X, we're not able to help you from our side of the house. We're just the commentators watching. Hopefully one of our mods can put you in touch with the right people, or Party Poker will be able to get you logged back in quickly. I wish you the best on that one, but sadly I'm not going to be able to get you connected any faster. And we've all run into that problem before, Jack, when your internet dies, you're deep on a tournament, and it can be a painful experience.
Yep, that happens to everyone. I don't know what the situation this person is facing is, but I would try putting the Party Poker app on your phone or something, or just trying a different device. Sounds
Running
like
over to a friend's house. I've definitely had to run next door to a friend's house and bang on their door to log in from their computer before.
Well, there's the famous story of Charlie Carroll winning Scoop Main from a Starbucks in Mexico. because their internet died.
There was that one, and who's it? Ryan DePaulo that won his bracelet from a Whole Foods parking lot when it was an online bracelet.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, said, I'll just plug my computer into the car, sit here all night, and play off free Wi-Fi. Why not?
Yeah, I once won an online tournament on my phone in a bar. Winamax main event. That was great.
I feel like you're not too social when that's going on. Everyone else is sitting around drinking, having a fun time, and you're head down in your phone.
Yeah, I mean, I was with a poker player and a poker dealer, so they knew what was going on. I was just constantly showing them hands and be like, "Yeah, he doesn't have anything here. I'm all in." Just progressively getting more and more drunk. And
How much was it? How much was first place?
It was I think it was like 30,000 or something.
Well, there you go. That picks up a couple bar tabs.
Yeah. I don't remember who paid. I think they flipped for it.
See a couple names out there that, while I don't actually recognize them, they're kind of fun. We have Marcel Kessler, which makes me think of the infamous Marcel Luce and Alan Kessler all at the same time, which I never thought would be a reality. Yuri Gama, who Yuri, the nerd guy online, is another high-end Brazilian player, Yuri Dizanowski. Different Yuri, but very fun guy, great poker player, and always a fun guy to see at the series. So, don't actually know a single person at this table, but just makes me think of other people out there in the poker world.
Yeah, a marriage between Marcel Lusk and Alan Kessler would be that's frightful. I know Leon Sturm.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know him, but I've played with him a lot online.
He's a real person. I played day 2 or day 3 of the PLO8 bracelet, the first one I won with Marcel Lusk. And I ended up running into him probably 20 minutes or so after I won. And he was like, he remembered me because we've been chatting a bunch, and he was just like, "Oh, how did you do? How did you finish in the tournament?" Because he knew I made a deep run. And I was like, "Well, I won it," and he was like, "No shit!" Oh, and he's so happy about it. He's one of the most fun guys in poker that's been there for such a long time.
Yeah, complete legend. Very very funny guy. Have you seen his song?
Many. I mean, which one? He's been.
I mean, the poker song.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to look into it on break.
Oh, you've got to check this out. It's fantastic. It's really, really good. Marcel Lusk's poker song.
I'm gonna pull it up now so I don't forget. Flying Dutchman. All right, I got pulled up 4-minute video. I'll watch that one on break.
Perfect use of your time.
Yeah, Delta Pecco 1965 asking us to post a link. I mean, I just did a simple little Google search here for Marcel Luce poker song. Very first one up there.
I'll verify it's the right thing.
Yeah, I don't want to be posting anything too inappropriate out there, but I could have rickrolled the entire chat, I suppose. We have 67 players left. And if I'm not mistaken, Jack, this is your last segment with me, and I'll be joined by 08 Grinder next go around. So, does that sound right in your book?
Sadly, that is it. It's almost 3 a.m. here. I've got a meeting with curtains lady tomorrow morning, so I've got to get to sleep.
That's definitely fair. Curtains and blinds kind of help sleep out quite a bit. We're still running into that issue, and we're getting it resolved shortly, but I feel your pain.
Well, I have curtains here, but I'm moving into a different place shortly, so we need curtains there. In fact, I'm planning on getting shutters as well on the outside, because for me, it's like I need a pitch black room. Otherwise I'm pretty unhappy.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. It's always one of the most difficult parts for me about moving to any new location. It takes a while to get everything set up and to get into the right accommodations to be able to sleep well. So the first month or two is kind of rough.
Yeah, traditionally I put black bin bags on windows if I'm staying somewhere.
Yeah.
And they don't have good curtains or anything. So I just tape a load of bin bags together and stick them on the window. I mean, it looks not amazing, I'll be honest, but it does mean you can sleep.
I mean, so long as you're not trying to take anyone back at nighttime and they walk in and think you're about to murder them, then you're safe.
Yeah, it helps if there is some kind of curtain or blind that you can put down in front of them, so it doesn't just look like you're a mass murderer and you've got all these bags up to stop people seeing your evil doings.
Yeah, I feel like you're going with trash bags. To me, that's a pure and utter serial killer move. Great Bluff is suggesting tinfoil if you're in a pinch, and that just makes me think complete conspiracy theory nut. Interesting flop real fast here for Raphael, as he has top pair leading against a small overpair of Ignatius under the gun.
Yeah, I quite like this from Raphael. Ignas can't fold any ace high on this board, and probably isn't ever gonna turn it into a bluff, so you can just bet twice for value and check river, expect to win a lot. As it is, I think sixes probably missed a raise on the flop. Just going to be doing very well against the big blind leading range, and also the hand is kind of vulnerable. But I think maybe it's okay. Maybe sevens you want to raise more, sixes you have the straight draw and also the heart, so maybe it's fine to call twice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never quite thought before about what you use to put blinds on your windows in a pinch says about you. So I think I've always just gone normal, never gone with the serial killer vibes or any of that, but Ignace, Mr. J, Boosted J, that's an old school name, Boosted J, in there with that 10-9 of diamonds in the big blind. And one of those beautiful hands you were talking about earlier that has so much playability. And
yeah, I think Raphael might open shove here, and 10-9 suited probably going to be a fold unless Raphael's got a lot of bounties. But okay, just limps. Now it could just be a jam with 10-9 suited as well. It's got good equity and folds out a lot of better hands. But both playing pretty passive here.
I like how you want there to just be all the jams going on, chips be flying, and violence, and they're definitely taking a more conservative route on you.
Well, these are never full frequency options.
Of course. As Mr. Douglas K. Polk likes to say, sometimes you can raise, sometimes it's better as a call. You gotta mix it up a little bit.
That's it.
I imagine we see another bet here on the turn from Ignas. But I mean, it's one of those things. Is it's a hand that has so much equity that you don't want to get jammed on and have to fold it off. So it does make sense as a check back on turn as well, and just shuts it down after getting called on the flop. So small little pickup there, but necessary for Raphael to continue building his stack, and moves off to another table to hopefully continue his ventures.
Good old-fashioned hit and run.
One of the funniest things I ever had was playing cash games. Is I want to say 10 o'clock at night, someone sits down within the first 5 or 10 minutes. They double up in PLO, and then play 2 more hands. They look at their watch. They say, "Oh, I gotta go to the gym. I got a gym appointment." And we're all just like, "What? It's 10:30 at night. What? If you want to double up and walk, just double up and walk. Don't give us the excuse there." So now anytime I'm in a situation, I'm just like, "Guys, gotta go to the gym. It's time to go."
I forgot my shoe repair guy was coming round. I gotta leave. Whoa. Guess I cash out. Am I up? I don't even know.
That's. We'll see you later. I got the ladies coming over to do my blinds. What about y'all, chat? Have you ever heard or used some wonderful, beautiful excuses to get out of the poker game after the fast double up? Shame on you if you have, but we still want to hear what excuses you've used. Nice little turn card here for Bruno, turning flush draw, and goes with just over a pot-sized bet, which should get the job done against Nelson's king high. Yeah, I've never really been a big tournament guy. I mean, really and truly, I put in 98% of my tournament volume during the World Series of Poker, and the rest of the time I play cash. So I don't know how you make it work just playing tournaments the majority of the time.
Well, the majority of the time it doesn't work.
That's fair. That's fair.
But it doesn't have to work that often. That's the key thing.
How many tournaments would you say you play during the World Series?
I think, I've been 3 times. I think something like 40 or 50. Not like a ridiculous amount.
40 or 50 per event, or like per series, or total?
You mean like in the summer in Vegas?
Right.
Yeah, about 50 per year.
Okay.
I think something like that.
That's a pretty healthy amount.
Yeah, it's sort of medium, I think. I know guys that probably are closer to like 70, 80, maybe more. But the thing is, I always go deep, so it takes more time.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. If you're planning on playing 70, 80 events, you make day 3s a bunch. You can't play as many. It's reality tournament poker.
Oof, nice river. Probably not going to get much action here. On the one-liner 3 flush, double over card, run out. Oh, he checks back. Ooh. Don't like that.
Did not want to get check raise there. Martin picks up, 10 big blind, 5 million chips, but I think we left a little bit of meat on the bone there with the top set on the river, and it could come into play on this hand with 10s under gun versus Yuri and an ace king off, lurking right behind. These are the tricky spots of tournaments to me, where you're saying here you have 30 big blinds, you raise under gun pocket 10s, Yuri most likely is going to make it about 3.2 million, 3.5. Just goes with the straight 3 million. Is this a spot you're traditionally going to just call in with that stack depth, or what's kind of you go to say no read on the player, brand new player?
Yeah, so this is obviously a really unpleasant spot with tens because of the positions. You're so early that you're expecting the 3-bet just to be very strong, and also very polarized. They're not going to 3-bet call nines most likely. So if you shove, you're just hoping they have ace king, ace queen, and enough folds on top of that to make it worth doing. In a vanilla tournament, I would always, well, not always, but with no reads, I'm mostly flat here, just because I'm pretty confident to play post flop in this situation, and I don't really see them 3-bet calling ace queen, so it's really only ace king that we get it in good against, and I just expect them to be a little bit too strong. If they have loads of bluffs, then it makes sense to jam just because you fold them off equity. But all of that changes when you're in a PKO. If they're going to 3-bet call wider, like ace queen nines kind of thing, then it makes a lot more sense to jam this hand. And also folding them off equity matters a bit more.
Well, Martin is now in the blender, finds a fold as Yuri just jams on that deuce of spades turn, and really picks up a nice pot. Very
It's
interesting.
a nice jam by Yuri. I don't see that very often.
No. Another one developing here. Starting to get some hands here as we head towards break shortly, with Bruno with the ace queen suited versus the jacks of Marcel, late positions. Yeah, that jam on the turn was not something that you typically see. You'll see a lot more recreational players check back on the turn, and it's very rare that you'll see a jam from the majority of players out there.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the hand has got a pretty good draw at that point. You have 6 overcards and 4 straight cards to hit. So it's like, it's pretty much the best draw since the board is rainbow. And you still get them to fold a lot of better hands. So I think it's a pretty nice play. Also quite hard to have bluffs when you're 3-betting, but early versus early.
So Bruno here flatting the ace queen suited against the button raised by Marcel, and flops a royal flush draw. Yeah, if we play all 7 cards, we got the royal flush. Jack would be one in many, many hundreds of thousands.
Something like that.
So it went from, if Marcel was to hit Jack on the turn, it'd be very detrimental. And now it'd be such a beautiful card on the river. But instead, it goes check all the way down with the royal flush draw of Bruno versus the jacks of Marcel. And do you think we can expect to see a little bit of a value bet here? As the jacks rate to be the best hand, but no, just very passive.
Yeah, it's a spot. It looks like your hand's probably good enough to value bet, and it probably is. It's once you check back twice and then bet river, you kind of just exactly rep this hand. So you put yourself in an awkward spot where kind of expect them to fold nines now. So you're not getting value, and then if they put you on exactly what you have, then they just have a decision whether they want to try and put you in the cage or not by check raising. So yeah, it's a pretty weak looking line from jacks, but I don't really mind it depending on, if you really don't know what you're going to do versus a raise. I mean, you basically always have to fold versus a raise, but given that you play your hand so face up, you got to be kind of concerned about getting bluff raised. and just not getting enough value if they're going to make a good fold in nines. So yeah, I think the hand, it's a pretty unfortunate run out, I guess. And
That's
quite hard to
where-
know what to do with jacks there.
We're approaching another situation here as Leon has jammed in 10 big blinds after an under a gun raise from Nielsen with the ace three diamonds. And the most advantageous scenario is unfolding right now if this will get Marcel to fold the pocket eights. He goes from being a slight dog to now being a 70-30 favorite over Nielsen. But no, the eights call 75 million chip pot, Jack.
Wow.
Ace
Leo must
jack
have a
of
big
hearts,
bounty.
the short stack. Marcel ahead with the pocket eights, needs to dodge primarily Nelson's. And how about that for a dodge? Eights full of fours, greeted by quads on the river. 76 million chip stack for Marcel, knocking out both Leon and Nielsen. What a hell of a hand there.
Wow, that is a big pot right there.
And
That's
it was
amazing.
almost a snap call. It was, the ace jack shoves, undergun thinks for a minute, shoves in 33 million, and it's almost snap called with the quad eights. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that there must have been a very large bounty in play.
I think so. Or the ace deuce player must have been going completely nuts. But we've been watching this table for a bit. I don't think that can be the case. So yeah, it must have been a big bounty.
And this is another hand that could develop depending on how Zhao proceeds with the queen jack off. Potential jam with 22 big blinds. Potentially a call and hitting a top pair against the overpair of Yuri. So this has potential to be very dangerous for Zhao.
I love the min raise with kings pre. That's a good strategy, I think. Queen jack, I think, should mostly just call pre. It doesn't really get called by worse and doesn't really fold much better. So it's okay. You make king 4 or something fold, but I think in general it's a call pre-flop because you're also keeping queen 4 on that sort of hand.
Absolutely. And the kings do turn top set with the king of clubs. And now it's an awkward spot on the river. He does make the call, and Joao is leaving us as Yuri scoops up a 27 million chip pot to move into 44 million in chips. And I see the Forge out there asking, are these real money numbers or just chips? These are tournament chips. This is the Party Poker Online Millions. Event number 45 is a $160 buy-in, 75 of which went to the prize pool, $75 went into bounties. And yeah, they're not playing for $44 million on every pot, as we be getting into a $1 billion chip pot later on. So this is a tournament with about 30,000 going to first place.
I think this table's broken, is it? Oh, okay, we're good.
All right. Well, then it looks like we are going on break from, as we said, Party Poker Millions Online, event number 45. And Jack, you're going to be leaving us, so I appreciate your time. I appreciate the banter. I look forward to doing commentary with you again down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me. Have a good night. Or day, I guess.
Cheers. We'll see everyone shortly.
Poker News team doing the Lord's work out on the main floor. So if you do have any friends or family in the upcoming main event that aren't on the feature table that you want to sweat.
Yeah. Updates, of course, will follow along with the stream here, so you won't inadvertently give yourself any spoilers, guys. So you can safely check that site, especially if you want to see what's going on another table. Although, like I say, we're not far from the table, so you need not panic. Macaulay popping it up. Mantis, ace queen, going for the 3-bet.
1 million.
Well, as I just said there, Henry, this is a scary one. You and ace queen to 3-bet this man who's just flat ace jack from the small.
3-bet fold.
Entirely possible.
Seem unlikely though. Actually, no. 3-bet fold seems fine. Just more excuses, Josh.
Yeah, come on, guys. We've been telling you about millions North Cyprus.
That's
for weeks.
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
And there's plenty of time to still get here. Play these fantastic events in some fantastic setting. Oh, we're reaching.
Oh.
Looks like calling chips, Henry. Up to the flop we go.
Wow. An ace high board. GG's for the Frenchman. SPR less than 1.
Yeah, this one far from run though. Ace 10 of hearts, plenty of potential, even up against ace queen. Queen jack 4, 1 heart, gut shot for Macaulay with backdoor hearts. Mantis though with, well, top Henry. It's nice when you 3-bet ace queen off, you get called. You've got, as you say, SPR of 1 and you do flop top. Better than you can hope for.
Did you just go like really small, like B 20% or something? B 25.
Yeah, it's nice to see that kind of stuff, Henry. We're seeing the shaking hands, the bit of nerves. The adrenaline is pumping through his body. And the check call from Macaulay now sees him turn in that flush draw. May he do something here? Is he potentially going for the stop and go? 2.2 and 3.9, or is he just happy to try and get ace 10 to show down? Still beats plenty of nonsense, Henry.
How much nonsense does our opponent have?
And there we go. Yeah, I mean, obviously checking and facing an all-in is a different measure, but
yeah.
You may have hoped to have seen a check back. It was not an unreasonable scenario.
It's like ace 5 of diamonds or whatever. Like
right.
You never get there, by the way, in this spot. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting a huge price.
Fold down, maybe see more cards.
Yeah, Mantas trying to look as calm as possible. I mean, I guess this is like the hand that he doesn't want to see. He's just like hoping he's up against like king, queen, or ace jack.
Right.
So, like,
I think
I think it would be more of a sweat if you get showed the ace 10 of hearts here.
Yeah. You know, as a queen would call maybe a hand like king jack suited here, tanking it up. Yeah, certainly wouldn't be happy to see ace 10 of hearts if it called. Would rather take the pot now, I would imagine. Playing pretty much correct chip odds. I wonder the face mask's got to help a little bit, Henry, if you're feeling a bit nervous. You know, for how long was the battle going? Here we go, Macaulay does fold. For how long was the battle going? We're arguing against face coverings, arguing against scarves. There was a huge debate. Spilled into early 2020, and now here we go. You guys have all got to wear face coverings.
Yes.
Who would have thought it?
Someone give Vogelsang a call.
Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here once again for the Party Poker's online million event number 45. And just before break, Jack Sinclair had to leave me, but I'm joined now by Mike Serrano, who many of you will know as 08 Grinder, longtime commentator in the online streets. How you doing, 08?
What's up? What's up, everybody? What's up, Nate? Brother, it's good to see you again.
It's always good to be back in the booth with you and be back with Twitch
Likewise.
chat
Likewise.
as we watch the Party Poker Online Millions event. It looks like we have a new table here that's opened up for us, so some brand new players. We've watched Bruno throughout the course of this, but right now we're watching a pair of jacks go up against Roman with a pair of aces. And blinds are 350 and 700,000, so not starting with too many blinds to work with for Peter. So be interested to see if he's able to maneuver this one.
Looks like we see a 3-bet and an all-in. Wow.
Alrighty, so that's going to definitely be favorable news for Roman. Going to find the call here with aces. Obviously, 37 million chip pot, about 50 of big blinds effective. And Roman needs these aces to hold up, which does so on the flop. No draw on the turn for Peter, and a very sad little king of hearts for him. Good game, good sir, as Roman chips up to 43 million. Or we're just going to have action all day long. That's going to be your greeting, Mike.
I guess. Earlier when I logged into the chat, I saw, what was it, ace queen suited fold to a 3-betting position, and I saw tens fold. I was like, wow, is this going to be this kind of a stream? I don't know.
No, I think he just hit the one little patch where we had some tight play, but
yeah, I know. But considering the stack depths now, yeah, we might see some more action.
Yeah, these PKO events are typically a little bit bloodier than your normal affair, as they have a bounty on every single player's head. So
this is interesting because we don't get to see the bounty amounts. Typically, from the past tournaments that we've seen, we've always seen the bounty amounts like somewhere like either above or on the side of the player's name, but here we don't see anything.
Well,
so
we'll see those
that's an interesting
at
twist.
The final table.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have it leading up to them, but you can kind of figure it out based off some of the calls these players will make, just how much they have on the line. But yeah, at the final table, we'll find out some more stats about the final table list. We'll find out where they're from.
Okay.
And we'll also have a list of their bounties, just like you're saying, right underneath their names.
Okay.
But it looks like Julio here has a pretty good shot at Jonathan's bounty, as I imagine Jonathan's going to be shipping all in with the pocket sevens from the small blind. Yeah, I definitely prefer the PKOs to a normal plain Jane vanilla no limit hold'em tournament, as you see more action, more thinking on your feet and kind of figuring out what that bounty is worth, and just a little bit more violence in the streets. There's no way we're seeing a fold here from Julio for, only a few million more for him. 10 million here and there. What's that between friends? Grinding.
Yeah, Jonathan, Julio. They're buddies. They're buddies.
All right, juicy a flop where Jonathan flops the set against Julio with no draw and find a very healthy double up to 23 million chips, leaving Julio as the very short stack at the table with a sub 10 big blinds. How do you like to see that, Grinder? When you get all in, you got the medium pair, you're up against an ace king, you're sweating it out, and then right there, boom, in the middle.
It's like this, Nate. It's the chef's kiss.
Mamma mia, right?
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Well, Jonathan was sure to love that, as Julio did nothing wrong there and just was not able to win the coin flip.
What can you do? You got to win flips in this game.
Definitely so. 41 players left, and you see their grinder. First place is $14,228 plus bounties, and those bounties last time, it takes first place up into that 25 to 30,000 range. And so they're playing for quite a bit of money here on a $162 buy-in.
That's a lot of chunk change. I asked the chat earlier what they would do with 30,000. Somebody mentioned they'd buy a mini golf course or something, and then
Okay, I like that.
That got me thinking that there could be some business opportunities for us, Nate. If for 30,000 we can run our own mini golf course. We'll set up right next to Top Golf, right? We can call it like Bottom Golf or something, right? And then
mid-tier golf.
Yeah, mid-tier golf or whatever. We'll offer everything Top Golf offers, but to maybe a lesser degree.
You don't quite get bottle service. You get water bottle service.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We can have little robots bring your balls, bring your drink, right?
That feels pretty Top Golf to me.
Well, the robots will, they won't be friendly. They'll just be go about their business type robots. And no banter from these robots.
A mid-tier golf in Vegas, I think we're only going to offer 2, maybe 3 holes at most. That's all we can really afford on 30,000, right?
Yeah, considering the real estate now in Las Vegas. So yeah, maybe that's the only thing we can get. Maybe 3-4 holes max.
Delta Pecco out there saying we have sticks and rocks and holes. Come play. Did you ever watch the TV show Lost?
You know what? I did. I think I watched the first season.
Okay.
And I kind of it kind of got lost in my shuffle because when you watch a show and then you watch a whole bunch of shows and you just can't get to all of them. Yeah, I think Lost got no pun intended, got lost in the shuffle. So, but I kind of want to rewatch the whole thing again, even though I already know what happened or what happens. I think I kind of want to watch the whole show again.
Well, there's probably 3 or 4 seasons in. They find some golf clubs from the plane and they set up a whole golf course, and they're betting millions of dollars on who can make it. And in reality they're in Hawaii, so they're sitting here in this beautiful backdrop in the mountains playing golf. So we'll mid-tier it with some makeshift rocks and sticks, and we don't quite have Hawaiian mountains out here, but Vegas mountains are
we can
nice.
We can green screen the mountains. How about that?
Okay.
Just put a little green screen in the back. It'll be for their Instagram.
Interesting little hand on the horizon with Marios having ace-10 off, and Roman having a king-queen suited. Some potential for a little bit of blood. And I see Delta out there asking to get those bounties in. I know the team is working on it, and they're actively always trying to improve the stream and listen to feedback and make sure that we have all of the assets necessary. So, give it a stream or two, and hopefully we'll be up and running completely, fully, see the bounties, and be able to let you know exactly how much cash every player is worth and how much blood to expect on the horizons.
All right, so Mario's elects to just call from the small blind here. Is that kind of standard in this kind of format with their stack depths?
Yeah, I mean they're both sitting there. Bruno was opening, roundabouts of 85 big blinds effective. Marios is in there for 85 big blinds effective. The only thing I'm really curious on is I would expect Roman to have actually 3-bet from the big
with the
blind.
Squeeze.
Yeah, but as is, Marios is in a very beautiful position here. Top pair, 4th nut flush draw with that 10 of spades.
Yeah,
and Roman is just going to
effectively
fold
he's got
off.
the best flush draw right now.
Oh, absolutely, and the only flush draw to boot.
And he improves.
See, that's even more of a beautiful turn card, because now it's a third nut flush. So, if it's a deuce of spades or three of spades, you have some more flushes to worry about. But now we're going to see Mario's with just a very clear check call down, and is going to collect a healthy pot unless something really strange happens from Bruno's side.
I was actually surprised Bruno continued to bet on the turn. I would think that he'd probably want to just shut down, but he elected to fire. So
we saw a couple hands earlier from Bruno where he opened King 6 suited under the gun, and one hand, and then a hand, I believe right previously, he called an undergun raise with a King 10-7 suited. So we've seen a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive plays and looser from Bruno. So I'm really not too surprised to see that type of action coming from this particular player.
Bruno Dell with the action. It won't be a very quiet table for these guys with Bruno around.
Great bluff. I mean, we got to talk about every single time of how we don't talk about Bruno. So maybe we just let sleeping dogs lie, as the saying goes.
That was my daughter's favorite song for a while.
That was my father-in-law's favorite song.
I heard it all throughout the house, maybe for like a good month and a half. That was all she sang.
Looks like we picked up some new players, brought them in from another table. And Jacob Miguel started today with 228 players as the chip leader. Just joined us with 150 million. That's over 200 big blinds. So not only did Jacob start the chip lead, it looks clearly and definitively to me that he still holds that chip lead with 41 players left.
Wow, that's a healthy stack. Very healthy.
Extremely. So we have Julio Chia here. You know, ace 5 is traditionally a great hand to be shoving, a great hand to be 3-bet bluffing. However, Julio's sitting here with, you know, very minimal big blinds. So doesn't have too much longer that they can hold off before getting their chips in. And it'll be interesting now, especially with Jacob's massive stack, to watch how that particular hand will unfold, as it can create some very bloody situations.
It turns out his Natalie also had ace 5. And they would have flopped an ace if either player would have gone all in.
So we labeled Bruno Del Boy earlier on to prevent the saying of the name that we
Del Boy
henceforth shall never say, because we don't want to get the song stuck in everyone's head. So Big D, Del Boy, you know,
BD, could be BD.
Yeah, pick your fancy.
All right.
So we try to. That was one piece of advice that was given to me by Mr. Jack Sinclair, was pick some nicknames for those names that you find particularly hard to say. So I like it. And
all right. Well, that's good sound advice.
Yeah.
Oh, Bruno again.
I mean, we were just talking about how loose and actiony Bruno is. Most players are going to fold this 10-8 off. I was then expecting Julio to potentially shove all in, which we would have seen, you know, Roman there with Jacks lying in wait. But Bruno just getting after it with 10-8 offsuit, trying to create a little action.
Mr. Dell knows no fear.
Jacks with a flat.
It'd be interesting to see kind of like the dynamics play out here, because like majority of these players here at the table have been playing with Mr. Dell for quite some time now. So I don't know how many hands he's shown down. So they'll be able to pick up on some of that stuff. The kind of like the loose play from Mr. Dell.
I mean, that's one of the advantages if you're playing on, say, a Party Poker Millions event, is you can watch the stream and be like, hey, my table's up. Let me watch what my opponents are doing. I mean, people do this for the main event. They have friends sending them data. They say, hey, what did he have when he shoved here? What about this play? You can do that right now on the Party Poker Millions online event. If you are to make a deep run at it, you know, you can watch a stream and it's on a 5-minute delay and just kind of know who's getting out of line, who's folding overly tight. I would happily be watching it personally and knowing that Bruno is definitely out of line more often than not.
Yeah. Do you have a guy? Do you have a guy to do that that does that for you, or do you just do it yourself?
So if I'm at a final table, then I kind of just see who's around from my friends, and we'll ask one of the more reliable ones. I actually did that for Ari Engel at the $10,000 Omaha 8 or Better event that he won last year. I was his guy on the rail because he knows that I know the game, and he just said, they were heads up, and he just said, hey, let me know if you see anything that he's doing. And on breaks, I just go over and be like, hey, it seems like this is happening, or he checks back here. But honestly, his heads-up opponent was very, very solid, and more or less I just told him, I was like, listen, you're both playing lights out poker, and just keep doing what you're doing. There wasn't anything completely noticeable from him.
Ari had a big chip lead heads up, didn't he?
It was a 3 or 4 hour battle, if I remember correctly. It went back and forth a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I remember he had like a pretty decent chip lead.
I think he took a big chip lead into it, and then the other player, Milchman, was able to make a nice comeback, and then it was this battle back and forth.
I know I'm looking forward to the summer. I know you're looking forward to the summer. Well, what are the goals for this year?
The goals for this year. I mean, I'm never one of those people that's really going to have a goal from the perspective of winning bracelets or final tabling, because there's only so much you can control. I mean, I'm planning on playing, I think, 15, maybe 20 events. So I'd like some more final tables, I'd like another bracelet, but to me, it's just come what may, see what happens with it. And so long as I'm playing well, as I'm, making solid, wise choices, such as, one of the best choices you can sometimes make at the World Series is not playing an event you were planning on playing, where you wake up, you realize, I don't feel good. I don't feel like I'm focused. I'm not going to play. And being able to recognize that sort of moment for yourself. If I'm able to make those choices, then, I'm happy overall. Speak of happy, Julio here picking up King's Undergun. Well, very, very short 6 big blind stack. And the only way he's going to get a call is depending on how many bounties he has. Bruno may call in the big blind, but
I was gonna say Bruno might be the only one calling this.
If it's a large bounty, then Jacob could get after it, though. I'm guessing by Jacob's fold, it's not a large bounty. I expect Bruno to call here the majority of the time. He hasn't
folded yet. There, Mr. Dell with the call.
So it's not that large a pot, but for Julio, it is everything. At 15 big blinds, flopping kings and eights. Bruno picks up a flush draw on the turn, but bricks the river, and that's a Nice little pickup and double for Julio, up to 15 big blinds. So nice job there.
Nice double for JC. Still a shorty, but nice double.
Rat a doll out there doing the Lord's work, giving us those bounties. I know that y'all can see them if you have the Party Poker site open. It said Julio's bounty is $112, so very minimal, 1.5 starting bounty. So appreciate that.
Appreciate you guys helping us in the chat. Thank you very much.
Well, Paul's modeling company has some nice things to say about you in the chat.
All right, Paul, what did you say about me? What did you say about me, Paul? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Do you have any designs on this World Series? Are you going to join us at the Mixed Game Festival? Or are you going to play some events?
Yeah, I have my eye on the 08 tournaments. So you'll be seeing me at the 1500s. You'll see me, and then might take a few stabs at some of the other smaller events around town. There seems to be quite a lot this year, and Mixed Game Festival. Yes, I'll be there. Been there last 2 years, so see me again. Robbie's been using my picture in his promos, so I guess I should show up.
You should definitely show up if you're in the pictures, like you were for, the Party Poker Millions online Twitter account earlier. You should show up. If you're in the pictures for a Mixed Game Festival, you should show up.
I'm definitely.
It'd be rude not to.
No, it would be rude. It would be rude not to.
So let's take a look around. Right now, the only short stack we really have at this table is Julio. Other than that, we have some 30, 35 big blind range. So without Julio, we're not going to see a whole lot of blood typically at this type of table. We're just going to see a lot of raises and maybe a bet or two, but don't expect there to be any substantially large pots.
Yeah.
Outside of a cooler. So you said you're going to play some 08 tournaments at the World Series this year. Are you saying the 1500? You're going to play a 10K,
yes.
Mike?
If I do well, then maybe you'll see me in the 10K. I might have to sell some action if I can get in myself for the 10K, but definitely you'll see me in at least 2 of the 08 bracelet events, particularly the Appeal 08 and the Mix 08. I think they're like towards the end of June, July. The first 08, it's a little difficult scheduling wise because my daughter has I don't know if I told you before, but my daughter's in these dance competitions, so I'm a dance dad on those times. So
that's fair. Family first.
So, yeah, but we'll see. Maybe I can late reg.
Yeah, I think the 08 $1,500 event is one of the very first events starting on June 2nd or 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
June 3rd. Yeah, it's June 3rd.
It's rough. I wish I had thought about this before I got married. We got married June 2nd. Every single year, we have this little conundrum of we have to celebrate our anniversary before the World Series pops off. But thankfully, she's very understanding. So, yeah, it's just like, hey, we're good. But it probably would have been smart to think about that sort of stuff beforehand and maybe get married a week earlier or something of that nature. So
every guy has to think about playing a World Series event. Keep that in mind before you arrange a marriage dates, you know.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, we got married on a beach in Hawaii, and ironically,
Nice.
well, I mean, it was just happenstance. She was stationed out there, and the funny thing is, without even knowing that we got married on my best friend's, the same day he got married, 5 years before us. So we had no intention of that, just how it worked out.
Yeah, it's how it happened.
So C checks from the turn on from Marios with the nut flush blocker, and Roman content to take it with a turn 5. Small little pot there, 5 big blinds, but always nice when they head your way at this stage of a tournament.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, we might see some action here.
I definitely expect to see, Monsieur Dell open it on up with the 6s, and depending on how Roman's playing, it can either go with a 3-bet from the small blind or flat. The 3-bet's obviously far more conventional, but just kind of depends on strategy at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Against Mr. Dell's player type, if you were Roman, you would lean more towards a 3-bet because Mr. Dell obviously he plays a lot more hands.
So there's an interesting factor specifically in these tournaments of being a PKO is you want to maintain your stack. Like you want to grow it, but you also want to maintain so that you cover other players and cover their bounties. So he doesn't necessarily want to get into a large confrontation because he currently covers Jonathan, Natalie, Win, Julio. So it's maintaining this balance between growing your chips and also covering other opponents at the table. But does opt for the 3-bet from a small blind. As wild as Dell has been, I'd be surprised to see a fold here. Does make the call. 12 million heading to a flop, which is 2 overcards, 2 Romans, pocket jacks, and checks it on over to Bruno, which I don't like him ceding the aggression and just kind of giving the lead on over. Typically on this type of board texture, you're going to go with like a 25-30% pot, but checks the flop, checks the turn, and I can see Bruno deciding to try to get after it at some point. But so far content just to take the showdown value in the pocket 6s, and Roman finally coming through on the river with a 3rd sizing, trying to get a little bit of value from those mid pairs, 7s, 9s, 10s, and just ends up taking it down.
You got a little bit.
New table, grinder. New table.
All right.
Lot shorter stacks here.
Let's see, who's our short? I'm gonna butcher this name. Vinicius. Vinicius.
We're gonna have to come up with a nickname right there because
I'm
not saying
Vinicius. Let's call him Delicious. All right. How about that? We got Delicious. We got what's this? Warrington, Ignace, Alessandro,
Vinny,
Blood,
Great Bluff, wanting
Blood,
Vinny.
and Adriano. There you go.
Well, we're going to see a little bit of a confrontation here from Alessandro and Vlad with the suited aces, ace 9, ace 10. My dog's trying to join the commentary booth right now. Just Billy wants to jump up and say hello.
My dogs are fast asleep.
What? What?
They're fast asleep. I just fed them. I fed them right before I hopped on. So they're food coma right now. They're in food coma. And they're out.
Ours was in the kennel for a hot minute, so they're a little worked up, a little ready to see everyone do some talking. Yeah, I know. You're very cute. And so we just hit kind of one of those checkmark stages of the tournament that I always like to recognize in my head. So we started with every player having 1 million in chips, and now the big blind is 1 million. So every big blind is worth one player's entry into this tournament.
Oh, there you go. That's interesting. They started with 1 million chips. Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Because like my brain always reads these numbers. I'm looking at this, and Alessandro has 75,000. No. Alexander has 75 million.
Millions.
And so last time around, when I did a commentary last week, we're at the final table. I want to say someone has 1 million in chips. And it's like, no, they crossed the billion chip mark with a B. And I'm like, okay, this is that's why we're on the Party Poker Online Millions event.
There you go. We're billionaires. Billionaires play poker at the final table.
Where billionaires are made. Yeah. And for those of you that are out there in the international community that have access to Party Poker and are able to play it, I believe today is the very last day one of the main event. It's a $1,000 buy-in, 1 million guarantee. So you can satellite your way in. They're still running those. And if you want to be there on the other side of the felt, on the other side of online from me and Grinder, where we're doing the commentary on you, then you may want to check out those satellites, or maybe just go for it, direct buy-in and get into the action.
Yeah, guys. If you have a dream, go for it.
If you want billion.
You never know.
Yes. Supernova, one of our mods out there, saying all the Party Poker millions start with 1 million in chips.
Ah, good to know. I've never been at a table where I had 1 million chips, live or online. I don't think I've ever gotten to that point.
I definitely have. I mean,
You have, right?
Online or in WSOP events. I know I've had more than 1 million in many deep bracelet events. In the main event, I think that the most I ever had in the main event was about 2.5 million, which sounds like a lot until you look at the final table and they have hundreds of millions in front of them.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll be able to do my Jerry Yang impression at a final table. that was like one of my favorite final tables.
Finding the diamond in the rough that I did not see, saying the main event has one more day on the 29th. I must have missed that one. So there's a couple day ones still left to play. So recommend getting in there, checking those out. I apologize. It looks like I did miss. Yep. I only had part of the schedule opened up. I did not have the full thing. So Jerry Yang was 2007. Is that right, Grinder?
I think so. Yeah, it was like right in the mid 2000s.
Yeah. Let's see. He made a final table recently. Took third place of MSP stop. That sounds right. MSPT. Yeah, third or fourth place of the MSPT stop within the past couple months.
Oh, good job, Jerry.
All right, yeah, he won the 2000 World Series of Poker main event. That was probably, that was up there with one of the most interesting final tables, shall we say. One of the most inventive of plays.
He definitely left a mark as one of the more colorful characters ever to grace at a final table. Or colorful winners of a main event final table. I just love the fact that he had to stand up every time he had to bet. You know, he would like
yeah.
he would like stand up and go 1 million or 5
million.
million.
Yeah, he liked all the millions.
Yeah, that was his
okay,
standard bet. That was his standard bet, 1 million.
And since then, he hasn't played a lot of poker, to say the least. Many years gaps on his resume, but back in January, he took fourth at a WSOP circuit main event, actually, in California. So still out there once in a while, playing a little poker. Mr. Jerry Yang. It's we were talking about, me and Jack earlier, of, you know, there's a lot of main event final tablists, main event champions, just prolific players that have hit giant scores, made millions of dollars, and then they disappear from the scene. People wonder, where are they? And a lot of them have just started businesses, invested in crypto, done a lot of different things, and are now just kind of, they parlayed those wins and are enjoying life and really kind of capitalizing on their gains to relax a bit.
Yeah, hey, you know, no hate on the hustle.
Absolutely.
No hate on that hustle. What would you do? Say you win the main this year. What side projects or anything that you want to do with the millions in tow?
I would definitely find, I mean, let's just say it's 10 million, I get whatever, 8 million, 7 million, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to first off just take the vast majority of it, and I'm going to find something that generates enough per year that I can live off of the interest. You know, I just want to make sure that I never am in jeopardy of going broke by thinking I have too much money. You know, let me live off of the, you know, 400,000 I generate a year or whatever it is, without a second thought. But what I'm going to do for life at that point, if I no longer have to work, I'm still going to play poker, you know, once or twice a week, just for the enjoyment. I really do love this game. I've been a part of this world since I was, I mean, way too young, 10, 11 years old. I was playing since I was 12. So I'd still definitely be a very large part of my life, with commentary, with playing once in a while. But I think a lot of it would just revolve around, you know, traveling to new places, of trying new hobbies with my wife, and just probably we would foster a lot of dogs and find a way of doing some sort of shelter for dogs, knowing, you know, what we've already talked about in our lives.
Dude, my wife wants to do the same thing. She saw this documentary. I forgot what it was called, but it was about like saving dogs. I think it was somewhere like in South America, and she wants to do the same thing. You know, like save dogs.
Speaking of saving dogs, Alexandra was the dog in this hand and needed saving on the river, but as of right now, shut it down and does not look like he is going to continue forward on the river unless he finds a very large bluff, which is not done. But yeah, I think that finding a rescue, whether to support it or build your own, is a great thing to do with that type of money.
Hey, you can do a lot of good.
I feel like that's one of those, like, it's very good, it's very rewarding, but it's also almost heartbreaking, because you know you would see a lot of trauma.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of just very difficult scenarios and situations.
I think that goes with every good endeavor. You are going to see a lot of painful stuff. So, but like it should actually kind of like reinforce your resolve to keep doing what you're doing, right? Because you are seeing a lot of you know, a lot of pain, a lot of anguish. Because you're going to see a lot of, like, you know, dogs in bad shape, and you're just going to want to do more and hopefully you don't do too much.
Well, I know that's what I would be doing, and I know on the flip side, you would be out there partying in Ibiza every single day and really holding it down for the home team, making sure everyone knows that Grinder's in the house. I feel like you told me you want to DJ at one point and you'd just be out there spinning, right?
I think you mistook me for Henry. I think that was Henry's dream.
Ah, yes, you look alike. It's very similar.
That was Henry's dream. All right. Party in Thailand forever.
Well, speaking of Henry, I see Albatross dropping some trash pandas in the chat. I say that because I saw him and Ollie doing some commentary the other day talking about how they'd be thefting away several high-end watches from the Triton Millions. And we're trying to go a little trash panda out there.
I was watching a little bit of the Triton earlier this morning with Ali and Randy. It was a pretty interesting final table, and I did catch some of the chat where they were talking about like watches, and
they're high.
But I wasn't really sure. I wasn't really sure where it started, but I saw a bit of that.
We do have
delicious with the fold there.
Potential here. Yeah, so I was talking with Jack about that earlier.
Yeah, when I think it was like ducks, right? Pocket deuces.
Right. Those pocket 2s, 3s, 4s under the gun, you're really going to need like a deeper stack. You're going to need that 70 big blind stack to make it profitable. So coming off a 28 big blind stack makes a lot of sense to find the fold.
Yeah.
It's kind of incorrect play these days to raise it up. And it's going to be interesting here as Vlad's on the button with kings. I assume we're going to find a 3-bet here to roundabouts of 6.8, 7.2 million. 6 million. Okay.
With a sixer. Vlad with the sixer.
And Alessandro probably wouldn't continue in too many spots, but being that comes from the button and they're decently stacked, I could see a continuation. Not a flop either of them likes to see, though, ace high. So don't expect too much more beyond a small bet here from Vlad at some point, which will take it down.
Would you mind a check back on that flop?
Not really. I think a check back is perfectly fine on this type of board texture. But at the same time, it's a weird spot because you should have the majority of ace kings, ace queens in this type of scenario, pocket aces. So overall, you're going to be wanting to bet that flop with those hands. So if anything, I'd actually like to see a slightly smaller bet on the flop, something like 2.5 to 3 million versus the 4. And real fast, I see Supernova out there asking for the next tournament they'll be streamed. That's going to be next Sunday, the 29th. It's a Millions Online knockout number 65. And it's going to be a 7-max tournament of a $250,000 guarantee. So I'm not sure if I will be on that stream or not. I'm coming back from Mexico, so still need to get that situated. But look forward to that one way or another.
What's going on in Mexico?
Is
that the wedding anniversary celebration?
Just kind of getting away with some friends. I mean, it happens to, be the anniversary precursor celebration, but wasn't intended as that. Oh, congratulations to Delta Pecco saying they're currently first in the free roll. Hope there's not many players left, and hope you get done. If you're giving me this information right now, and there's still 1,000 people left, then we're no longer friends.
Come on, Delta.
Take it down.
Take it down, buddy. And pay off that Optima.
Is Delta the one saying they're going to pay off their car if they won 30,000?
I think so. I think it was Delta.
Okay.
He said he was going to pay off his car if he had like an extra 30K in his bank account.
That's fair. That's fair. Cars are expensive these days.
Oh, they are. They are. Cars are up. Everything's up. Houses, cars, everything.
The chip stack of Delta. Everything.
That too. That too.
This is yeah, decently mid-stacked table. You know, everyone's kind of within that same range. No one's a clear runaway chip leader that's just going to be leaning on everyone else. But one of the things I enjoy when we get to be in the commentary booth, we get to see everyone's hands grinder, is you kind of realize that there's not a lot of playable hands that get dealt all at once. So every time you're sitting there and you're like, I know I should probably raise this 10-8 suited, but someone will have something behind me. And then you see this formation, you see 8 people with just garbage every single time. You're like, oh man, I should raise that every time.
I know what you mean. All right, so we have an interesting spot coming up here.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how much Vinny wants to get after with half the dead man's hand.
Yeah, if Delicious wants to.
No dice.
But he doesn't. No dice.
And something to note here as well, Grinder, is we have 34 players left, and they're currently making $405 plus their bounties. So, you know, we could be on the precipice of a pay jump, you know, and maybe it's only $100 or $120 pay jump. But something to note is all those satellites running on Party Poker right now. So let's say, you know, for us, we're like, you know, Vinny could definitely get after it here. Well, maybe he got in for, you know, 5 cents. And now that $120 jump is a very significant boost to his online roll. So it's something
Great
that
point.
comes into play with all these satellites that are going on.
Great point. Come on, party. Get a site here in Nevada.
Well, I think we have to have America get everything together first. I don't think it's on Party. They'd be here instantly if possible.
All right. You know what? Let me rephrase. Hurry up, America. We need more. We need more here in Vegas.
Come on, America.
We got one in Nevada. All right, we got one. I'm jealous. All the other states have at least 2. We got one over here.
Well, all the other states that have anything. Bottom set here for Alessandro, but really is going to need the original Razor to hit a remaining 3 on the turn or river for there to be true bloodshed.
I expect Adriano to kind of like put in a C-bet here on such a dry board. Oh, and he actually does.
And this is a very typical raise here from the bottom set, as he's not blocking, you know, any top pair combinations or draws. So typically you'll see a raise from bottom set, but a flat call from top set. So pretty much standard expectation there. Just wishes it was ace king versus pocket 3s.
A lot of fast playing of that bottom set.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking earlier about Mr. Philip H here and the prolific amount of fill in poker. So, why do you think that is, Grinder?
I don't know. You know what? That's an interesting discovery there. There are a lot of fills. Actually, I do
You
know
have-
personally some
Mhm.
Phils that love to gamble too.
I mean, you have the Helmuth, the Ivy, the Galfond.
The Galfond,
You have more back in the day. Gordon, Phil Gordon.
Phil Gordon. There you go.
There was a gentleman that won a WPT. Don't remember what his last name is off the top of my head. But something about being named Phil in poker just sets you up for success.
We might have to have a scientific discovery investigation into that. There might be something there.
Ooh, well, we're going to have a little bit of science going on in this hand.
Oh
We
my
have
god.
Ace,
There you
Queen
go.
suited under a gun. Those threes are going to find a fold.
Mhm.
But then we're met with pocket nines later down the road in Warrington. And then we get all the way around to Vlad in the big blind with Ace King offsuit. So I guarantee you some chips are going to be flying into the middle on this one.
Mm.
Dano Face coming in with Phil Locke. Absolutely, the
There
madman
you go.
himself. Great bluff, saying that's why he named his daughter Phil. That's a solid call. Phil Gruesome. Sure, I'm mispronouncing his name.
That's we
So this is going
We
to be
got
a
a call.
fun one here.
call from Warwick under the gun open. So we're gonna see a squeeze from Vlad, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks so strong. You know, Ace Queen suited, it's a monster hand.
Yeah.
But when you're met with a squeeze from the big blind, it looks so incredibly strong. So it's going to be interesting to see how. Oh, just an all in.
Oh.
Why not?
Oh,
All right
well,
then.
it's like take post flop out of it.
Does get
Oh, wow,
a call
and a
from
snap.
the Ace Queen suited.
Wow, a snap from Philip. All right.
This should be a pretty easy laydown from Warrington. Does find the laydown, and Vlad finds himself in beautiful shape here with Ace King off against the Ace Queen of Spades from Philip for a very healthy pot. Flop comes Queen High,
Oh,
gutter
wow.
for Vlad, misses on the river, and Philip holds with Queens and Nines. Warrington sitting there crying himself to sleep in the corner, having, well, would have been quads, but
Would have been
c'est la
quads.
vie. So that's one of those interesting ones where it ends up saving Philip in a very large way. He goes from, being in a situation he would have been busted, he would have had top
Yeah, he
pair,
would've.
top kicker, the nines would have been a set, make quads on the river. Philip wouldn't have got away. He would have been game set match. Instead, he ends up with a very, very beautiful double up.
Well, Vlad has a chance. He's got that ace queen suited.
Warrington opening up the ace four suited. Vlad out there with the ace queen suited. Philip, if somehow was let in there, has the ace five, but I don't imagine Vlad's going to allow that to happen.
I imagine Vlad will ship, and is that going to look tilty to Warrington? Is he going to find a call with the ace four suited? Well, I imagine no, right? That's not it's not
really
like a call for
depends.
Warrington.
It depends because we're in the PKO. So if Vlad's here with, say, minimal bounty on his head, it's going to be a fold. However, if he has 10 bounties on his head, Warrington can definitely find that call.
All right.
But it looks like we're going to find ourselves yet another break. So this is the first time for you, Mike. I hope you can stick around for the next 5 or 6 hours as we see
I'm
the
here. I'm
champion
here.
crowned for the Party Poker Millions event number 45. My name is Nathan Gamble, joined by 08 Grinder, and we will see y'all shortly after the break.
I was playing cash the other day. Just head on down and jump in. Cash games have been insane. Back now with the jacks in the hijack. 18 bigs and a dream.
18 bigs, a dream, and a couple of hooks. Not a bad spot at all.
400.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh boy. There may be trouble ahead for Artur Martirosyan. Bacalao gonna have some raise folds off of 18 big blinds. And ace 10. Kind of a nice hand unblocking those raise folds. King queen, king jack.
Gets away, Henry.
Will Anton get away? Chan most likely to defend, although some reverse implied odds. Going to be up against stronger jack X, stronger diamonds.
So short though, Henry. I guess
Yeah.
the price is just too good to turn down. Well, set once more. Anton this time. Quickly checks it over. Makalu a little upset, Henry. See the ace high board. Hey, how's the impetus? Up against the small and the big. Does decide to continue? Now we see some 4 Hollywood. Oh, he's going for the raise.
No slow playing.
Something like that. 1.4 he says.
1
It's
million.
a huge raise. Well, jacks going into the muck, I guess, fortunately for the Frenchman. It's an ace high board rather than a 8-5 deuce.
I love that unsteeled in the chat saying wasn't Artur grinding online earlier. Wouldn't surprise me. You know, just make it to day 3 of this 2K with $250,000 up top, and well, doesn't start till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Got to fill the morning somehow. Why not play a little bit of cash online? Taking his time over this. Maybe Henry, you know, thinking, well, what's he check raising me with ace 8-5? He got big ace, so we found out pre-flop. As he waited towards the flush draw, of course, Makalu's holding the jack of hearts. Kind of a bad card you'd think to have if you want your opponent to be in there check raising with flush draws. Does eventually give it up. I think probably always was Henry, but this stage of a tournament, you're gonna make sure you take a little moment. With the yeah, I'm just looking at him. Obviously, we're getting some requests about Johan Gilbert, but it looks like he is actually the tournament chip leader out on the other table with 15 million in chips. It looks like he may have busted someone. Yeah, looks like he's wow, yeah, he doubled up, Henry. It looks like a bizarre. Okay. He doubled up for 4 mil. Limp called it off with ace 10 against queen 9. Fell behind on the 9 high flop, but turned an ace and riveted 10 for good measure to get the double up. Looks like he.
Welcome on back in, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined by 08 Grinder, the legendary online commentator. And we are here for the Party Poker's online million event number 45.
Also known as the Weekender.
Is it the weekend? It is. It's Sunday here in America. Interesting little dynamic grinder right off the bat. Add new table. I see Jacob Miguel. He was the chip leader coming in today. Earlier we saw him with 150 million. Seems to have dropped back a little bit, but still very, very solidly in chips. But directly on his left is Sergio with now a chip leading 140 million. So kind of handicaps Jacob a little bit, and it'll be fun to watch that dynamic play out.
Yeah, we're back on Mr. Dell's table.
Julio still in there kicking.
Yeah.
27 players left, and that's worth $504 as of right now, alongside whatever bounties they've collected. So we're playing every table as 8-handed, which means we have 4 tables, roughly, of 7, 8 players each.
It's very interesting. Is Sergio? Is he now the chip leader?
I'm not sure off the top of my head if he has a chip lead for the overall tournament, or if it's just at this table, but he should clearly be up there within that podium spot, bronze, gold, silver, however it works out for him.
Bronze,
I
gold,
do see a
silver.
couple in chat who are playing the free roll out there. Delta is saying they're 4th of 37. Kinzo saying they're 11th of 37. And Dano
Nice.
saying they took 2nd in the free roll yesterday.
Nice,
So,
good job.
Good job, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the Party Poker Millions online event. And best of luck out there in the free rolls. Make some money and maybe turn that into a free roll satellite into this Millions main event.
You never know. You never know, guys.
You never know.
You never know.
So we talked about deuces, threes, fours, undergun earlier, and we're talking about how you shouldn't be opening them. But we have a different scenario with Sergio, as he has the chip lead at the table, 100 big blinds, can really apply pressure to everyone else and take some flops, especially with Jacob out there in the big blind with a very similar stack. But it'll be interesting to see how he proceeds against Marios's 3-bet here with the ace-7 of clubs. We haven't seen any overly spicy 3-bet,
No, we
4-bet
haven't.
situations. It's kind of been right in line.
Maybe we'll see one here.
Oh, I don't imagine so. This is either going to be a flat call or a fold. Just kind of depends on what he thinks of Marios's stack size. Does go with the fold. And JC with the ace-6 offsuit. And not that many blinds left behind, so it could be a situation that he determines it's time to ship it in. We'll see what Julio determines, but Jacob Miguel in the small blind with a very playable king-queen offsuit that will, at minimum, be calling, if not raising.
Julio goes with the 7 million raise, leaving himself with just a little over 2 million. I saw this play when I was watching Triton, and I know like some people were a little bit confused in the chat as to the reasoning of leaving a little bit behind. So maybe Nate, maybe you can give us a an explanation as to why some players do this.
Well, it's going to make a lot more sense on a final table type of situation where every single player knocked out has, is worth a pay jump. As is, it really doesn't make sense for Julio to not just shove. So let's say we're at the final table, there's 6 players left, and I put in 80% of my stack, and then, the big stacks go to war. Well, if one of them gets knocked, I can still fold. And one of them gets knocked out, I get more money. In this particular situation, you're still making the same amount of money no matter what. And in this spot, Julio is just going to get a double up versus the king queen. But yeah, in a final table situation, then it makes a lot more sense to do it in this way. So maybe Julio's just kind of seeing people doing this and not entirely understanding why.
Well, it worked out for Julio. JC got the full double, so he's now up to 20 million. Still a short stack at the table, but he's got a little bit more to work with.
Great Bluff is putting out another hypothesis there, saying you leave a little bit behind so that to get the bounty, someone else has to raise and kind of plays protection for you. So that is definitely a possibility there.
All right, great insight. Great Bluff.
Give me 2 seconds. Let me deal with a needy cat. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Grinder, hold down the fort.
First he says 2, now he says 10. Just kidding. We're just kidding with Nate. All right, so Jacob on the button. Very playable hand. He's got the queen and jack off. Sergio, though, with the king jack suited. He's thinking of devious things. He puts in a 3-bet to 11 million.
Well, the 2 seconds or 10 seconds? I feel like I was right in between.
You were right in between. It was more like 7. I didn't know you had a cat. Do you have a cat or cats?
A cat, just a cat. 2 dogs.
So how is the animal dynamics in your house? You got a couple dogs. You got a cat.
So one of the dogs and the cat gets along just fine. The other dog tries to be best friends, and the cat doesn't like it. So they all get along. No one's too overly upset, but we do have to play referee sometimes to make sure that no one gets overwhelmed.
I get it.
Interesting. We've seen this a lot today. So hand strength versus hand strength going to war. King jack versus king jack here. We've seen ace queen suited versus ace queen suited. We've seen 5s versus 5s. Now we have king jack versus king jack. And I was about to actually state that. I was thinking Sergio could just shove all in, looking at the stack sizes of Dell and JC. So if Bruno can find the call here in a very, very good free roll-esque situation, but goes with a fold, and that's exactly because Sergio, if they open to a normal amount, let's say they open to 2.5, they can get jammed on a lot.
Yeah.
So they're taking that play out of both Dell and JC's repertoire.
Take away that bag.
Anytime you can take away an opponent's play and take
when you limit his
out of
options.
their arsenal, it's a solid move.
Great move by Sergio.
That's why he's the chip leader at this table, if not the entire tournament.
It was great, actually, a great recognition of the situation.
And that's the type of stuff when you're a chip leader that you need to be thinking about. It kind of, in live poker, you'll find that stuff really upsets a lot of players at the small to mid stakes. They're just like, this isn't poker. And it's like, well, poker changes based off of your stack size. It's at some stage you should be playing full ranges and playing this, min raise to 3x raise size. And then at some point, if you're a large stack and you start getting deeper into the tournament, well, you don't want to play normal poker. You want to maximize your pressure on the other players. And so that's what really makes great tournament players, is knowing when to capitalize on that type of change of dynamics. And Sergio here checking back mid pair against the top pair of Marios. finds a gut shot opportunity on the turn to accompany now third pair. And Mario's going for value once again. Hearts missed, so he can represent that maybe he missed those and possibly derive a little bit of value from Sergio here on the river. This looks like that's exactly what happened. Picking up a very healthy 32 million chips is Mario's Mr. Z.
Mario's quietly now has 86 million. Not bad.
Bust out the popcorn, says Albatross.
Oh, haven't had popcorn in a while.
Are you a popcorn guy?
Well, I like regular popcorn.
Okay.
Right? Like I don't like. My wife likes all the flavors. She buys like all kinds of like powders for popcorn. I'm a plain popcorn guy. I don't know about you, Nate, but I'm
not
just
a popcorn guy in
popcorn
general.
guy. You know,
Like,
I mean, you know,
once a year.
if we throw on a movie on the television and we want to cuddle up on the couch, sure, you know, make some popcorn. But I'm not like butter or cheese or whatever.
JC
like
finding the butter and the cheese on this one with a jam all in, which will take down the blinds. King 8 off.
Perfect scenario. No contest.
Yeah. Easy.
No
yeah, so you're
contest.
just straight, no butter, no cheesy, no fakeness to it. You just want corn that has been popped.
Yes. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I like. That's how I like my popcorn.
But
I don't crave popcorn.
Before diabetes, they love the movie theater stuff that's fake slathered in butter. Yeah, that will in fact lead to the diabetes.
The diabetes.
Looks like Kinzo and Delta still out there in the free roll at the same table now. Best of luck to y'all. Don't work together. No collusion in the chat.
Yeah, no collusion in the chat. Please. Well, we don't want any more poker drama.
Don't want no drama. No drama. Don't no drama. Jacob getting after it here. King 9 suited under a gun, forcing some folds for a pocket threes of Sergio. Ace 10 from our Greek friend, Kirox. And we'll see if there's a ace 10 fold on the button here for Mario's. But instead,
kind of expected that from Mario's.
You taking that ace 10 there every time and just going against the under gun range?
No, not me personally. I just had this feeling that Mario's was going to go after it. He's been on such a roll lately. So I think he's feeling himself right now.
Well, we'll see if today's chip leader coming into the day is feeling it, but is not. Fold to King 9 of hearts. Letting Mario's take yet another pot, climbing up to 92 million.
Yeah, almost at that 100 million threshold there.
And this could be an interesting one, as it looks like it's going to be an open from the King Queen off in Mario's, and kind of depends on how Jonathan wants to play this. This could be taken a couple different ways off that stack size, depending on how aggressive they are and what they perceive out of Mario's. I mean, we're working with 15-ish big blinds, so it's very possible we see a jam. I don't think you should flat here with this hand strength. So we'll either see a jam or a fold. And it'll be kind of interesting to witness what Jonathan selects. I would say we know for a fact that Marios will be calling if Jonathan decides on a jam. I think it'd be very difficult to get away from King Queen offsuit in a bounty tournament. but properly folds. Potentially a tournament-saving fold there from Jonathan's side. And Grinder, we're down to 24 players right now.
3 tables.
Yes, sir. 3 perfect tables.
See, this is what you were talking about earlier, where practically everyone has garbage.
Yep. Pure
So
dust.
it's whoever raises first, basically.
But there's no real questionable raise spot. You know, maybe if Marios has the 9-6 of diamonds, he says, I should raise it. You know, I'm going to fold it. And then you watch it fold all the way around. There's not even a questionable raise here from any player. It should get folded over to Miguel in the small blind without really any question in my head.
Yeah. Oh, Sergio with the deuce 7, the dirty hand.
What's your drink of choice while you're doing commentary? Are you just a plain water guy to go with your plain popcorn? Or are you over there sipping on some whiskey on breaks?
Typically I just sip on water. Because if you introduce alcohol into this this body that you see before you,
the temple.
This body that the universe has decided to give me, when alcohol is introduced, things get a little wild. So we try to limit the intake of alcohol to only the social, the most of social gatherings. So we've at our age we can't really recover from too much drinking these days. So we're just water. We're just water right now.
That's fair. Well, we may be on the Party at Poker stream. We try to keep the parties on the felt and not in the commentary booth with a little bit of additions.
You're most right, sir. Keep the party on the felt. Oh,
well, the party is on the felt for Sergio with that deuce on the river. And this could be a very spicy one with Jacob leading. You know for a fact Sergio is going for a very healthy raise on the river. And for Jacob, I mean, he doesn't block a flush draw.
Mm-hmm.
He has top pair. This is definitely a potential payoff spot where Sergio will get rewarded. And let's see. But Jacob finds a fold.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow. I thought he would call, because based on how the action played out, it just seemed like he would have called. But oh, what a great laydown by Jacob.
We've really witnessed him run into a lot of difficult spots since coming back from break, but I mean, he's dwindling in chips, but has navigated them very well. So
he hasn't gotten out of line or anything.
Absolutely.
He's made the right folds. Just the deck not being nice to him at the moment.
I see you have a fan out there in chat, MJ Bloke, telling you hello.
Oh, that's Maureen. Hi,
well, hello, Maureen.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Asking about the payouts, it's $14,228 for first place, alongside whatever bounties they've collected up until that point. It's worth roughly 25 to 30,000 USD. And then second place is also about $14,200, and it's with those bounties in addition. So that does equate to about $6,000 to $10,000 pay difference between first and second place. So while the top two theoretical payouts are the same, it's very, very different, and they'll be playing for a lot of money up top.
Yes, Maureen, it's very weird to see my name.
Well, let's talk about this flop, Mike. We have the button raise from Jacob. King 10 suited, very standard. our Greek friend over here taking a flop with Queen 10 suited, again standard, but we see a straight flush draw versus top pair, straight blocker, and there's some room for chips to be flying on this flop.
If you were in KG's shoes, would you fast play the flop?
I think this is a spot you 100% have to fast play. You got to. You got the straight draw. You got the flush draw. You got the straight flush draw. I mean, come on. You got to pick up some check raises once in a while, and that's a beautiful spot to do so.
KG stack to pot definitely could have this set up to make a jam on the river if he chooses to do so.
Looks like it's going to be a check from both of the players on this river. I don't expect Jacob to go for any more value from the King 10. That seems like a pretty standard spot with a mid-ish kicker to check back, which he does, and picks up a healthy 41.6 million in chips, taking him $500,000 shy of that 100 million chip mark, and a very nice pickup for Jacob. I think KG could have picked that one up if they check raise flop and just jammed on the turn, but it's hard to know.
Jacob got some much needed chips there. He was dwindling. He went from like I think when he came onto our table, he was at 140 down to about 75. Now he's back up to like 99. So great pot for Jacob.
Yeah, nice little rebound. Jumped on the trampoline, went down, went back up. So keeping it together. Mario's may be having a little connection issues. It took a long time to get that raise in that we all knew was coming. But that's something to keep in mind as well, Grinder, is, although this is what we're doing, this is what we're watching, most of these players are still out there playing multiple tournaments across party poker as they're, battling it out in multitudes. So just because they're deep right now doesn't mean that they aren't playing other tournaments, and may take a little bit more time. It's not a slow roll or anything. It's just, they're busy at other tables with other cards.
Mr. Dell with the call.
And Dell does not have a lot of chips. I mean, we're working with 17 big blinds roughly. Pretty standard stuff for Marios. It's a difficult spot to continue for Dell because of the chip stack. If they had more, that'd be a very standard continue. But there's just so much pressure that can be applied to them across multiple streets.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from Mr. Dell.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like he's run a bit cold for his standards.
It looks like your two biggest fans are out there in chat, Axe for Grind and Maureen. So, talking about you, making sure they're not forgotten.
When you have a fan club, that's what happens, Nate. We can talk off here about how to handle your stalkers.
Fans and stalkers.
Fans and stalkers.
Lots of 5/8 suiteds out there in this particular one, but doesn't look like. Well, maybe we do see Julio make the call. Seems like a reasonable defend from the big blind. You're going to be able to either fold or jam on any flop you really want to continue.
It's not the worst flop for JC. Picks up a gutter with some backdoor draws.
Yeah, but off of the stack depth, it's going to be very difficult to continue. Well, I was gonna say one Sergio bet. Sergio does check, and
Oh.
JC just with the lead with the flush draw gut shot, and let's see how Sergio reacts with the big stack and the gut shot to Broadway.
Ooh.
Hello, baby cakes.
Hello.
JC does check it over, picks up enough showdown equity.
Now what does Sergio do?
Does put in enough to cover JC. Clearly, we can see it's a bluff trying to get him to fold those, rivered eights, like a 7-8, maybe a 9, maybe a 6, because he believes JC would have gone all in if he really wanted to play for it. So very, very, very nice bet there from Sergio.
Good bet, Sergio.
GG Delta is a good fun for the free roll. Maybe next time you'll get him.
Delta, you're out?
Delta's out. This is a potentially interesting spot here, as I imagine we'll see a mid-raise from Sergio. And JC has one of those hands that a lot of players like to see the flops with. They have the 7-8 of hearts. But we have to take into account, it's already raised. You have no fold equity, especially in a PKO, and you have no chips. So as painful as it is, they should actually fold here and wait for a better spot. And I'm very surprised to see JC do this, since it's a just common mistake from a lot of tournament players.
Mario's with the call. They both flop a second pair. Sergio with the better kicker.
Look around the board at times like this and see if there's potentially another 6 that has already been folded. Or we can root for the one outer to come in for absolute carnage.
Not so.
Pretty
With the
good
big card
there for Mario's from the perspective of it's going to allow him to get away from the 6 easier if Sergio makes a follow-on bet. I do expect to see a fold the majority of the time here from Mario's.
Oh, wow.
All right, then.
Mario's. Very enterprising raise there.
Very spicy.
Very
Flavor
spicy.
of life.
And don't look now, but Mario's with 112 million in chips. Hoo-ha.
Delta still hand for hand in the $6 tournament, $16 in bounties. Good luck out there. Hope you make the money and go on to make the final table. Make the final table, make the money, make first place, and then make the Party Poker Online Millions main event. Parlay? Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Make it on stream, guys. And you never know. Could make a name for yourself.
I was talking with Jack Sinclair earlier, and his very first live recorded cash was, he said, 2017 at the Party Poker Millions live event. So he went from 5 years ago playing and cashing as his first one to doing, commentary now, having won the World Series of Poker main event in Europe, having final table the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas. So it's kind of a very, very cool story for him. And a very nice turn card as well for Roman, if he is wondering if his kicker is any good with the ace deuce.
Mario's with the gut shot. Oh, actually, no, he's it is gut shot.
It is. He has the third pair gut shot and decides to take one off on the turn. Roman with an interesting decision here on if they want to go for value. And look at that tiny bet. Does pick up an extra 4 million chips, 2.5 big blinds from Mario's. As we flip tables, see if we recognize anyone over here as the action is going down. Oh my.
Edgar takes it down with the ace-3 suited.
And back over again. We're just switching back and forth.
We're just switching tables here. Dilly dally.
Well, here we go, and we switch just in time to see Winley all in ace jack for 14 million against the pocket sixes, and what a flop mid-set for Yuri versus the ace 4 Winley drawing dead on the turn.
The case
and Yuri
six
picks up another bounty and up to 41 million in chips.
That was the case 6.
Was another one folded? Didn't have time to check around the table.
The player on his left, to Yuri's left, folded. I think it was like queen 6. So it was the case 6 on the flop.
Well, he was already ahead. Didn't need the 6 until the ace came out before it. So
yeah, insurance.
Insurance,
just in case. Pocket 6s, by the way, is my favorite no limit hold'em hand.
Well, you take your 6s, I'll take my aces, and let's run it. In live tournament poker, pocket 6s. Well, we have
has
6s
has saved me a lot
against the King Jack offsuit for Yuri. So Yuri just knocked out player with 6s, and now he's up against them, and we'll see if he can find a way to beat them with the inferior hand.
Does Yuri find himself a call here?
Against an under the gun range, I would not imagine so. He's going to be up against a propensity of large pairs against, king queens, ace kings, ace jacks that just haven't dominated. So even if he is to hit a king or a jack, there's no guarantee that he'd be winning at that point. So we do have some pretty deep stacks here in Marcel Kessler, 156 million, and Paul Hofer, 140. Simus with
stacks.
100 million. So
big stacks
could
there.
Be some
Paul
times.
And Marcel. Marcel might be chip leader with 156 million. Paul's gonna get this uncontested.
Definitely it looks like it from Mr. E here.
How do you pronounce his last name?
R.
Hofer? Paul Hofer?
Oh, that I was going with Mr. Gee, R. I mean, it seemed pretty simple. Hofer?
Hofer? Is it
B.
Hofer?
Harwood, Marcel Kessler, Yuri Gama, Geherme R, Simus K, Guy. I like Mr. Guy.
All right. We'll stick with Guy. Marcel Kessler. Is Marcel Luce still around? Does he still play World Series?
Last time I actively remember seeing him was in 2017 when I won my first bracelet. We both made a deep run at that tournament. Mine was obviously deeper if I won it, but I know I saw him in 2017. I don't know about since then. Axe for Grind, putting it out there that they don't play No Limit Hold'em too much anymore. and they like the mixed games, the 08 streets, and that's why they're here with us, as we are both more on the side of split pot, Omaha type of styles. So
Yes,
always
sir.
appreciate having you here, Axe for Grind. Going to be a chop pot here. Marcel will find the call on the river, playing queens and sixes, ace kicker. I don't see anything other than a call and a chop. You know what they say, right, Grinder?
What are they saying, Nate?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Mm. Except the Omaha High only guys. They seem to complain a lot about when they hop into the high-low streets. They don't like chop pots.
Well, you know, they're different. Everyone bought them.
We still love you guys, though. High only guys. We still love you guys.
I still dabble in those streets once in a while, but not too often anymore.
Yeah, same.
Marcel getting it after hand here with the A7 offsuit, but going to definitely meet some resistance and Simonus with the pocket jacks in the small blind.
CMOS or Simus. He goes big. 17 million.
Yeah, this is a reflection of being out of position against a chip leader.
Mm-hmm.
So-
That like it was like 4.5x, I think.
That's about 4x. 16.8 would be 4x Marcel, so it's just over.
Simus takes it down.
Oof. There's a lot of
low cards.
yeah. Are we playing No Limit Hold'em high low at this?
There you go. There you go. There you go. Maybe we can introduce that into the
Oh, I've played it
mixed
before.
game streets. Hold 'em high low.
Have you never played it? I've played it.
I've never. You have. Okay.
Of course.
Well, was it like where was this? The mean streets of
Oklahoma?
Texas or Oklahoma?
Yeah. Who was it? Greg Raymer wanted to introduce it, wanted to play it, and there's a lot of people that just want to play with Greg Raymer. So
So we
A lot of
play whatever
people-
Greg wants to play.
yeah, I mean, basically, they were just like, "Hey," they got on the loudspeaker and said, "Greg Raymer's here. He wants to play Hold'em high low. If anyone's interested, head on over to table 12." And you know, I play enough 08 and high low games. I knew what I was doing just in general. And there's a lot of people that have no idea what's happening and just want to play with Greg Raymer and play a new game. And yeah, it was real nice. It was juicy.
So how did the rules work out there? Playing hold 'em high low.
So same as any other high low, well, most high low games. It's 5 cards that are unpaired underneath an 8, and you can play 1 card, 2 card, or no cards, just like Hold'em.
Okay.
So the low is not always available, but there's a few different situations where, yeah, let's say, trying to think, the boards. Let's just say there are situations where people were very ignorant and free rolling themselves quite a bit, just not really understanding how high-low worked in general. So it's a very, very juicy game. Very nice.
Speaking of juice, got a very interesting hand developing here.
So this is an interesting one for Harwood with the 2 overs alongside the gut shot to the nuts. But the issue really falls into the fact that the 10 is a very obvious card. It's going to shut down a lot of action. So you're calling and really not able to get much action if you do hit your hand. If you hit a jack there, you're not overly happy. So your 2 happy cards are a queen and a 10. and the 10 just doesn't get you much action. So I kind of like the fold from Harwood.
And the queen gets you in trouble because that gives Marcel top 2.
Yeah, against that particular hand, he was pretty handcuffed. So do appreciate and enjoy that fold there. Looks like someone was knocked out at an outer table, down to 19 left.
Getting
each
pretty
of
close.
our players is guaranteed $653 plus bounties. Ooh, fun one for Yuri. Expect the jam to be incoming, Grinder.
There it is. He didn't waste any time, Yuri. Marcel with the quick fold.
Could be an interesting one here, as I expect Simis to raise under the gun with the Jack 9 of clubs and see how that develops against Mr. Gee in the big blind with the King Queen off.
The pay jumps should be a little bit more significant, right, as we inch closer to the final table. So the dynamics should change a little bit now that we have like 19 players left.
I don't imagine they're going to be significant enough until you really get to the final 9 or so. I believe
Is like,
ninth place,
are
if I
the
remember
pay
correctly,
jumps that they're not I mean, like not staggered, but like pretty
they're rather
like,
flat.
Yeah, flat.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, ninth place was $1,400 plus those bounties. So, yeah, we're looking at 653. You need 10 people to get knocked out to 1,400. So it's going to be fairly flat between here and there. But this is anything but flat flop for Simis with the backdoor flush draw and open ender. He's going to have a hard time finding a winning hand on this board. I kind of expect Simis to just rip it on the turn, honestly, for 2x pot. Because it's one of those hands, if you, say, bet 12 million and then you get jammed on, you have to call it off and you're not happy. So instead, Simis goes with a check back. It's very interesting there. And Mr. Key just going and trying to take this down with the best hand.
And he does.
Interesting one. I think Simis gave up an opportunity there on the turn to ace. Axe for Grind asking how often I find myself playing No Limit Hold'em. I can count on one hand per year. It's probably 2 or 3 times a year when a friend comes in town and wants to hang out and get drunk and play poker. I'll go over to typically Aria and play 1-2 or 2-5 No Limit with him. It's 3 or 4 times a year at most. What about you, Grinder? Do you ever find yourself out there in the Hold'em streets?
Like you, whenever a friend comes over. Last time I played was about a year ago, I think. A friend of mine wanted to play some No Limit Hold'em. All right, sure. Sit at a 1-2 table, play a little bit. Mixing it up with the No Limit crowd. But yeah, count them at one hand, basically. I don't find myself too much in the No Limit Hold'em streets.
Marcel here getting frisky with it, with the Queen 7 off pre-flop and finding a very favorable 7-7 King.
Ooh.
And it looks at first sight like a pretty nice card for Guy. Pick up a nut flush draw, but really Marcel turns the baby full house. So I expect a check back here to let Guy hang himself. Well, it's a nut flush, but on a double paired board. So
Guy going with pretty sizable bet here.
I expect Marcel to come with a fast call. You know, can't raise.
Mm-hmm.
Does get it.
Marcel pads his stack up now to 171 million.
So Great Bluff saying slumming it with us. No, I mean there's something to always keep in mind in poker is no matter where you are in your poker journey, you know that's doesn't mean where someone else is in their poker journey. So, you know, I came from the 1-2 streets. I came from playing 1-3 no limit, 1-2 no limit in Oklahoma, 2-5 no limit, and I'm just at a stage in my poker journey where that's not where I'm at anymore. And that doesn't mean it's slumming it by any stretch of imagination. It's just moved on to a different world. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with playing any stakes. I still play 6-12 mix from time to time with the players I learn from and just stop in once in a while and say hey and give them some action. You know, at some point in your poker journey, maybe you continue playing 1-2 or 2-5 no limit, and maybe you move on to different games. So to me, it's just where you're at with yourself, and you know, it's not about comparing yourself to anyone else. It's just comparing yourself to where you were yesterday, and potentially improving upon that. And that goes for all facets of life, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Fully agree.
No ego in poker to me. Max for kind saying, so you're the one that starts a 6-12 at Aria. That would be Derek, who's the dealer at Aria, alongside several of the other dealers. That's where I learned the game back in April of 2019. But definitely still stop in there once in a while and play with all of them. I think I was there last week, actually. So it's always fun. I love poker. I mean, you asked me earlier, Mike, if I got, won the main event, what would I do? And I think the first thing I said was I'd still play once or twice a week.
Harwood with the all-in. I can't imagine Guy calling here with the Queen 10.
It's better to be the one jamming that than to get jammed on and called off. That'd be a huge punt to call off Queen 10 there.
Yuri's going to open here with the Queen Jack off. And then Seamus with the pocket nines.
It's a little bit of an awkward position as Yuri's opening it up under the gun. Because if Seamus raises, the vast majority of Yuri's jamming range is going to have Seamus in bad spot. So it's like, you're supposed to 3-bet, but if you get jammed on, you're not overly happy. It looks like it'll work out in this spot. Yuri should find the fold. But Seamus
we've seen some crazy things happen. Have we, Nate?
Oh, there's a little blood in the streets from time to time, Grinder.
No blood right now. Seamus takes it down.
No blood.
No blood in the streets.
We are slowly approaching the final table, though, as we are down to 17 players, one more knocked out, and we will be finding ourselves to the final 2 tables. And we have an ace-9 suited, an ace-jack offsuit, and pocket king. So,
oh wow,
we're gonna see some blood in the streets on this go around.
I was gonna mention that we haven't seen too many bust outs. Like the bust outs seem to happen away from us, but maybe we'll see one right now. Who knows?
It's going to be really difficult to find one here, as Yuri has a pocket kings, is a short stack, and there's 3 aces out there. So unless someone calls him, makes a flush, makes a straight, makes trips, or finds that last remaining ace. I mean, Yuri's in such great shape against all these dead aces.
Now we're expecting the squeeze from Yuri any moment now.
Comes in for 35 million. And so it's really interesting of how much bounty is on Yuri's head. Ooh. Apparently it's a healthy chunk as Paul just rips it. And we've seen this call from Harwood's spot before, but not this time around. So Yuri in tremendous shape to get a full double up.
It's 190. Oh my
God. Top two pair, aces and nines. And that takes us to the final two tables here.
Wow.
Grinder. The one ace, it was out there.
Oh wow. And Harwood would have made top two with the jack on the river had he decided to get in on that three-way action.
Sergio here was the one to knock him out, I believe. It's all getting slightly conflated, but Sergio is chip leader at this table. 210 million. Paul Hofer. No, it was Paul that knocked him out last table.
Yeah, it was Paul.
Paul
It was
Hofer.
Paul. Yeah.
186 million are the top two stacks at this table. And Mr. Dell is the one that we're going to be keeping an eye on as the shorty who will be causing a lot of bloodshed to be spilled. So in the mixed game streets, a lot of the games that we play, deuces are very, very important to make your low hands. And there's a lot of times someone will be bluffing and, you know, they're just like, well, I saw three of the deuces. And it's just common to be like, well, there's four of them in the deck.
Gotta love the mixed streets.
Same thing here. There's four aces in a deck. Just because you saw three dead doesn't mean there's not one lurking around the corner. Nice pickup there from Paul, not only in this hand, but shortly beforehand. Almost to the 200 million mark. So Jacob brought us into today as a chip leader, 228 players. As you just said, Mike, 16 players left. So he is doing quite well for himself coming in as a chip leader. He started with 25 million, currently at 85 million. You know, I know at one point he was at 150 million. So I expect Jacob to be a real contender just from, you know, his lasting power throughout today from what we've seen so far.
I agree. He's holding it down, considering some of the bad runouts he's had. So looking forward to seeing more of these guys. Mr. Dell folds his Jack 5 offsuit on the button, so it's blind versus blind now.
Harwood more than content to see a flop with the Deuce 3 offsuit, I'm sure. This is a hand that you'll see at the higher stakes really be taken into a raise pre-flop, as they just take the bottom of their range and use it as some bluff candidates.
They both go check, check. Paul with now with the pair, but Harwood picks up a straight draw.
I think that's about as spicy a turn card as we could have hoped for. Mm-hmm. Gives Paul the bottom pair, gives Harwood a reason to start betting. And that looks like Harwood is going to take the last hand before we go into break. 16 players left on the Party Poker Millions online, event number 45. And once we come back from break, we will be seeing which of those 16 make the final table and take down the first place prize. We'll see y'all shortly. I'm Nathan Gamble, joined by 08 Grinder. Cheers, everyone.
Here is Henry, the man that I feel I've said his name more than anyone. Maybe him and Rock Costisa are the names I've said the most over the last year and a half.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Including, you know, my brother's name, my mum's name, the dog's name. You know, it's all. It's been Arthur and Rock. Here they go. Arthur limping in with Queen 6 of Diamonds. Henry from the hijack. Spicy. Limping in off 15. Watch and learn, kids.
The thing is, James, if I did that, everyone would be screaming at their screens, and what is this fish doing? But when Artul does it, everyone runs to their computer, checks the solvers, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you meant to do that every now and then.
Well, courtesy of the limp, we see through a poll, but everyone has a little bit. Artul, a top pair, is going to bet. And check to Chan. Overcard, gut shot, but with 1.5 million chips. Well, there we go. It is going to stick around, and must have off with the bottom end open ender, Henry. But 300k, this may seem very attractive. Wow.
Yeah, you know, turn a 10 and you don't really know where you're at.
Right.
Especially against the short stacks, the SPR are going to be so low. Well,
that's not a bad turn card for Chan. The nuts. Comes out bearing tiny. Really quick as well, Henry.
Artul's dug himself a hole. Can he find the ladder to climb on out of it? Not yet. He's going to stick around for at least one. Fortunately for him, doesn't improve.
Yeah, look at that, just a mini left. 25k chips, the only ones left in Chan's stack. There we go, Chan goes for half a milli. Henry just desperate to get paid here. And I mean,
if he's up against a 10, it's going in anyway, right? So he's just trying to get some value from 2-pair.
Right. And I suppose the kind of range of hands Arthur limps with here, we'd expect to have 2-pair if they've got something, right? You're not, I guess we're not expecting to see Queen 6 of Diamonds, but Chan might expect to see some of those connected cards in the middle that have stuck around on the turn, so this does make a lot of sense in that sense. And I guess that's why Arthur probably folds this one, Henry.
Here's a tank. I mean, what do you think Arthur's thought process is here, though, right? He's tanking.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what bluffs we could bet up against here. I can't. King 9?
Wow.
Something, wow.
Does call it off.
Oh, huge turn around for Chan, a near double up. Starting the hand so short. Arthur leaving himself well below 10 bigs.
Reminds me of that scene from The Matrix where he's like, see, he is human.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Party Poker Millions online event. My name is Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined with 08 Grinder for event number 45 with 16 players left as we play down to the final 8 and from there to the final 1, where the winner will take home roughly $25,000 to $30,000, depending on how many players they can knock out along the way. How you doing, Grinder?
Hey, I mean, hanging in there with you, my brother. Always good to be on stream with you.
Real fast, I said the final 16. We've already knocked one out at the other table, and we're down to the final 15 as we work our way to that final 8.
Only a few more players till we make that final table.
I don't know if you caught the video that was playing on Break Grinder. There was a nice little promo for the upcoming Barcelona. The Party Poker event out there starts June 2nd. There's a $3,300 main event. And I mean, satellites running around the clock for a penny. You can go Barcelona. And for me personally, Grinder, Barcelona is probably my favorite place to visit.
I heard Jake wasn't a fan of Barcelona.
Jack?
Or Jack. Is it Jack?
Mr. Jack Sinclair. Yeah, he said he's always had good experiences out there, but for some reason just isn't a fan of the city. Couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Well, I've never been to Barcelona, but maybe one day I'll be out there. Get a little taste of the Spanish hospitality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this would be a pretty good reason to do it, right?
Is it humid? Is it like a humid country? For
wouldn't say
like
overly
in the
humid.
summer.
I mean, I want to say humid. It's a little hot. It is on the ocean, so I like it out there. I also like Ace Queen suited.
Ace Queen suited is pretty nice.
And not too humid either.
I like not too humid. I don't like humidity all that much. I can stand a little humidity, but not so much.
I figured that just seeing from the fact that you live in Vegas, we don't have any real humidity to speak of.
Mm-mm. Yeah, the dryness is okay.
Dry is okay. That's fair.
The dryness is okay.
Mr. Dell here with the Ace Jack suited in the big blind.
He's pretty happy to see that hand. He's been folding a lot, so his patience is about to pay off here. If he can find someone to make a pot for him.
I expect we'll see a raise here from Jacob on the button with the Jack 10 off. And that's going to be met with an all-in shove from Big D, which Jacob's going to be kind of obligated to call off. So I expect we'll have an all-in confrontation here shortly between Del Boy and Jacob. This is just going to be way too hard, especially in a knockout bounty style, for Jacob to get away from it.
There it is. Bruno with the
almost
shove.
Shove-ish.
Shove-ish.
And the actual shove from Jacob.
There you go.
And
61 million in the middle.
Dell, obviously and clearly liking his spot. Flops top pair, top kicker, turns to pair, and the Jack on the river counterfeits
Oh,
The kicker giving them both jacks full of sevens, and a unfortunate miss there on a double up for Dell, as he is forced to chop it.
Mr. Dell is not a happy man.
Harwood under the gun, ace 5. Pretty standard open here.
Yeah.
And this is a spot where Jacob could be taking a suited
three-bet
ace
line?
wheel. Yeah, we could see a couple different varieties. 3-bet or flat. Goes with a fold. I wonder if that's because of Sergio remaining behind alongside Paul in the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps it plain Jane, a little vanilla.
Okay.
Don't expect any more action from this hand.
No call from Paul.
Oh, we
no,
do
he
see
does.
a call from Paul.
Okay. He does flop bottom pair.
It's technically the best of it, but it's just very hard against an under the gun raise.
Harwood.
Paul's going to want to get this check down to realize his showdown. Oh, interesting little lead on the turn. This 10 does rate to be more in Paul's hand, so it kind of lets you know that Paul's playing the game here.
Mm-hmm. Good move there by Paul. He takes it down.
We'll flip tables to Jamie Ronald with pocket 10s in the big blind. First time we've seen that name.
Yes, sir. I don't think we've had him on the featured table yet. So he's gonna definitely play these 10s.
And
Jamie
we
Ronald
are down to final 14, Grinder.
People are dropping like
Jamie
flies.
will play those 10s. You said it. Playing it for all the biscuits. So at this table, we have short stack in Warrington and Idros. Mr. Guy there with not an overwhelming amount of chips, either 23 big blinds.
Yeah.
But the two short stacks are really Warrington and Igaris. I think from what we've seen recently, Adriano is the tournament chip leader with a,
I think so.
hear me out, Mike, $250 million chips.
Woo! Say it again, Nate.
$250 million chips.
Ooh.
You're talking about needing like 1 million chips earlier in a tournament. $250 million.
That sounds
Hell of a lot
that
of
sounds
chips.
healthy. That's big.
Oh, that's real big.
Oh. Ooh, some
Jamie
spice
is
here.
getting after it.
Some spice. It's like he knows he has the best hand.
Jamie
Takes
is
it
here to
down.
play.
Yeah, and he just crept over the 100 million chip count. Now he's up to 118 with that that raise from the small blind.
Couple interesting hands, primarily based off of stack dynamics, as the two. I mean, we have the king jack off. sitting at 15 big blinds. Adriano has ace 10. The big blinds here with ace 10 suited as well. I mean, this has some potential to be a little spicy, you know?
All right, so Edgar, or I mean, Edgarus. I keep calling him Edgar. I keep calling him Edgar. Edgar Allan Poe.
The poet.
Edgar with the open. That's what we expected. Adriano with the fold.
I think that's probably telling us that Edgar does not have a whole lot of bounty to play for. Don't think we'll ever see a fold out of the big blind here with the ace 10 suited. Mr. Yi.
He picks up backdoor flush draw if he decides to continue.
We'll backdoor everything draw.
Yeah. Edgar with the gutter and one over. But that over won't work now. He has the top pair.
And clearly the most devastating card on the river would be a 10, unless Mr. D just goes ahead and ships it in now. I think we could see him go with a flat call here or an all-in. Does call, and is faced with a queen on the river, which I don't really think is going to change a whole lot for his decision to call Ed on the river if he was to go for a bluff. The almost all-in.
Yeah, almost.
Oh. I'm hoping. There we go. The call has happened. Wonderful, beautiful call. Great play. Now let's watch the blood unfold, Grinder.
There it is.
68,000 is
There
about
it
to
is.
go all in.
He's
the
in.
Antes. Oh,
Oh,
you love it.
He picks up the 7-4 offsuit. A lot of potential here.
Well, let's see who gets after it. See, now Marcel's in there with the ace-3 off. He wouldn't have been in there before, but now he's in there. So who fights back? And the war that could unfold. It's
Could we see
like
some spice from the bigger stacks here from Adriano? Maybe a 3-bet from JRT.
JRT just going with the flat call. See, this is where it really gets interesting, really gets spicy, Grinder, is just these situations where someone can just rip all in for 100 million, and you're like, oh, no one's going to call that. That was egregious. And then someone calls with ace-3 offsuit. You say, what just happened?
Oh, Simus is in there too.
All right. And ironically, it's a beautiful flop there as well.
Actually, that's a pretty good flop for Edgar.
Mm-hmm.
Picks up an open under.
JRT trying to get heads up. Not
I like
an overly believable line, but
I like it.
I like it. Does get heads up against Edgar's, who does not hit a single thing on the deuce run out, leaving JRT with the bounty alongside the pot, and a very healthy pickup for him. Takes us down to 13 players, Grinder.
Yep. JRT now at 136 million.
I believe we're going to see a shove here from Warrington, and Marcel has a very clear call in the big blind with a king-7 of clubs.
Oh, he's gonna be an underdog to these sixes, Nate. These sixes.
Not by too much.
These sixes are monsters in these games.
You say that. I'll still take my aces. You take the sixes. Let's run it. Net worth. Marcel will be making the call here. It's sub 10 big blinds. Plus we have that bounty on the line. Makes the call. 57 million chips in play. 13 players left. Will Warrington be the 13th place finisher? 2 clubs on the flop. Pair on the turn of 4s. And a whiff for Marcel on the river. Grinders magic. 6s hold for the double up for Warrington.
6s. Take it to the bank, guys. Take it to the bank.
Necta out there asking how to redeem the channel points for a ticket. Our moderators will get you sorted out and get you redeemed. Make sure everyone pays attention as a moderator talks about that, just so you know that watching us talk, that you can also get a little bit of tournament tickets while we do our bit. King 5 suited, King 5 suited, Queen Jack off suit. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
A little bit of this.
Queen Jack off. So that's kind of a function there of stack size dynamics. Doesn't want to flat the small blind and then get raised by Adriano in the big blind. Doesn't really want 3-bet it and get jammed on by Simus. So I think that's an overall good fold by Marcel.
Simus
Adriano
lets it go.
Going to war.
Adriano using that stack. That big
Using
old
it.
stack.
And abusing. I think so far at this table that we're witnessing, most impressed with Adriano and JRT for just kind of getting after it and really opening up the aggression at this stage.
I must agree. I did not know you could.
We talked about earlier. What's that, Grinder?
No, I was going to say, I did not know you could use your channel points for a ticket. That's great. That's a great promo by Party Poker. Kudos. Great.
Yeah, so for every 1,000 points, it's worth an extra $1 in ticket price. So if you sit here and watch several streams, you could get a free $20 ticket, for instance.
Nice.
Parlay it into what,
Nice.
Grinder? The Party Poker Online's millions. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Watch it, play it, love it,
Watch,
like it.
Watch.
JRT turning
Gamble
straight,
responsibly.
liking it, loving it against Mr. Gee. Sadly, no act. Oh, spicy.
Wow.
I say no action. I'm proven wrong.
Wow. JRT's
I
loving
like
this.
Goes with a flat. I like it. Just tries to get as much value as possible for Mr. Gee's bluffs. And will he continue?
Yes, he does.
Continue. Did not see this coming. What a beautiful pickup for JRT.
And he
Does
makes the call.
Just go with the call. Doesn't want to pet any weird coolers that develop. What a beauty. An extra 45 million chips.
Wow.
Just out of the blue.
Yeah. He's at 190 million now.
This has the potential to really set the tone for a tournament here. Simus with 21 big blinds, ace queen off. Adriano's already shown a propensity to go after those bounties and has pocket nines on the button. So really have some opportunity here to shine. Colonel Necta out there in the chat, turning his points into tickets. So
there you go. Yeah,
sure
that's right, guys.
His lead.
That's right, guys. Check your channel points. If you have any, go ahead and use them.
How many do you currently have, Grinder?
Oh, shoot. How can I tell? Where is it
The
here?
bottom left of the chat.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't have enough.
That's fair.
I don't have enough.
All right, we do have an all-in. It's a 4-bet all-in from Simus against the pocket nines of Adriano. And we're going to see 135 million chip pot, roughly 33 big blinds.
I like
More or less
Simus's
what we like to
chances here.
call a coin flip.
I like it. I like Simus's chance. Big
Does
flop.
pick a gut shot on the flop alongside some counterfeit opportunities, but is not to be for Simus as it goes to the pocket nines, taking us down to 12 players remaining. And that's our clear chip leader now at the other table with over 300 million in chips.
Ooh. A third. One third. A third of a billion. The big B.
12 players remaining.
Oh, I thought we were down to 11 because I thought we were at 12 earlier.
Well, we'll find
My
out
bad.
shortly. We'll
My
see.
bad.
You could be spot on and it just has an update in the bottom left. We'll see momentarily. Because right now we have 5 at this table. So that would mean we have 7 at the other table and 1 needs to get shifted over here. Or, as you stated, we have 11. So we'll see shortly if we get a player shifted or not.
Interesting hand here. Jacob with the top pair. Mario's with the gut shot.
Expect to see at least 1 call here from Marios, drawing at the nuts. King Jack can be good, but instead, let's not go with a check call. Let's go with a check raise and see how Jacob proceeds. Ooh.
Oh.
All right then.
Okay.
Proceeds with a fold.
Okay.
So we are still showing 12 players remaining in the
I
bottom left.
guess you were right. We are 12.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, Grinder. It doesn't quite make sense because I would reconsolidate the table so it'd be 6 and 6.
Yeah.
We're currently sitting at 5, so I think you're correct in stating that's 11, 6 at the other table, 5 over here, and I think we just haven't had the graphics updated yet, so I'm imagining that you are spot on with 11.
Oh. I'm rarely right, you know.
Well, then you gotta accept it and own it.
All right. I'll take the W. I'll take it.
Roman here taking the initiative with the 4-3 offsuit against the limp from Marios.
Well, we haven't heard much from Roman, but he's quietly amassed a pretty decent stack, 172 million.
Real fast, our beautiful moderator out there in the chat asking which one of these is going to be streamed next. And that is next Sunday, the 29th. And that is going to be a 7 max tournament. It's another weekender, $250,000 guarantee. That's event number 65. We're winding down next week. There's only a few more events left following that. So if you're looking to join in the action, buy in direct, satellite in for a penny, whatever it takes. Maybe you turn your channel points into a ticket, into a buy-in, and from there into hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands. Whatever works for you works for me.
Get yours now, guys. Get yours now. You could be the next party poker millionaire.
You could have 1 billion chips.
Yeah. How often can you say that? Get 1 billion chips.
Ooh, this
At a
is one of
poker
those
game.
opportunity hands. We're going to see Marios raising with the Queen Jack offsuit in a 5-handed affair. Roman with the very mandatory Ace 5 on the button. And then Jacob sitting with Ace Jack off. Based off of what we've seen with Jacob,
Yeah, he's been on the tighter
expect him
side.
to fold.
Yeah, he's been on the tighter side, so.
Well, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, would love to see a squeeze here from Jacob.
Squeezy?
Squeezy. The squeegee is wet.
Should get it done. There is a lot of potential here from these particular hands for more bloodshed than we've just witnessed. Does make sense for Jacob to just jam it all in there. Doesn't want to have to be met with a back raise and have to figure out his situation, possibly fold or raise it up, get called, and then play out position. So very well executed from Jacob in the small blind.
Kudos to Jacob. Nice play. He's back up now to 100 million chips. So that was like a 20 million chip pickup for him.
Let's see here. So every single big blind now, Mike, is worth 3.5 starting stats. Every single one. Just
every single one.
3.5 players. Price of poker's going up.
Jacob picking up the ace 9 on the button. Standaroo. The Standaroo raise.
In the bottom left, you will see that we've updated. We have 11 players left, just like you thought, Grinder.
Ah, there you go. I've been vindicated.
The validation is real.
Paul picks up a gut shot here. I can't imagine he would continue here.
I expect this is actually a great hand to do a check raise like we've seen earlier. He has, there we go, the backdoor flush draw, the gut shot up against a button range that doesn't necessarily have to include an ace. I don't expect Jacob to be letting this one go too easily. Does call. And this is a hand Paul should actually be giving up as a bluff. Usually you only continue if you pick up a heart
additional equity,
or perhaps a 9, a 10, exactly, additional equity. So, like the give up. And
Jacob's going to pick up another massive pot here.
Nice little, is a one and done for Paul, and I like it very much. See a new face in the chat, Grinder Badenho, saying hello. Kratos
Hola.
out there. Appreciate everyone still being with us as we work our way to the final table of event number 45. I imagine, Grinder, we're going to see Sergio raising on the button and Paul just ripping it with the 9s in the small blind.
I imagine so.
Faced Sergio folding it after that. Paul would have to have a very large bounty for either of the remaining players to really get after him here with the ace-8 or pocket deuces. So don't expect that to happen.
Here it is.
Poker's so much easier when you can see everyone's cards, right?
I know, right? We should get that. Get that feature.
Sergio giving this some thought, but I think it's more important for him to maintain his chip lead than to potentially get into a flip or dominate situation for half of his chips. Does let it go. $11 players left, Grinder. We're almost there. Almost to the final table.
Almost there. 3 to the final table.
Thought you were going to say 3, 2, 1.
I was going to say that too, but I figured I'd leave some of the good lines to you. You know.
Oh, I'm still working on finding the good lines.
Well, you know, we can talk during break. You know, we can. I have notes.
Notes
wrote
are
down
good.
some good lines to say.
Well,
we get some,
Marios has taken the line of the limp with the 8-9
The
off.
blind on blind action here. Not too many of these.
No, but we are down now to 10 players, so we're on the final table. Well, I don't know. Let's see. We've been playing 8-handed, so we may actually be going one more. I was just inherently thinking that we were playing 9-handed, and we're going to see a final table at 9, but I don't imagine that's the case.
That would be great if they can do an unofficial final table of 9, so it doesn't handicap the other table.
We'll find out together, I suppose.
I guess.
I don't remember offhand.
We're hand in hand in this.
Going to the flop, heading down Raspberry Lane.
Probably another blind here.
And this is going to be a hand that has a little bit too much value for Jacob to raise pre-flop, so I definitely expect him to check it back. You're going to take more of those Queen 5 offsuit 7 deuce type of holdings. So these ace-high textures are actually going to be slightly more favorable to the small blind when they limp.
Yeah.
Simply from the perspective of they intentionally put chips into a pot, and Jacob had the chance of raising and didn't. So on the whole, these are just going to be very advantageous for the small blind to go ahead and lead, like we saw Roman doing there.
Mm-hmm. Mario did it to Roman. Roman did it to Jacob.
And you know what else is advantageous, Grinder?
What is that? What is advantageous?
Picking up ace queen on the button.
Oh, well. That's on the menu, and you would be wise to pick it.
Edward out there asking about the payouts. We're going to be seeing them shortly for the final table, as we are almost there. It's 14,000 for first place alongside the bounties. Ninth place is picking up 1,400. And then fill in the blanks in between the two worlds, and you'll get the rest. But we'll be seeing them shortly. We're almost at the final table. We'll be taking a look at those all together in just a few minutes, once a player or two left to bust. And look at this check back from Roman with top pair.
Wow.
Turning trips, and Sergio now leading with a flush draw and a gut shot into the trips nut kicker from Roman. And Edward, there you go. The moderators in chat, Supernova, really giving it to you. There's the payouts. Take a look. So we take a look at a very easy call for Roman on the river here. No reason to get frisky beyond a call, as he places potential flushes, potential straights.
That was a pretty good check back with the ace queen. He got Serge to go for the bluff on the turn.
That's been some of the larger pots we've seen, is an advantageous check back, which opens up the opportunity for a player to start barreling off. We've seen that twice now, and it's definitely been a very nice affair for the player that decided on advantageous check back.
Yeah. Edward, we want to make one thing clear also. The payouts that you see in the chat, that's that doesn't include the potential bounties. So
that's right. That 14,000 for first place is probably more like 25 to 30,000 for first when we consider the bounties, and second place is about 6 to 10,000 shy of that. So it's even more than it looks like. Sergio has more than it looks like for most people with Queen 3, as he picks up 2 pair on the flop. call, picks up a 5 on the turn, which is going to tie him to the hand for a little bit, but also potentially give him an out on the river to win a nice sized pot.
Ooh,
Grinder.
and he gets there.
Luckily for Sergio, it is the ace of hearts. Paul's just going to have to be content flat calling on this particular ace. Does flat call, and Sergio has hit a rough patch. Grinder was up over 200 million just 3 or 4 hands ago, and 2 massive hands is taking him all the way down.
Just a bit of unlucky there for Serge.
This is a point of really seeing what you're made of in these tournaments, seeing how well you can hold it together and handle the adversity, because you're still sitting there with 25 big blinds. You're very healthy.
Yeah, you're not in that desperation mode yet. You still have chips. You're still alive.
It can feel a lot worse than it actually is.
Yeah. How important is it to have a good rail when you're, particularly when you're playing in a live tournament? How important is it to have a good rail, giving you that support, to give you that hype to continue to play well? You've won a few of these things yourself. So how important is it to have that rail?
Doesn't really mean a lot to me personally. I mean, I appreciate having friends there and, appreciate their support, but days in, I'm just there to win it and not really looking for emotional support outside of the table. So I think once in a while, when you have some really good players on your side, then it's nice on break to bounce ideas back and forth with them of, he's doing this, what should I do, and just have a conversation. But it's more just for the fun and, after you win to go out and have a nice time. And to me, Grinder, a nice time is Ace King for Sergio here, coming off this rough patch. It's a welcome sight, especially with. Oh, there we go.
Welcome sight when Marios puts in the 3-bet there.
Indeed. The 4-bet is incoming from Sergio. No question about it. The all-in, here she blows. Mario's going with a little bit of Hollywood. A little bit of a confidence booster there for Sergio. Nice pickup, 30, 35 million.
There you go. I imagine if this was live, the rail would be going nuts right now. We were talking about rails. Jacob
with the Ace King this go around. So we see 10th place pays $1,054. 9th is at $1,416. So now we have that very clear delineation of, the payout of how much you're paying for, alongside the bounties in each of their stacks. So you are starting to see this go into effect.
Ooh, Jacob with the small blind limp.
This could be a very good limp because Sergio has one of those hands I was talking about earlier. You take the bottom of your range, that deuce 4 offsuit type of holding, and raise it up pre-flop. And Jacob's just going to go ahead with jam it all in right on cue. And Sergio, once again, has to fold and give up some chips. Beautiful stuff there.
Beautiful. Love it.
There's a large ticket being redeemed with those channel points. $11 ticket Someone's been here to accrue 11,000 points. Good on you.
Good on you. Good on you for being able to redeem 11,000.
Mario's with the pre-mandatory King 9 suited under a gun. We talked about that Ace 5 a little bit earlier, Grinder being kind of a mandatory 3-bet. I think Sergio's probably going to pass on the spot just from a confidence perspective. Doesn't want to, continue this downward trend. It's one of those things, if you've been winning, you're accruing chips, it's a very easy 3-bet. But when you've been bleeding off like this, it really kind of comes down to your confidence level of like, it's not going to work. I'm not going to try it.
Yeah.
And this has potential here with second pair for Paul, top pair for Marios, and Mario's not having an overly large stack behind.
No, he doesn't.
This could be a fun one.
Let's see.
Paul
Ooh.
with the call.
He picks up additional right here.
I expect this card to be checked from both players. Not a great card for Marios is holding. Instead, comes with a third sizing. Very interesting stuff. Very good fold there from Paul. Kind of doesn't see a future with the 8-6. Even if he catches a 7, he's not in love. And Grinder, we have moved up once again to 5 million in blinds.
Oh, man. How long are these blinds, by the way?
If I remember correctly, it's a 12-minute blinds.
Oh.
Seems like shorter when we're in this booth.
It does seem like it.
I'd have to
Especially
check
when you have
to
all
see
the
if
action.
I'm spot on that. Maybe 10 minutes. Oh, Giuliano is saying 14. Okay. It was right
Thank
in
you.
that neighborhood.
Yeah, you're right there. You're right there.
Paul going ahead and folding that King Jack offsuit, trying to avoid some awkward positions. Jacob has shown playing solidly throughout, so Paul doesn't want to kind of get into a confrontation with a more solid player who's playing appropriate ranges.
Jacob again with a good hand.
Again,
10 million. 10 million.
So let's put this in perspective. This is an interesting thing about tournament poker, Grinder. So we talked about every player starts with a million in chips, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Every buy-in's $160. So now we're playing 160 times 5 for the big blind. We're playing $400, $800 blinds. Real money is what it equates to. Now, let's take out the bounties, and it's 200, 400. But still, we're basically playing a very, very large cash game. And this is why tournaments can be really profitable for those who have studied these spots intricately. They get to play, kind of shallowish, large blind cash games against more inexperienced players. And it's really a fun game when you look at it from that perspective.
Yes, coming from that perspective, yes, I can definitely see the advantages of being studied in these spots.
Supernova is saying if we get to level 54 of the blinder, 600 million, 1.2 billion. If I remember correctly from the stream last week, we had 1.3 billion chips in play total. I imagine we're roughly in that same neighborhood. So I'm going to say we're not going to be playing, billion
600
chip big blinds.
Yeah, 600 million, 1.2 billion. Yeah.
I hope not. I gotta be honest.
I hope not. Supernova. I don't think we'd survive.
I'll take the under. Let's put it that way. I'll take the under.
There you go.
For my health. Out there getting some channel points redeemed. I see Vava Ingra, Pegasaurus Rock. Reminds me of Spirit Rock back in the day, who was Prologue Freeman, prolific online player for the Ultimate Badge Full Tilt era.
Prahlad is still in the streets, I think.
He's out there. He's shown his face online. Couple of the live streams that have occurred.
Yeah, he's in Brazil, if I remember correctly.
Okay, nice pickup there for Jacob with
There
the
you
King High against Paul Hoofer. Queen High in Brazil. Okay, Brazil is having a renaissance of poker and just really taking it into the streets, doing great things.
Yeah. Oh, that's a country I have been to. Brazil is. I mean, it was nice when I went. I haven't been back since. But,
Okay.
I'm looking forward to going back.
Never made it there. What were you doing out in the streets of Brazil?
Oh, that was our. It was our delayed seabed. It was a delayed honeymoon for me and the wife.
Okay.
So we got married in 2010, but we didn't really take like an official honeymoon until the following year, where we decided let's go to Brazil, go to Rio de Janeiro. So we went to Rio de Janeiro in 2011 and spent about a week out there on the beaches of Ipanema, Copacabana.
Sounds beautiful.
So, yeah. Oh yeah. It was great. Speaking of great,
Sergio, turning that flush, and imagine they check it through, and this is an interesting spot because Paul is most certainly going to take it to the river, and he has a bigger flush draw now alongside can catch a 7 instead of the board double pairs, and kind of an awkward one for Sergio to lead with this baby flush. I'll be curious to see what Paul does from here. No showdown value. Does just give it up.
there you go, Surge.
Surge is surging.
Surge is surging. It's back up now to about 150.
Paul is dropping down below the 100 million mark. Mario's below the 100 million mark, which means in today's lingo, sub 20 big blinds. So are definitely the short stacks at the table.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money in the middle to play for. 10 million. 10 million in orbit.
10 million. Deuce 4, Jack 5. Jack 5 would love to see some spades out there.
Oh, yeah. Instead,
That's a juicy flop grinder.
oh,
Two-
man.
Two pair versus the straight draw for Paul. And let's see who comes out on top. Does just check it back.
Does Paul call here? No, he doesn't.
Nice give up from Paul.
I think I would have been too stationary.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things when you start doing this commentary, you get to watch these players play. You realize that should definitely be folding those more often than you do on the turn.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think if I was in Paul's shoes, I'm too much of a station sometimes in spots like those. But then it's like, how often are you winning? Like, let's say you flop a jack. I mean, you river a jack. Still no good.
Right. And I mean, it's one of those things where it gets into this obvious straight draws versus, you know, unobvious straight draws, if you will. So if it's an obvious straight draw like that, if the ace or the six comes on the river, are you really going to get too much more money out of it? Probably not.
Probably not.
King 10 opening, 5-6 of diamonds, too short to call.
Probably get a call here from Roman.
Yeah, with Roman stack size against Sergio, I expect a call. If not, some more ambitious thoughts, but gives it up. Plays on the tighter side. All right.
All right.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, he was not looking for any smoke from Serge.
He's for offsuit. It's taken as a fold. I expect Marios obviously to be raising the 6-8 suited on the button in some capacity. I mean, Mario's stack is getting awkward, 16 big blinds. Instead, just goes with a limp, something that
that's the first we've seen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The
it
button
is
limp
incorporated into several players' strategy, but you really have to know what you're doing to make it work.
Wow, he does pick up a flush draw.
So it's an interesting one. He has a flush draw, but Jacob is going to have far more threes in his range. So kind of curious to see if he decides to get a little spicy with this.
Judging from what we've seen from Jacob, I don't think he's going to do anything but just check fold.
That's fair. And well, with that one, Grinder, that's going to take us into the break. We have 10 players left, and there's some great action left to unfold in event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions online event. So stay tuned, everyone, and we will be back shortly after break. Thanks, guys.
Henry, the man that I feel I've said his name more than anyone. Maybe him and Rock Costisa are the names I've said the most over the last year and a half.
Does feel that way,
including, you know, my brother's name, my mum's name, the dog's name. You know, it's all. It's been Artur and Rock. Here they go. Artur limping in with Queen 6 of diamonds. Henry from the hijack. Spicy. Limping in off 15. Watch and learn, kids.
The thing is, James, if I did that, everyone would be screaming at their screens, and what is this fish doing? But when Artur does it, everyone runs to their computer, checks the solvers, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you meant to do that every now and then.
Well, go to the limp. We see through a pole, but everyone has a little bit. Alto, a top pair, is gonna bet. And check to Chan. Overcard, gut shot, but with 1.5 million chips. Well, there we go. It is going to stick around, and must have off with the bottom end open ender, Henry. But 300k, this may seem very attractive. Wow.
Yeah, you know, turn a 10, and you don't really know where you're at.
Right.
Especially against the short stacks, the SPR are going to be so low. Wow.
That's not a bad turn card for Chan. The nuts. Comes out very tiny. Really quick as well, Henry.
Artur's dug himself a hole. Can he find the ladder to climb on out of it? Not yet. He's going to stick around for at least one. Fortunately for him, doesn't improve.
Yeah, look at that, just a mini left. 25k chips, the only ones left in Chan's stack. There we go, Chan goes for half a milli. Henry just desperate to get paid here. And I mean,
if he's up against a 10, it's going in anyway, right? So he's just trying to get some value from 2-pair.
Right. And I suppose the kind of range of hands Alto limps with here, we'd expect to have 2-pair if they've got something, right? You're not, I guess we're not expecting to see Queen 6 of diamonds, but Chan might expect to see some of those connected cards in the middle that have stuck around on the turn, so this does make a lot of sense in that sense. And I guess that's why Alto probably folds this one, Henry?
Here's a tank. I mean, what do you think Alto's thought process is here, though, right? He's tanking.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what bluffs we could be up against here. I can't. King 9?
Wow.
Something, wow.
Does call it off.
Oh, huge turnaround for Chan, a near double up. Starting the hand so short. Artur leaving himself well below 10 bigs.
Reminds me of that scene from The Matrix where he's like, see, he is human.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to event number 45 of the Party Poker Millions Online. Event number 45. We have 10 players left, and they're playing down to a winner tonight. Roughly $25,000 to $30,000 for first place. My name is Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined with commentator 08 Grinder. How you doing, Grinder?
I'm all here, man. I'm all here. How about you?
Oh, I am here, been here from the get of today, and ready to see the final table play out and the action unfold.
We're starting off with Roman raising from the button with the 10 jack.
And Jack clears the King 10 of Jacob. It looks like we're definitely kind of waiting out some ICM here for a couple of these players. They don't want to get knocked out before the final table, before the pay jumps start really increasing. Roman taking this Jack 10 gutter Very nice hand on this flop. He's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure across a variety of runouts, especially with Sergio having second pair. Going to see how Roman decides to proceed. 6 of diamonds turn. Checks it on down. And this is going to be a give up here for Roman. Don't really see him going with the bluff. Does give it up. Sergio picking up a 43 million chip pot. Back up to almost where he started this table.
Yep.
So we do have pocket sevens here for Sergio, ace 10 suited for Paul, and we're on the final table bubble right now. 10 players, 9 are going to make that final table. So we're currently at 1,054 for 10th place, 1,400 for 9th place. So all these players are acutely aware of that dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Can expect a couple different ways of Sergio proceeding. Goes with the 3x sizing, which I expect Paul will just jam on.
Jam.
Which, there we go. Don't see any way around this one. Sergio expected to call. Finds the call.
All right.
83 million apiece, 169 in the middle. But more importantly for Paul is his tournament life is hanging in the balance. Will he make the final table? It's a clean flop for Sergio and a wonderful run out for him as a 7th hold versus ace 10 of Paul. Good game, Mr. Paul Hofer. That takes us to the final 9, to the final table grinder. And we're going to see exactly how these players stack up together. We're going to see the chip count right now. We're going to see the payouts, see exactly what these boys and girls are playing for. Here it is. Sergio went from top stack down, and now he's back on up on the top, 276 million. Adriano Volpe right there in second place, 261 million. Roman Pavlik, 190 million. Jamie Turrell, 187. Mr. Gee, as we've referenced, 179. Jacob Miguel, to me, is the story of the day. He's a front runner in my head as he came in today first in chips, and now he's here in 6th place at the final table with 162 million. Marios, Marcel, and Bradley leading back of the pack, 93 million, 90 million, and 63 million, respectively. And this is what they're playing for. And be acutely aware, ladies and gentlemen, of that bounties, which we're going to see at the final table, of how much every player is worth. First and second appear to be tied. They appear to be the same amount, but that's not really the case. There's about $5,000 to $10,000 difference between the two places. So $1,400 for 9th, 18 for 8th, 2,300 for 7th, 6 is 3,100, 5th 4,100, 4th place taking home a sweet little $6,048, 3rd just shy of 10,000, and 1st and 2nd are up there in the 14K club. So we'll really see what's at play with the bounties here shortly. And we're getting word now that we've already had an elimination as we go to the final table. Brad Harwood was knocked out in 9th place before we were able to capture it. Good game, Mr. Brad Harwood. Short stint at the final table. And it looks like it was our man JRT, because he's sitting there with 340 million in chips.
Wow.
Now the chip leader.
Must have been a huge hand then.
It looks like it was. And take a look around the table, Grinder, at those bounties. As
Oh,
you
there you
expect
go.
from the large stacks, there they stand with the majority of the bounties in play. Sergio 1573, Adriano 1819. Alrighty.
Yeah, pretty hefty bounties there from the big stacks.
Yeah, Mr. Gee, only 274. So, when we're looking at the pay ladders, those bounties aren't, really going to affect the action too much with Mr. Gee. But when you look more at the 727s, the 983s, the 1500s, it can truly affect the action of how these hands get played out.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, top set for Roman.
Top set, dry board. This is a hand he can easily just check call against Adriano, give him some rope, hope he hits maybe an ace of 10 or some bluff opportunities on the turn. Don't expect anything more than a check call here from Roman.
Oh,
Color me wrong. Minuscule chick raise.
and a call.
Does pick up that call. He's just trying to maximize against the overpairs. I don't see any way that Adriano is going to continue, especially on this 6 of hearts turn, which completes a lot of those kind of backdoor floats that Roman could have.
Now you probably got the max out of that one.
Alrighty. Let's see if we have any information on our current lineup. So the only one left that we have a little bit of information on currently is Adriano G. That's Adriano Gabriel Volpe, currently from Brazil. Online earnings are in excess of $800,000, and the largest score of that came in a 2021 Scoop event where it was a $530 buy-in, and they took $60,300 for second place.
Nice.
So it goes under online name of AG Volpe and Eurosign Kilo V2. And as we get deeper into this, we'll see if we can find some more information about a few of these players. We talked about a little bit earlier, Grinder. Mr. D's bounty here is really not substantial enough to adjust the play. Great Bluff asking who I just described. Adriano G is that player. Adriano Gabriel Volpe.
Yeah, the player to the left of Sergio. In between Sergio and Marcel.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
You know.
The guy.
JRT
You got a guy, we got
here.
a guy.
King, queen off. You got a guy for everything, right? When you're out
Yeah, you
there,
got a guy for
you need a
everything.
guy. If you don't have a guy, you better
Come
be
on.
the guy.
Come on, forget about it.
Alrighty. Great Bluff saying they just missed a name while grinding. Well, I hope if you're grinding party poker.
Indeed. Watch Party
This-
Poker with us. Play Party Poker on your
This
phone.
is a hand JRT
Tablet.
is opening.
Computer.
I expect Marios to flat from the big blind with the king 5 suited.
Mhm.
A little bit too nice to just give it up. And safe enough flop that he's going to be able to get away from this safely from JRT. There wasn't too many kings left in a deck, but one of them would have been devastating for Marios' stack. So has there been anything that's kind of surprised you or caught you off guard in the pace of play or the stylistics of some of these players so far, Grinder?
I think I guess I've just been I've noticed that the speed of play is something that I'm not quite used to, but I guess it's probably because of the format of the tournament. We were told earlier that it's like 14-minute blinds, so I thought they would initially be a lot more time being taken for action, but I guess with these blinds at that speed, probably not.
Yeah, everyone wants to get as many hands as possible.
Yeah.
Adriano, as we talked about earlier, is under a gun and raising it up with that ace-10 off. Has a few potential interesting customers here in the small and the big blind.
Yeah. Marios is getting pretty low on chips, so we're gonna see him probably make a move. Probably not on this flop since he folded, but somewhere down the line.
It is very difficult to make moves after you've already folded.
Yes.
Can confirm.
Yes. Oh, I'm surprised. I didn't see this. Marcel folded pocket sixes.
So we're up against an under the gun raise. Doesn't have a whole lot of big blinds. Only has 15 big blinds. So it's kind of one of those needs to either go all in or fold situations. Can't be mining for sets.
I'm just upset that I missed that he had pocket sixes. I was so focused on Adriano having ace 10 and Serge having ace 10. I was like, I just totally skipped him having pocket sixes, and it would have been the best hand still.
A lot of the aces and the tens were pretty busy on that one.
Yep. Yeah, see, I was watching the Triton earlier, and the speed of play was, I guess, like it was a lot slower. It was something I was more used to seeing on a stream, and then we come to this stream where the action's a little bit faster. So I guess that was what, you know, I went from like a slow pace game to a more faster game. So that's
fair.
what
I mean, live versus online
came up. Yeah. What about you? What's the anything caught your eye aside from the speed?
I think it's always just important to note that a lot of the players that seem to be doing well consistently are just playing very solid, very straightforward ranges. And, you know, there hasn't, every time you feel like someone's taking advantage and 3-betting you, 4-betting you, and you say, oh, they're really taking advantage of me, it's usually just reality is they're getting cards in that particular spot. So it's important to see it from kind of an overall wide-ranging perspective.
Are you as far as like the level of play that we've seen so far, how satisfied are you?
There's been a couple of plays earlier on that were, let's just say, less than optimal. I think it was when Jack was here and before you joined us. But overall, 99%. It's been very solid throughout. Very, very good play. So, yeah, it's been a very solid few tables all the way down.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a hand that I was referencing. So, you know, Jacob here, he has the king queen offsuit, and Sergio's here with the jack. Sergio's probably going to be 3-betting, and Jacob's going to be like, oh, he's taking advantage of me. Is this, really happening? He's on the button. But the reality is Sergio just actually has a hand. It's easy to feel, that's not the case.
Yeah. Serge going with the 3x.
Adriano here. He was considering it. And good fold from Jacob. And that's one of those spots. Adriano's like, you saw him consider just for a moment.
Yeah.
Should I go with it?
Well, his patience is going to get paid off. Now he's been dealt ace queen suited on the button.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to see an open from Jacob at 3-bet from Adriano. And this is a spot where people can start getting frustrated and be like, why is everyone 3-betting me? Does everyone really have a hand? And it's like, yeah, the reality is you're getting 3-bet by hands. You're just having to run into people time after time with hands. That's how a cookie crumbles. So it's very important to maintain that patience, which Jacob has seemed to do very well throughout the final few tables we watched.
He's been very, very patient.
Let's just lay it down as well.
I don't mind. I don't mind the lay down.
You approve?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Middling cards.
And if we look around the table, Marcel is sitting here in that 12 to 15 big blind range. Mr. Guy, same. Mario's same. So it's really kind of interesting to note that how that's going to affect the dynamics, how it's going to affect the ICM moving forward.
Yeah, they're not picking up cards either, so. All right, so what about these pocket fives from Jacob? Is that still too low of a pair?
No, I imagine we're going to see a raise here from Jacob.
Okay.
With the pocket fives. And part of it is the big blind has enough of a stack that his bounty is on the line. So Jacob is potentially going after it. But we have seen how tight and conservative Jacob's played for quite some time. Goes ahead, makes a fold. So I'll put to you this way, Grinder. Jacob got here in first place today. He's made the final table. Solid, patient poker is working out for him.
Yeah.
I expect JRT to just rip it here. Big stack to short stack. Just put maximum pressure. Does go for it.
Easy
game, right?
Easy game.
Nothing too much to speak of here. Looks like Adrian will be picking up this pot. So, yeah. Fun times here at the final table of event number 45 of the Party Poker Online Millions. Are you looking forward to the day that online poker makes a comeback to States? Are you looking forward to being able to kind of mess with the other international players again after we've watched this type of event play out, Grinder?
You know what? Like, I love the fact that, you know, we sort of have something going on in the States, right? Even if it's just on the state level. Yeah, and I am kind of like, you know, in that situation where like, yeah, you know, I'd like to see the whole country back on online poker and stuff. So yes, but is it gonna happen anytime soon? Probably not, because it just seems like a lot of legislation needs to get out, you know, legislation that needs to get done, and operators being at the ready to take advantage of said legislation. So there's a lot of work in there, and you know.
Absolutely. I imagine once it does happen, Party will be one of the first sites back in the States. Been a long time staple of the community for
Party was the
quite some
first
time.
to leave, right? From back in the day.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they were the first to kind of like make their exit from the U.S. scene when Heat was about to drop. It was a wise move too. We got away clean.
Absolutely. And now they are, many years later, putting on this beautiful event, the Millions Online. They have the Millions Live. They've just really done some great tournaments throughout the years, which, as we've talked about numerous times, you can satellite your way into for a single penny. One of these players right here may have got into this event for a penny grinder, and they're going to turn it into roughly $30,000.
It's not bad.
I would take
Not
it.
bad at all.
Find a penny, make a buck. Jacob making a 3-bet here from the big blind with the King 5 offsuit against the steal of Roman.
Well, Jacob does have some spice in him.
We like to call him Spicy Jacob for a reason.
There you go. Ooh.
Ooh announced. Are you looking at the King Queen, the Pocket Kings, the 10-9 suited, the Pocket 4s?
I see it. I see it.
Opportunity?
I see it.
We have opportunity here. And it really just kind of depends on how this one gets played. It's a weird spot for Sergio when he gets jammed on by Marcel, because it's only 60 million more. There's a $631 bounty, and Marcel going with that cheeky little not quite all in, I'm almost all in, you have to do a protection raise against me type of affair.
It almost feels like a misclick. Like he wanted to drag it all the way to the end, but then he stopped short.
It's just an awkward spot being Sergio, knowing you're under a gun, you have a strong range, and Marcel is still wanting to put it in versus you, but then you have the PKO, and Sergio says, King Queen's way too strong, let's play for it, and it's going to be absolutely dominated heading to a flop. King Queen
Queens are
of
still
hearts.
alive.
Queens are live, hearts are live. Marcel with the overwhelming lead though. Flop 2 hearts, picks up a flush draw, but bricks it on the turn, and the river does Sergio. And one hell of a double up there for Mr.
Wow.
Marcel Kessler. 171 million in chips, and Sergio is taking a back seat after starting this final table with the chip lead. Marcel may be back in it immediately with the ace-3 of hearts. Be interesting if he decides to do so.
Play the rush, Marcel. Come on.
Does fold it off, which is going to leave Jacob on the button with the ace-9 off. Clearly going to be raising there.
Now it's Sergio with the Queen Jack off in the big blind. Do you like a call? Or is that more of like a shoving hand? Well, Jacob just made it easier.
Very easy. Yeah, I think if it was a normal size raise, you're primarily going to find a call there in the big blind. You still have icy and pressure with the short stacks of Mr. Key and Marios. I don't imagine he's going to call off here with the Queen Jack. X for Grind, wondering if Marcel Kessler is related to the Kessler we all know. I don't think him and Alan are even friends, but you never know. Bubble Boy asking about the delay. I think we are on a 5-minute delay, if I'm not mistaken, just so that all of the feeds can come through to us and get the pretty graphics for y'all to see.
I think if we had a photo of Mr. Marcel Kessler, we could make a better guess to see if they share any relation.
Yeah, Alan has a very distinct look.
To say the least. Would have been interesting if they had like flags to their profiles here.
Yeah, we know Adriano is from Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And
just not sure about everybody else.
Marcel is out there flying the German flag, from what we're being told. Sergio is typically a Spanish name.
So he is a local of the Barcelona.
No. All right, Great Bluff coming through with some info right now. Just drop in all of the alpha. Jamie, hailing from the United Kingdom. Sounds about right from a man named Jamie. Jacob, Austria. I mean, let's just keep it rolling. I'm digging it. Keep dropping it in the chat.
Catching 2 pair on the Riv.
You mean Sergio from Estonia?
Sergio from Estonia. Adriano checks it back. Serge picks up 35 mil.
Let's see if there's any pending train wrecks here. It does not appear to be so.
No, doesn't appear so with this deal.
Roman from Ukraine. Keep up the great work, Great Bluff.
So we have somebody from Brazil, Germany, the UK, Austria, Estonia, Ukraine,
Mexico,
and Mexico. Pretty diverse group, if I must say.
Somehow there's just no Americans. I just don't understand it.
I guess.
It's weird.
Where are we at? Where are we at?
Represented.
Oh, you know what? I know where everybody's at. Everybody's over at
In
EDC.
America.
Everybody's over at
is that how it
EDC
is?
down the street.
One hell of a jam here from Adriano. Just going for it. Doesn't want to raise and get shipped on. Nice pickup there at the blinds with that ace. And it's really interesting, Mike, when we see, these stacks. We're looking at, you say, hundreds of millions of chips, and the large stack is JRT there in the big blind right now. And he only has 50 big blinds. So even though it looks like a lot, it sounds like a lot. You know, there's still really not that many big blinds in play for some of these ladies and gents.
We could see some spice.
Mr. G from Brazil, another one of those absolutely devastating countries right now. Brazil is, speaking of Mario's here, Queen Jack off, hoping for not quite the all-in, just a little tickle, and Sergio having to figure out what he wants to do. A lot of potential here for Adriano to get crazy with it.
Yes, indeed. But he doesn't go crazy.
Nothing to speak of for any of these players on 6 king, 6 flop. And if Marius is able to, just go for it, get in, it's more or less just going to be a straight double up for him. Appreciate the great work out there. Great bluff. Did a lot of good stuff for us. Very appreciate it. And real fast, Grinder, this is a Omaha move that I'm very accustomed to. So if you notice, Sergio bet 14 million. Mario's has 30 million in his stack. So Sergio is telling JRT, hey, I may have something, I may not have something, but I can bet the 14 million. If you call him Mario's rejams, the action's reopened to me and I can punish you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's always important to know the stack size of your opponent and exactly what damage you can do by reopening that action.
I agree.
We're getting a little bit of a side report saying Jacob is actually German, flying the Austrian flag, but appears to be from Germany. That's fair enough.
Okay. So we have two Germans at this final table.
I'll keep them all straight.
Jamie looks like he's going to again put Guy in a tough spot here with the jam.
Absolutely. Well, not really a tough spot for Guy with the Jack 3 offsuit. But pick up a hefty little 14 million. Just keep adding. I mean, you add it once a round, you just see every round for free.
Yeah. It's very hefty. Every orbit, it's blinds are about 10 million every orbit.
Well, let's look at this train wreck impending. Jacob's going to raise under a gun with pocket sevens. JRT with queens on the button. And Roman in the big blind with pocket jacks. I expect this to go raise, 3-bet, and Roman just rip it all in with the jacks. It's going to have to take some very high-end play for him to get away from this.
Oh, man. Let's see how it turns out.
I think Jacob is going to be relatively unaffected here. I don't see a way which he gets sucked into the bloodbath that's about to happen. Loses a little bit.
I mean, unless Jamie under reps here and just flats, but I don't think that's going to happen.
This is a sizing. I think Roman from the big blind is just going to have to jam over the top with his jacks. Doesn't make sense to do a flat call. So unless he finds a fold, which is very unlikely, we're going to see a flop with JRT.
Oh,
my goodness, Mike.
wow.
What a beautiful fold there
Wow.
from Roman. And Roman escapes beautifully there. Jacob gets away relatively unaffected. And nice pickup for JRT, but it could have been
Yeah.
so much more.
But what a great fold there by Roman.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, put in your ones if you are going to be finding that fold in the big blind there. Put in the twos if you're just going to go with it. That's something special, Grinder. Axe for Grind asking, how does that fold happen? Primarily, that's going to be happening just as a function of ICM, of looking at the short stacks still left to bust out. You have Marios, you have Mr. Gee. You know, if those two bust out, then you're going to move up roughly another 1,000 just in payouts, much less if you can get their bounties. So it's really a function primarily of trying to gain more money through other people busting out and appropriately playing tight. But I'll tell you what, not many people are making that fold.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference between 8th and 6th is about 1,300. So, plus the bounty. So, a lot of money in between.
Very, very solid.
Roman can see. He's got the sixth sense.
The sixth sense, the seventh sense.
The 7th, the 8th, the 9th senses. Just telling them, fold your jacks. Your beat.
And did it well, and relatively quickly as well. But I
Yeah,
will
I know.
also say
He didn't even time back or anything. He was just nah.
he didn't make a meal of it in any capacity. But if you've noticed, from what we've seen, that's one of the first raises that we've really noticed from JRT. So it's a little bit of function of everything. You got the short stacks, you got the pay ladders, and you also have JRT, who has seemingly not taken too much of an advantage of his large stack.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming we're just going to see a little bit more of a tighter play from the middling stacks until Marios and Gee either bust or accumulate some chips.
And nice sizing here from Adriano. I mean, it's already indicative with that sizing is proper for, but again, we go back to if Marios jams, he can reopen the action. So it's kind of utilizing all of the weapons in his arsenal here. I think Marios is inclined to call.
And
yeah.
And he gets a pretty decent flop.
I too am inclined to call when I flop the sixes. Maybe you're right. The sixes are the magic, Grinder.
Hey, I speak facts.
Mario's going to happily get in here, and Adriana is going to need runner, 8 or aces. One ace dead, leaving him just really up Schitt's Creek without much of a paddle here. And that turn card is going to seal it for Mario's. Nice double up with the 666. Is back in the contention between him and Mr. Gee for last place.
Yeah, that'll give him about like 9 big blinds.
Absolutely. Adriano here, Jack 9 clubs, under gun. It's a weird spot from the perspective of he's not the big stack, JRT is clearly the big stack, has 1.5x what he has. But JRT's just been chilling, just hanging out, hasn't really applied much pressure, hasn't done too much. And so Adriano or Roman aren't too handcuffed by him. I mean, he doesn't seem to be an overly aggressive opponent.
Find a call here from Jacob, maybe.
No, not against an undergun range. Ace-9 just doesn't really play that well. So I would be very surprised to see a Ace-9 offsuit being taken up against that. Does take it down. Nice pickup there again for Adriano. So Marcel here under a gun, Queen Jack suited. And I think this hand's going to tell us a lot, Grinder, about just how tight JRT is playing. Because you're going to have an undergun raise, I imagine. And what is he going to do with that King Jack suited?
You're right. We'll see.
Because your far more aggressive players are going to be 3-betting it, and instead we're met with a fold from JRT. It's going to definitely fold around to Sergio in the small blind, who's going to consider his options with the ace-deuce suited. And unless he gets overly spicy, we know for a fact Adriano is definitely calling in the big blind against this undergun raise.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting a 3-bet from Serge, but we'll see the flop regardless.
Oh, is that the flop you were dreaming of? You want a little action?
It is.
Ooh.
Why don't we put like a King of Spades or something?
King of Spades is already dead, but I like how you think.
Oh, that's right. It's down there. I guess we're not gonna get that.
Everything but. Should be a simple check call line here from Adriano.
Queen of Spades is gone. Ooh.
King of Clubs is still in.
The nut or butter. How
This is a hand
what's the
where
sizing
you have
here for Marcel? He checks it back.
So part of the issue is he blocks so much with that very specific Queen Jack of Clubs. He has a nut flush. He blocks the second nut flush as well as the straight draws. So I like this check back on the turn just by blocking a lot from Adriano's continuation range. Goes for a very large meaty bet on the river. Can make it look like he went runner on kings. He probably played it the same way. And it's enough of a bet that it gets Adriano to just go ahead and give it up on the river. Pretty nice stuff from both opponents. Here's your sixes, Grinder. I've heard you talk about them.
There you go. Well, Guy's got ace queen. He's definitely gonna get that in.
Absolutely. The ace queen there. I'm going to be curious to see if anyone else decides to get in, but he has such a minimal bounty. I don't think we're going to see anything other than Marcel calling from the big blind.
See, one ace is gone, but the queens are alive. Looks like most of the jacks are gone.
The only one that really has any potential here to mess things up for Marcel is Adriano. I think it's still going to be a fold. It's just too much of his stack with a6 offsuit, and the bounty's only 274. Does find the fold. Marcel will come with the call, and we're going to be off to the races shortly. So can sixes lose, Grinder, or are they just going to hold this time as well?
Well, let's see. Sixes have been what, 3-0 so far?
3-0. It seems if you're one of those
It's
guys,
been
it's
3-0.
time for them to lose. But flops a open. I apologize. Flops a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, and nothing coming for Mr. Guy, who is our 8th place finisher. Congratulations, sir. Well played, and a nice pickup there for Marcel as he
GG.
moves into 3rd place with that win.
GG.
Good game,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, it just sucks. I mean, you run into the nuts, you know. It's
The nut sixes.
Yep. It's, you know, it's what can you do? You pick up ace queen, you run into the nuts.
Looking around, I imagine we're going to have a open here from Adriano on the button. We'll see how frisky Marcel is feeling. See if he's got a little German spunk in him.
Yeah, don't look now, but Marcel is quietly 3rd in chips.
Absolutely.
Just slightly behind Roman.
And very much behind JRT. But JRT has a very nice lead over the field.
Yes, he does.
Johan, poker player out there, John Kite Poker, and all of our other chat members who've been with us for quite some time now. Thank you everyone for joining in, and I hope you're a fan of the channel and possibly not here to root on Marios, because it looks like he is most likely going to get in a very bad way here against the ace-jack of Adriano.
Super says 8th place paid $2,200. Total with bounties.
With
Thank you,
the
Super.
bounties. And Adriano does make that call for 55 million. Marios is going to be in a rough shape here as his king jack is going to go up against an ace jack suited with one king dead grinder.
It's gonna need some luck.
There's luck in poker.
Or so I've been told.
Shenanigans.
So I've been told. So it's all about luck.
Well, not for these players. Ace Jack holds on the flop, hits an ace on the turn, and Marios drills a little bit too late the king on the river. Good game, Marios. Was able to hold
GG.
on for 7th place as Adriano picks up another bounty, moving up to 2101 in bounties so far.
Adriano
Good
now
game,
in
Marios.
he's in 2nd place. It's all right. So now all the shorties are gone.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're left with the shortest stack right now being Jacob
Yeah.
with 22, 23 big blinds.
Yeah. He can work with that.
Oh, he's been working it all day. Came in today as a chip leader and now finds himself with 6 players left at the final table. Sergio under a gun, ace queen suited. Doesn't collect any callers, just collects some chips.
Maybe we'll see more action now from JRT. He's
Well,
been-
really, the time for
quiet.
JRT to make some moves and make some noise was with all those short stacks in play and put the pressure on other players.
Yeah, he can definitely
Supernova
do
saying
that.
7th, got $41,397. I think it's a little hefty. I think we're going to have to say it's more like $4,100.
you
Just a
didn't
guess.
see you didn't see the comma? There's a comma after the 4.
So $413,972 still seems hefty.
4,139 with 72 change.
I'll go with that.
That's good. That's nice.
I would take 7th place for 400,000 over first place for 25,000 personally.
Well, yeah. Gain the system, will you? 400,000 for 7th place.
I like the trophies. I like the titles. I like the bracelets as much as the next person, but
the money.
Yeah, for that much difference, I'll take 7th. Don't tell anyone. Marcel here, the ace-jack suited under a gun. Really expect Roman to not continue against an under a gun raise. Does find the fold. If you're able to fold the jacks in the big blind earlier, I think you're able to fold the king jack off to an under a gun raise.
Yeah.
Or wonderful mod Supernova saying he had a chunk of bounties. Yeah, he had a lot of bounties.
That's a lot of bounties.
I think people should have been trying harder.
He did. He had a lot of bounties. Yeah, because like 7th is only like 20 something, like, is it like 2,100, I think? So for him to leave with 41, pretty chunky.
Indeed.
Look at Adriano
Getting spicy.
with the lead on the flop.
This pot really developed out of nowhere. We have 168 million in the middle. Just with top pair for one player, good kicker, and now backdoor flush draw for our other opponent. Whiffs it, and we'll see if he. I mean, really, the only bluff here is an all-in on the river. Marcel will happily take his showdown value here, I imagine. Does find the check. He's going to collect a very meaty 170 million in chips grinder.
And sole 2nd place.
And here we are on one of our last breaks of the day. We don't know how many more are left, but we are down to the final 6 of the Party Poker Online Millions, event number 45. And we will see after the break who is taking down first place. So appreciate everyone being here and stay with us for the conclusion of this event. Cheers, everyone. See you shortly.
I was playing cash the other day. Just head on down and jump in. Cash games have been insane. Back out with the jacks in the hijack. 18 bigs and a dream.
18 bigs, a dream, and a couple of hooks. Not a bad spot at all.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh boy. There may be trouble ahead for Artur Martirosyan. Bacalao gonna have some raise folds off of 18 big blinds. And ace 10. Kind of a Nice hand, unblocking those raise folds. King, queen, king, jack.
Gets away, Henry.
Will Anton get away? Chan most likely to defend, although some reverse implied odds. Going to be up against stronger jack X, stronger diamonds.
So short though, Henry. I guess
Yeah.
the price is just too good to turn down. And well, set once more. Anton this time. Quickly checks it over. Makalu a little upset, Henry. See the ace high board. Hey, how's the impetus? Up against the small and the big. Does decide to continue? Now we see some 4 Hollywood. Oh, he's going for the raise.
No slow playing.
Something like that. 1.4 he says.
It's a huge raise. Well, jacks going into the muck, I guess, fortunately for the Frenchman. It's an ace high board rather than a 8-5 deuce.
I love that unsteel in the chat saying wasn't Arthur grinding online earlier. Wouldn't surprise me. You know, just make it to day 3 of this 2K with $250,000 up top, and well, doesn't start till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Got to fill the morning somehow. Why not play a little bit of cash online? Taking his time over this. Maybe Henry, you know, thinking, well, what's he check raising me with ace 8-5? He got big ace, so with the band out pre-flop. As he waited towards the flush draws, of course, Makalu's holding the jack of hearts. Kind of a bad card you'd think to have if you want your opponent to be in there check raising with flush draws. Does eventually give it up. I think probably always was Henry, but this stage of a tournament, you're gonna make sure you take a little moment. With the yeah, I'm just looking at him. Obviously, we're getting some requests about Johan Gilbert, but it looks like he is actually the tournament chip leader out on the other table with 15 million in chips. It looks like he may have busted someone. Yeah, looks like he's wow, yeah, he doubled up, Henry. It looks like a bizarre. But okay. He doubled up for 4 mil. Limp called it off with ace 10 against queen 9. Fell behind on the 9 high flop, but turned an ace and riveted 10 for good measure to get the double up. Looks like he.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined by Mike Serrano, aka 08 Grinder. We're joined and watching the final table of event number 45 of the Party Poker Online Millions event. And we're back to action with Jamie Ronald T, a man that hails from London. In the big blind, looks like we had some action unfold while we were away, as Marcel is now the overwhelming chip leader. Grinder, do you see what I see? Over
I'm
half
seeing
a billion.
it looks like he took a big chunk, maybe from Jamie, because Jamie looks like he's down about 100K. I mean 100 million.
Oh yeah, when we left, JRT had 350 million, and now dropped significantly as Marcel has picked up a lot of that change. Oh my, how the tables turn.
I want to apologize for doing this earlier. I don't know what that was. I don't know. Like when you introduced me, like all of a sudden my hands just started moving by themselves, and I apologize. So to the poker viewing fans, I know that hurt your eyes. So
I'm trying to.
I apologize.
I came back from break and my camera's gotten a little funky on me, so I'm trying to figure out what I can do to help fix that. Oh. We're going to try to turn down the lights a little bit, see if that helps. Not as clear as your beautiful face, Grinder.
It's been a long time since someone called my face beautiful, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Well, it's also been a long time since we've talked about what's up top as our wonderful mod out there asking for the payouts. You see we have 6 players left, which means they're all guaranteed at least $3,100 plus the bounties that they personally have in place. And let's put that on pause as we see aces and tens that are going to go to war with some particular short stacks of Sergio and Roman Pavlicki.
Is this the first time we've seen aces on stream?
For the final table, it is.
Yes. Well, yes. I haven't seen aces on the stream. Maybe you had earlier when you.
We had some earlier aces. And this is a spot I imagine Roman is going to jam it all in, primarily because of not only the stack size dynamic, but the knockout dynamic of Sergio having 1573 as a bounty. And he wants to see the run out. He wants the opportunity to get all of Sergio's chips and not let him get away. But in reality, Sergio's never getting away from aces.
Mm-hmm.
Goes
if
all
there was
in.
If there was a time for him to fold an under pair. Well, I think he already used that one up when he folded the jacks.
And the flop comes out with a pair of sevens, providing no backdoor opportunities. And Sergi is back in it, taking a commanding double up and second place as Roman is dropped down to a minuscule 2 big blind stack.
Roman now down to 19 million, basically just but 19 million.
19 million.
Just shy under like 2 big blinds.
Absolutely. And we see a familiar face not only on the tables, Grinder, but also in the chat. We've seen lots of y'all come and go. And we also see Mr. Norman Chad out there who says, sorry, Grinder, but he cannot accept your apology.
I expect nothing less from the great Norman Chad. I expect nothing less.
I also see a new resident to the chat, Suicide ZZXC, wondering where Mr. Gee went. He was knocked out earlier in 8th place. A wonderful showing for his time here. And another wonderful sight to see is if you have pocket tens with no one having an overpair, Grinder.
I do sincerely apologize again, Mr. Norman Chad, for disrupting your serenity. I did not mean to ruin your peace.
Can you imagine Norm out there doing yoga on a Sunday, sitting in his backyard, nice, calm, rock garden, and just flicking on his giant 125-inch TV that's clearly hanging in his backyard in the Serenity
125-inch. Ooh.
And your face blows up all over it, just doing the wheel drive.
And doing this. Yeah. So yeah, I can't. There's no defending it. There's no defending it.
And there's no calling in Marcel's future here against Adriano's shove. And this shove, while it's kind of large, 25 big blinds is, again, contingent upon the fact of how much he has in that knockout bounty. And he'll get a little bit looser calls than most of the players because of that.
Oh, a couple of small pairs here. JRT with 4s, Roman with 5s.
Really good spot here for Roman to get back in contention here. Even if someone tries to isolate him, then no one has more than one overcard. JRT just jamming it in. Very interesting.
That's how they do it.
Not going to get a call from anyone other than Roman, which he's got to love. However, he's left drawing at just one immediate out, unless he hits some sort of miracle flush or straight.
We've seen it before.
Oh, we have. The one outer, the straight flush draws, they're all present, Grinder. If you're going to have an underpair to a player, you want it to be in this situation where the other opponent has 1.7 big blinds, Grinder. I mean, that's about as lucky as you can get, right?
Yes. Indeed. Roman picks up the pot there. He didn't even need to hit that set. He was way ahead.
But with it, he finds himself a triple up. Back in contention.
Now he's up to about 5.5 big blinds.
Absolutely. These
Is Jacob
blinds
jamming
are
with
really
this?
crept up.
I know. King 10, is that a jam for Jacob with 9? No, he didn't think so.
I'd say as solid as Jacob's been playing, he's going to find a fold here, considering Roman is sitting there right beside him with 5.5 big blinds. So if he jams all in, he may lose the opportunity of getting another bounty, as well as the ICM between moving up to the next place.
JRT is going to fold this. We are now moving on. Roman now will be in the big blind.
So this is a slightly different spot, even though his hand is theoretically weaker for Jacob, because if he raises, he can actually pick up the bounty of Roman in the big blind. But again, decides to play it conservatively and just fold it off. He's really waiting for Roman to either double up again or bust out. So don't expect to see a lot of action there from Jacob while we have a short stacking Roman.
Expect Marcel to jam here.
Absolutely. Does jam, and I expect 2 folds here to subsequently follow. Norm saying he's going to attempt to make the Mixed Game Festival for at least one of the days, if his budget allows for it. For those of you wondering what we're talking about, there's a Mixed Game Festival that happens during the World Series of Poker. It's put on by Robbie Straczynski. That'll be happening at Resorts World this year for about 3 or 4 days. So
12th
get out
to
there.
the 16th. It's
Okay.
June 12th to the 16th.
Yeah, if you're not at the Party Poker event in Barcelona from June 2nd to the 13th, then and you're in Vegas, maybe come on down, check it out. But if you're in Barcelona playing the Party Poker events, I understand. And personally, as much as I love mixed games, I'd rather be on your side of the house, playing one of those beautiful events in the beautiful city of Barcelona.
I'd like to be there too.
Well, for 1 penny, Grinder, you can win your way in through a satellite on Party Poker.
God, I wish I had that opportunity.
Budget allowing.
Budget allowing, yes.
Sergio here, 9-10 of clubs, under the gun. finds 2 folds from the short stacks. Sergio's definitely been on a roller coaster throughout this entire final table. And, you know, he's solidly in second place right now, solidly making moves and sticking with it no matter what the adversity is.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive display by Sergio.
Marcel here going to raise it up. It'll be interesting to see what JRT does with the magical sixes.
With the nuts. I mean, there's only one play here, Jamie. But you know what? I'm leave it all up to you.
Well, the one play is coming home as JRT finds the ship. And I imagine this is just going to be too much for Marcel. Doesn't want to risk jeopardizing the number 1 stack in the field against the nuts. It'd be a pretty hefty call off.
It would be. Yeah, Marcel, you don't want none of that smoke, bro. Sixes. Oh, Jamie with tens.
Tens have been prevalent at this final table.
Yeah.
Norm saying his schedule largely depends on what I do. If I'm finishing 33rd, he wants to finish 32nd. 17th, 16th will suffice. If somehow I come up in second place, he'll sacrifice 7 years to finish first. We have made one final table together. It was an online WSOP circuit event. I believe I took 3rd. Norm took 8th, 9th. I mean, it's hard to remember when it's that far back, but he did not.
What event was that? Was that the Limit 08?
It was a Limit 08.
Yeah.
So Jamie just really finding some hands, finding some opportunities and some spots against Marcel and making him regret every single raise that he puts in right now.
Oh, he's quietly chipped it back up to second place with 313.
This has some potential, Grinder. I can see Roman shipping the Jack-9 clubs. Marcel sitting there, big line with Ace-Jack off. And one of these other players could get spicy in between, particularly Sergio. So, curious to see how Marcel will respond to spiciness that's about to come from Sergio's position. This could be a massive hand that really sets up dynamics at Grinder. Oh, and Sergio just folds it off. He prevents a train wreck. Roman going to need some clubs, some straight cards, the last remaining 9. Basically, he needs some love, Grinder.
Definitely need some love.
82 million. Has a gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Ace on a turn. Seals the deal as he misses a gut shot on the river. Good game, Roman Pavlicki.
GG
in
Roman.
6th place. The rich get richer. We'll see you around, Roman. Wonderful run at it.
Marcel just keeps adding to his chip lead. 570 million. 570 million.
Well, let's forego the past hand and look at the current one, as Sergio is rewarded for not getting spicy before with kings against the ace-queen offsuit of JRT. And I have a feeling we're going to see a raise and a rip, Grinder.
Ooh.
Let's wish Roman the GGs, but let's look at the potential here. I mean, Jamie has been very high on the horse to shove all in.
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be met with a snap call by Sergio. There it is, the all-in from the second place at JRT, slightly covering Sergio. I mean, we're talking minuscule amounts of coverage. Wait. He has him covered by 4 million. Sergio will make this call, obviously. We're on the precipice of another knockout. JRT has 4 million more than Sergio. He needs to hit an ace to survive. King on the flop for Sergio. Running Broadway for JRT. Jack on the turn, 10 on the river. That is as brutal as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Sergio is now our 5th place finisher. JRT is the chip leader as opposed to crippled. I mean...
Oh, wow.
The pain is real, Grinder.
I lost for words there.
Good game, Sergio. Good game.
Good game. Oh my god, that's gonna sting. Flopping a set of kings and then go runner. Wow, what an insane run out.
JRT is now back in the lead. Made it happen somehow. And I feel like they're sitting behind their computer right now, just fist pumping. Thanks for grinding.
I mean, if you're gonna regain the chip lead, that's one way to go about it.
And now I'm almost at a loss for words after that one.
Wow. And just like that, we're down to 4.
You have to love that if you're sitting there in Jacob's spot. You've been grinding this very, very short stack. You have the other short stack eliminated. And then Sergio gets eliminated out of the blue, was second in chips, tied for second essentially. And now there's 4 players left. You're guaranteed 6,000 plus your bounties. You basically just moved up an additional 3,000 in prize money.
Yeah, like it wasn't what you would expect, like second in chips and third in chips to go at it. But Jacob, very fortunate for him to ladder up.
Now we have this kind of jockeying first place between Marcel and Jamie. You have a clear last place in Jacob Miguel. But you have to remember, Grinder, Jacob entered today as the chip leader. 228 people left, and he's still at the final table. He's short on chips, and now he's all in. But he's still around. He's still alive. He's still kicking. I'm curious what Adriano will do. Just decides to fold. Good fold there. I think if he had jammed all in, Marcel would have gone after both of them. But thankfully for him, finds a fold. We're going to see a king 7 off up against the ace 8 of Marcel. And can a short stack get there? Running hearts. How about king on the turn just to lock that part up? And Jacob with a nice little 1.5, triple up. Seems reasonable.
Seems reasonable. Jacob with the double up. Still a short, but
a little less
short. Up to 7.7. Now he's got King Jack.
King Jack doesn't look like anyone's going to be calling him here.
Nope.
Adds 25% to his stack. Just automatic pickup.
Yeah, he's going to pick up 20 million here if no one calls. That'll bring him to close to 100 million. And a good timing too, just right before the big blind hits him. JRT calls.
Ooh, JRT getting after it. Sevens are used up all the way around. So let's see if JRT can get 4 straight. Blank flop, blank turn. Another double up back to back for Jacob.
Wow.
That's the beauty of these PKOs, Mike, is you just see players getting after it in otherwise a wildly inappropriate spot. But with those knockouts, those bounties, it really adds a spice of life to this.
Well, don't look now, but Jacob, ace jack. He's had what, 3 double ups in a row.
2 double ups.
Was it 2? Oh,
His King 7 and the King Jack.
or maybe
Now you're just-
I'm predicting the future.
Your predicted future. This is another
Okay.
double up here.
Believe so.
Okay then. Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gents. Jacob on his way this very hand to a 3rd double up. We'll see if 08 Grinder can see the future. Not a double, but
Not a
very
double, but-
solid pickup.
Solid pickup for Jacob.
And while he's still in last place, that hasn't changed recently. He's 4x his stack in the last 4 hands, I believe.
Yeah, he went from 34 million to 198 million. Not
Oh,
bad.
yeah, he's at 34, so was that 5x? Pretty nice.
Yeah. Pretty nice. It must be disconcerting to Adriano, though, just to watch some guy with 3 big blinds just all of a sudden now biting at your heels as far as like stacks.
Absolutely. We see a couple questions in chat. Sarcastic asking if they think Party Poker will be adding mystery bounty tournaments to their list anytime soon. I really don't see online tournaments adding that feature for a minute, just because everyone already has contentions about online and says, oh, this is rigged, that's rigged. I think mystery bounties would just add a lot of ability for people to say things are rigged and the bounties are going unrandomly, and it'd be worth more headache than maybe it's worth. It's easier in a live setting where people can physically see the bounties being random. I just don't know if people would kind of accept that from an online site. But if one is to do it, I think Party Poker is such a staple of the community. Obviously, there's all the trust in the world with them. So I hope if people were able to believe, then this would be a great place to start. But that being said, Great Bluff is saying GG's already doing it. So, maybe people wouldn't have as much of an issue with it as I think they would. And then Axe for Grind asking about, has anyone done the math on when it's worth going after someone's bounties, given where one's at in the payout ladder? I guarantee you people have. I want to say Dario Ocarni. I'm butchering his name entirely, but he has an entire book about PKO events. So if you're curious, go check that one out. How do you like that flop if you're JRT Grinder?
Oh, loving it. Open under with the flush draw. Looking to rejam.
Loving it. Especially against that bounty of Adriano, the 2100 there.
Yeah, he's got the largest bounty.
Oh,
Makes the
Adriano
wheel.
floats it, feels like it's good, turns a wheel, and now JRT is going to need an ace or a 6 on the river to chop it, or the flush to come on home. There's no way Adriano called flop and folding turn. Can JRT get there once again on the river? No,
No.
he cannot. And out of nowhere, Adriano with the double up, moving into a nice second place behind Marcel. We're getting down to the wire here, Grinder. I mean, for a while, Jacob's sitting there in last place, short stack. Everyone's waiting for him to bust. And now everyone's kind of getting back in there and tussling.
Jacob definitely not going out without a fight. Ooh. JRT with the 3-bet from the small blind here. It's going to get work. Going to take it down.
Yeah, JRT has definitely been getting after it. Seems like as soon as he gets knocked down, just tries once again to build up that stack. So we were talking about how many chips are in play last go around. This time it looks like there's about 1.5 billion chips in play. And
somebody's going to end up with all of that later.
Absolutely. 1.5 billion just, I mean, it has a really nice ring to it, you know, Grinder?
Indeed.
Let's see a continue here in the big blind in the form of a call from Adriano with the ace deuce suited. For Marcel opened this 10-5 under the gun, just trying to apply some pressure, and now finds himself with mid pair against the gut shot for Adriano.
It was spicy.
Marcel's not going to go anywhere for this sizing. Definitely going to find a call. Adriano really doesn't have a lot of equity right now, but does come with a very large bet, about 80% pot. We'll see if Marcel can manage to find a call here against this sizing. Does let it go. And with that, Grinder, Adriano moves into first place with 500 million.
That was a very enterprising move for Adriano, I must say. Very, very bold move. Love the spice. Love the spice. It's like
10-9.
it's like when the waiter asks you 1 to 10. You go, you know what? Give me
spicy?
11. Give me 11.
Turn it up to 11.
Yeah, give me 11. And they go, are you sure? Yes.
Oof.
Give me 11.
That's what we call a solid flop if you open the 10-9 offsuit under a gun. Just flop the joint. King high straight. Sadly for him though, the chip leader Adrian does not have much. So unless the spice gets added this hand, then there's not going to be a lot of chips to give back.
That would have been nice. Maybe check back. Have
No,
Adrian catch
from the
something?
small blind is going to have a lot of king jack, jack 10s, queen 10s type of holdings. They're going to have a lot of those Broadway middle-y cards that actually have top pair or top pair straight draw, 2-pair type of holdings.
Oh, he was from the small blind. Okay. I thought it was like, for some reason, I thought it was like big blind versus under the gun. My bad.
Oh, you're good. So these players still Grinder. Their fourth place pays 6,000. First and second place pay 14,000. in addition to the bounties. So without even taking the bounties into effect, you last 2 more players, it's an additional $8,000 worth. So no one wants to get knocked out right now. They're all here for the title, the bracelet, online theoretical bracelet, the win.
What do they get? Do they get a bracelet? Do they get like a digital
riches.
trophy?
Glory and riches.
I wish they would give out belts. Right.
Belts.
I wish they would just give out belts. Like screw the bracelet. Give me like a championship belt. Like the ones they give out in wrestling and UFC.
All right.
It's a big belt.
If you find yourself closing a final table down at a major tournament, we're going to get you a belt made. We're going to put their trophy to the side. Don't even worry about that. We're just going to get a custom-made belt.
Yeah, you know what? Like, just give me a belt.
And look at that though. 4th place pays 6,000, 3rd is 9,300, and then we jump all the way into a 14K mark for both 1st and 2nd, coupled with all those bounties that they received. So they're playing for a whole lot of cheddar still.
A lot of cheese. Lot of cheese. So yeah, a couple of people in the chat agree with me. If you guys saw like a championship belt, well made, craftsmanship, over the top, you would be extra motivated to win a tournament. If it was like a belt with like it was shiny with diamonds on it,
like the one that Helmuth keeps winning on the heads-up matches. That one.
So, maybe something that's apt for something as prestigious as the World Series of Poker main event, right?
Ooh.
I don't know who needs to make it, right? Maybe we should get the people that made like the Stanley Cup, right? Just have them make the belt. Just make it like grandiose.
And what tournament would you like this to be for? The Party Poker Online Millions?
We could do the Party Poker Online, the main event. Party Poker main event.
Okay.
With the belt.
Okay.
And then, let's just make it like wrestling. Every player comes in with like theme music. They're walking down the hall. Even if it's
real
digital.
Fast. We just had the blinds go up and every stack just shrunk. 6 million, 12 million. Every single big blind is worth 12 entries at this point. So we're playing some high stakes poker that's worthy of that championship belt, Grinder.
There you go.
I expect Jamie to continue here with a call. Finds it.
Ooh. He catches a little piece.
Yeah, a little bit here. The ace, 7, deuce, flop. Definitely gotta see a small continuation bet from Adriano. And I don't expect it to shed JRT anytime soon. Upside down 6 on the turn.
That doesn't help JRT the slightest. Will not slow down Adriano.
No. Really not expecting to be behind the majority of JRT's hands. With this sizing, it's going to be so hard for him to continue forward. Does find the fold. And Adriano with a pickup in first place, over $500 million. Marcel and JRT firmly tied for second place in that, $400 million club. And If you're a chip leader, I mean, you're already raising a lot of hands, so why not raise queens as well, right?
Yeah, why not? If the ladies love you.
Only player to really give some action here is JRT in the small blind with the king 10 offsuit.
Do we expect some spice from GRT?
A little bit here.
A little bit.
3-bet. 66 million. And Adriano has a couple different options here with the queens. You can do everything from a flat call to the all-in, which is what JRT is greeted by. Axe for Grind is wondering about the previous hand, that not knowing what Jamie had there, is it correct for Adriano to size up with the ace? Absolutely, because it allows him to have a plethora of draws in his hand, some straight draws, some flush draws, gut shots in there as well. And so he's able to get value from his aces, as well as put a lot of pressure on his opponent, in this case JRT, with those draws. So he's going to be balanced there and, be able to get value from his good hands while applying pressure with his continuation bet there.
Yep.
And
though, look now, Adriano with ace king, just immediately after he had queens.
I mean, let's just talk this through. Ace king 3-bet JRT rip against his sizing. I don't know. That is a large sizing. 96 million. I think it allows JRT to get away from jamming all in there. But Adriano a minute ago had over $500 million, and now has almost 0.7 billion. 700 million.
Ooh.
Oof. Jacob, clear jam. Ace 10 off.
Could either one of these players call?
I mean, we're talking about 10 big blind jam. It's let's look at it from this way. You can pick up 870 for the bounty, but between fourth and third, it's a $3,400 difference. So it really doesn't quite mean as much as $900 as it did previously at different stages of the final table. So I'm not really too surprised not to see a call there.
Jacob just folding the best hand. Unbeknownst to him.
Yes,
Unbeknownst
yes,
to
sir.
him.
Do you remember when we were watching Jacob double up twice in a row and then pick up additional pot, and you say, how does it feel to be Adriano with 200 million, watching this player just catch all the way back up to me, and now, 15, 20 minutes later, Adriano has a clear chip lead?
Tides
Funny
can
how it
definitely
works.
change. Funny how, yeah, exactly. Funny how the game works.
Marcel recognizing the aces are a better flop for him, as we talked about earlier.
Oh, we got some
Ooh.
spicy
Woohoo.
action here.
I mean, we went from a hand ago, you were saying, how can you fold the jack four? It's the best hand. Now we have ace or king in every single player's hand. Ace 8, king jack, ace 5. So definitely has some different opportunities here. I expected jam, though, from Jamie. Just kind of, does go
Ooh,
for
there
it,
it is.
which I think just shuts down all remaining action. Fold from Adriano. Fold from Marcel.
Nice pot there for Jamie.
And with that pot, we are going to go into another break. We are currently 4-handed. So I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting word now that we're actually not going to be going on break. We're going to be just taking a little bit of a siesta here, joining myself and OA Grinder, and we'll be rejoining the tables shortly. So sorry about that pause in the action for you. We come on back to Adriano having doubled up JRT, who now has 680 million in chips and is a clear chip leader. So
we missed it. What happened?
One hand off, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for that. And now Adriano in last place, about to shove all in straight into the ace-queen offsuit of Marcel. Boys and girls, how fast the tides can turn, just like we were talking about. This is going to be a clear rejam for Marcel, protecting. Does just make the call, no harm, no foul, as he has Adriano in devastating shape. Clean flop for Marcel as it runs out in his favor. And Adriano has gone from the chip leader to out in fourth place. Good game, Adriano. Good game. Jacob benefiting the most from this as he has moved up from fourth to third, 6,000 to 9,300. Wow. Grinder. Here we are.
Your guy. This is your guy. You've been calling it for your guy ever since the start.
And well, here we are, Marcel and JRT essentially tied in chips for first and second. Portillo out there in the chat saying Jacob will be the champion. He has a very steep uphill battle, but we said before, I'll say it again, he came into today first in chips, 228 players left, and now we are three-handed as the chip leaders do battle on this 9-9-10 flop. Marcel check raises, and what a spicy deuce on the turret. Never thought I'd say that, Grinder.
The spicy deuce.
Oh, flush draw for Marcel. Nut flush draw for Jamie.
Oh. I
and
think
this has potential.
Oh, Marcel gives up.
Wise check there from Marcel. And JRT content to take a 426 million chip pot. Now far and away the clear chip leader. Marcel in second, 400 million. Jacob in a distant third, 200 million.
JRT he's just on the precipice of having a billion chip stack at this point.
It's definitely in the making here. I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer before the billion chip mark is surpassed. Ask Marcel to play for it all. We already know the answer. It's not to be.
Nope.
Looking ahead, little 10 ball in everyone's hand, but Miguel with the clear best kicker there.
Clearly.
Ace 10.
Clearly with the best kicker. We're gonna see a shove.
We have our mod out there in chat. Let us know Adrian Cash for $10,177. So keep in mind, their fourth place was worth $6,300. So they had about $3,700 in bounties. And that lets you know exactly how much we're looking at for some of these players. There's a lot online. I think we're going to see some bloodshed here, Grinder. We have the King 8 suited, the Pocket Sixes, which is the nuts.
Yeah. Undefeated on stream.
Undefeated. Do we go 4 for 4?
We shall
First
see.
off, does one of these opponents make the call? Marcel Ace-7 folds. JRT with the King 8 suited. There's some real potential here.
It's close. I think it's close with the King 8.
Well, we're not going to see the 6s through 5 cards, but still undefeated.
Still undefeated.
As it gets it in uncalled. And what was it? 10 minutes ago that Jacob was sitting here with 37 million, Grinder? Is that right?
Yeah, he had 34 million. He had 3.4 big blinds. Now look at him. Third in chips.
Well, I mean, third in chips for 3 players is still not the best, but
yeah,
there's only 3 players left.
3 of 3. He's in a pretty good spot right now.
Pocket 9s for Marcel. Not entirely sure what chat is going on about. Asking me to speak to Tagada. Not sure what's happening all up in there. I'll leave y'all to your weird little world as we watch the 9s raise.
Chat's had their own world.
Oh, look at this one, Grinder. JRT ripping the King 4 of clubs from the small blind. Probably a very appropriate rip to put the maximum pressure on Marcel.
Oh,
but Marcel has a
Marcel
calling
with the
hand.
call.
Jacob's loving this spot. If Jamie can come from behind, he will move up to second place. Jamie not flopping much, turning a backdoor straight draw and a safe ace on the river, putting Marcel now into the lead with $750 million. Woohoo!
Wow.
Grinder.
Here we go.
I don't know if those 6s are going to hold a 5th time. Just rip it in there. That is a massive.
He wasn't wasting any time.
How do you feel about that? I mean, we're talking 35 big blinds, just open jam. It seems wildly excessive, but it does get Jacob in there. Jacob now in danger. Flops a 6. The 6s hold again. They are the unofficial nuts of this tournament.
5 for 5. 5 for 5. 6s, I'm telling you guys. 6s, I'm telling you guys, is the nuts. You do not fold 6s ever.
I mean, Jacob in a solid second place. Marcel's about to jam all in from the small blind and put JRT at risk. I'm telling you, we're about to see another all in for JRT. And if he can't hold, he's gone from the massive, overwhelming chip lead to out. He needs his ace-10 to hold, Grinder. Where did this all come from? Just fast and furious. No action to blood. JRT needs this to hold.
Let's see it.
Here we go. Ace-10. Straight draw for Marcel. Does not get there. JRT back once again. And that pot between Marcel and Jamie puts Jacob into first place.
Back to where he belongs. That's what Jacob is saying to himself. Back to where I belong. Chip leader of this millions turn.
Okay, we have the raise. I mean, does Jamie just go for, was this 3 in a row?
Jamie's coming for blood. He's coming for blood.
He's a short stack. He doesn't have anyone else to wait out. Goes all in. I mean, and with this pot, he's up to 440 million. Marcel's over $500 million. Jacob's at just over $500 million. I mean, they're pretty well tied.
They're pretty close. Yeah.
I felt like we almost fell asleep for a minute. We were snoozing, and then they heard it. They heard it from where they were. It's like, we need to pick up the action, boys.
Jamie again on the button.
Jack 7, Jack 9. Deuce 7 obviously not going in there. Jamie still in third place, but puts himself just a little bit closer, inching closer to the path.
It's only like 98 million between first and third. So they're very close.
Oh, absolutely. There's been a potential so many times now to get someone knocked out. Let's say it once again. Jacob entered the day as the chip leader, and here he is, chip leader again with 3 left after being down to 34 million four-handed.
It's your guy. You called it.
He's my man.
He's your guy.
Is it bad that we haven't seen an all-in for 3 hands now, and I'm jonesing? I'm wondering when my next fix is.
The Roman crowd grows impatient. We want to see bloodshed.
Blood. Queen deuce, queen 8. I mean, let's just check it. See a queen deuce 8 flop. I mean, nothing personal against Jamie, but checks it on over. Doesn't look like anything that'll get any players into trouble here. Does pick up a gut shot and a queen high flush draw, but everything of value is contained in Jacob's hand, and there's nothing much for Jamie other than the bluff.
Is Jamie gonna shut down? He does. Jacob with the better queen.
Does check it back, wins it with the slight kicker difference here. And we are going to go into another break, ladies and gentlemen. 3 players left, 1.5 billion in chips, and they're all fairly even as they fight one another for that first place prize in the Party Poker Millions online event number 45. From myself and 08 Grinder, we'll see y'all shortly. Cheers, guys.
All right.
Henry, the man that I feel I've said his name more than anyone. Maybe him and Rock Costisa are the names I've said the most over the last year and a half.
Does feel that way,
Including, my brother's name, my mum's name, the dog's name. It's been Arthur and Rock. Here they go. Arthur limping in with Queen 6 of Diamonds, Henry from the hijack. Spicy. Limping in off 15. Watch and learn, kids.
The thing is, James, if I did that, everyone would be screaming at their screens, and what is this fish doing? But when Artel does it, everyone runs to their computer, checks the solvers, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you meant to do that every now and then.
Well, courtesy of the limp, we see through a poll, but everyone has a little bit. Artel, a top pair, is going to bet. And check to Chan. Overcard, gut shot, but with 1.5 million chips. Well, there we go. It is going to stick around, and must have off with the bottom end open ender, Henry. But 300k, this may seem very attractive. Wow.
Yeah, you know, turn a 10, and you don't really know where you're at.
Right.
Especially against the short stacks, the SPR are going to be so low. Wow.
That's not a bad turn card for Chan. The nuts. Comes out betting tiny. Really quick as well, Henry.
Artel's dug himself a hole. Can he find the ladder to climb on out of it? Not yet. He's going to stick around for at least one. Fortunately for him, doesn't improve.
Yeah, look at that, just a mini left. 25k chips, the only ones left in Chan's stack. There we go, Chan goes for half a milli. Henry just desperate to get paid here. And I mean,
if he's up against a 10, it's going in anyway, right? So he's just trying to get some value from two pair.
Right. And I suppose the kind of range of hands Artel limps with here, we'd expect to have two pair if they've got something, right? You're not, I guess we're not expecting to see Queen 6 of diamonds, but Chan might expect to see some of those connected cards in the middle that have stuck around on the turn, so this does make a lot of sense in that sense. And I guess that's why Artel probably folds this one, Henry?
Here's a tank. I mean, what do you think Artel's thought process is here, though, right? He's tanking.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what bluffs we could bet up against here. I can't. King 9?
Wow.
Something, wow.
Does call it off.
Oh, huge turn around for Chan, a near double up. Starting the hand so short. Artel leaving himself well below 10 bigs.
Reminds me of that scene from The Matrix where he's like, see, he is human.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the Party Poker Millions online event. I am here alongside 08 Grinder as we're watching the three-handed conclusion of event number 45. How you doing, Grinder?
Hey, man, it's been great thus far, and looking forward to finishing this event off with you.
Absolutely. Jamie liking the ace-7 here. Raising it on up.
Jamie takes it down.
Jacob still sitting here in a very, very slight chip lead. Oh, did you see the collision impending? Oh my goodness.
There's a car crash waiting to happen right here.
Sir, yes, sir. Eights versus ace king. What's Marcel gonna do?
He's gonna raise.
Raise
What's
and a
Baby
rip,
gonna
I
do?
imagine. Does rip it all in. JRT going for the kill. And Marcel here with pocket eights. Slight favorite makes the call. Almost a 1 billion chip pot. 966 million. Can Marcel hold? Not on that flop. Turns a flush draw and cannot get there. Marcel out in third place for just over 9,000 plus the bounties. JRT now with just shy of 1 billion chips against the day 2 chip leader Jacob Miguel with 500 million in chips. Good game, Marcel.
GG Marcel.
My goodness, Mike.
Goodness gracious.
And the 2 remaining stacks. Jacob here now with a very playable ace-4 offsuit, and Jamie sitting with the king-jack offsuit. We're going to see what happens now.
Jacob just calling from the button.
And we just jam it all in. Why not, JRT? He goes for blood.
I guess.
I mean, Jacob here with 40 big blinds would seem absolutely ridiculous to call off with an ace-4, but I've seen crazier things happen.
Seeing in the chat, Marcel got 13,900 for his efforts.
13.9, and I know that third place paid 9,300, so roughly 4,600 in bounties. I mean, that's really going to come into play here between JRT and Jacob as they play heads up for the win for roughly 8 to 10,000 between the two of them. As I am Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, alongside 08 Grinder, bringing you the conclusion of this event. Jacob Miguel here with top pair, straight draw, a better kicker than JRT with the Queen 6 offsuit, Queen 10-9 board. Bet, a raise. How spicy does JRT want to get?
Very spicy.
Just rips it all in.
Very spicy.
Jacob's not going anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see a 1 billion chip pot here between the two remaining players.
1.5 billion in the middle.
And can Jacob hold? Or is there a miracle left in deck for JRT? 5 of diamonds turn. King on the river. Jacob with the double up. 880 million to JRT's 600 million. Jacob is now the chip leader once again of the entire tournament. And with Jamie's propensity to shove here, I mean, this is potential right now. The A7 versus sixes, Grinder.
Well, he's got the best hand.
I mean,
he's got the best hand.
He needs the lucky 6 to come in for 6 and 6. I mean, he just rips it all in. This is absolutely wild stuff from Jamie. And he makes the call.
He
Jacob
makes the call.
Is flipping with the A7 off against the 6s for JRT.
2 overs against a pair.
Naked flop, naked turn, and Queen on the river sends it over to Jamie Ronald T with the pocket 6s.
1.2 billion.
For 6.
1.2 billion for Jamie. Wow.
I mean, Axe for Grind. I don't know if there's a deal or not. first and second from the beginning of this tournament are both making the same amount, 14,200 roughly dollars. The difference in the prize pool comes from their bounties. There's going to be approximately a $8,000 to $10,000 difference between first and second place money. So they both receive the same amount from the prize pool, roughly 14,200, but there's still a large amount at stake with those bounties, about 8,000 different. So don't get confused on that one. I mean, 8-4 suited. Jamie here with the 9-7. Jamie's just jamming everything all in.
He's just gonna jam this.
I assume so, and there we go. Once again, Jake's not calling it the 8-4 of spades. I mean, Grinder, no matter how you boil it down, if you come into day two, you're a chip leader. If you take second, if you take first, either way, it is a good day for you.
It's been a good day for Jacob. I mean, he was very, very close to being eliminated, but he found his spots, got lucky a few times, and now he's here.
I mean, this is going to be a shove and a call. You probably wouldn't call Queen 9 normally, but we've seen JRT just jamming every single hand. So Jacob is clearly going to... Oh, Jacob snugs it up.
Okay.
All right. Let me backtrack that one. I thought that was a clear call with how JRT is shoving every hand. Decides to wait for a better spot, though.
Oh,
aces? Why not? Okay.
Yeah, he got dealt the second best hand.
Well, Jacob has half the best hand, and with those pocket rockets, it just gets a walk for Jamie.
Oh, he's got to call this, right?
Assuming Jamie shoves all in, this is definitely a call. I think that'd be a very, very, very loose jam, shall we say?
Yeah, well,
I
think Jamie
stranger
heard
things
you.
happen.
Jamie heard you. He let that one go.
Queen 5 of spades, 3-5 of hearts.
All right, Jacob with a little bit of a momentum here.
I mean, he's going to need it. He's at a more than 6-1 chip deficit.
He just needs the pocket sixes on his side. Jamie got it last time. Only fair of Jacob to have it this time around.
6-5, Queen 4. If Jacob was folding Queen 9 earlier, I think it's definitely clear. He would have folded that one to a jam. Queen 9 of hearts going to be going in there. Don't see a world in which Jamie can make this call.
Mm-hmm.
Seven deuce. Even though it being
suited.
We've gone from the raise or the all in to the raise here. All right. Don't think it's gonna work. Ace-8. Going for it. No surprise there.
Okay. Chipping away at the chip lead.
Slowly but surely. 6-7, 8-9. Doesn't seem like a confrontation is going to happen between these two.
Is Jamie gonna rip it?
Yep. Decides that's the play. Jacob's clearly not calling it that 6-7 off. Right now, it seems to be a fairly balanced back and forth battle outside of, that earlier hand, which gave Jamie the clear, overwhelming chip lead. Potential here from Jamie to just rip it all in, which if so, Jacob will call with the Queen Jack. Does go for it. 9-7 up against a Queen Jack. I don't see a world in which Jacob can fold this one. And excuse me, as I misspeak once again, Jamie maybe playing a little too snug for heads up against Jamie. Call here. I expect another all-in from
jam.
Queen Deuce.
Yep. I think Jamie recognizes that Jacob has been a tad snug.
Nice way of putting it.
Mm-hmm. I was going to put all that pressure.
All right. Queen 10, going to be a jam. 6-9, going to be a fold. Jacob just doesn't want to call off, which, and I'm okay with that, but I think there's been a couple instances here which led to far too snug a play, and Jamie is just picking away at him. So it's one of those fun little things in tournament poker where the blinds will just eat you alive. So Jacob could sit here and just wait and wait and wait. And he could finally get all in with the best hand. And then he only doubles up for 2 or 3 big blinds. So Jamie is decimating his stack right now.
I think he's lost close to about 90 million off of his stack. Just with folding. So he needs to put some chips in the middle here.
He doesn't have too much longer to wait. I mean, it's 18 million every time the big blind comes. This is one, if Jamie decides to jam it all in, Jacob will most likely should call. We've seen him make some folds otherwise. So
I can't imagine him folding this one.
Don't imagine so. This. Jamie once again in there. We said that with the Queen Jack as well. So does find the call. King 5 of diamonds up against the 6-9 offsuit. Jamie with the overwhelming chip lead and Jacob needing to hit. I apologize to hold. Jamie hits the 6 on the flop to take home first place. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion, Jamie Terrell of the Weekender event number 45. And let's see exactly what those payouts were for all of you who have joined us and have been wondering exactly how much they're playing for in this Party Poker Millions online event. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion is Jamie Terrell, taking home $26,567. Second place goes to the man that took the chip lead into day 2 today, Jacob Miguel, taking home a smooth $15,863. And third on the podium, bronze place, Marcel Kessler, $13,917. Adriano Volpe, just over $10,000. Sergio Medavilla, just over $7,000. Roman Pavlik, $5,034. And Marios Zerverdus, I apologize, good sir, but $33.45 will help ease the pain, while Mr. Gee will take home $22.80. And last but not least, Bradley Harwood in 9th place, $1,753. Congratulations to all of our final tablists in event number 45 of this Party Poker Millions online event. And Grinder, thank you for being here with me. Thank you for taking it home all the way to that wonderful finish.
I'm just glad to have been witness to such great action, great commentary from you, as always, my friend. And shout out to the chat. You guys have been great. Shout out to production team, been great. Just overall great experience.
Absolutely. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again for joining us on this Party Poker Millions online stream. We hope to see you out there on the felt, and maybe next time we're doing the commentary for your final table run. So everyone, have a good night, and may the cards be lucky. Cheers, y'all.